Chapter 6, Part 2 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. In a neighbouring room, called the Free Audience Room, Klaus Heinrich, in his tunic with silver collar and several stars, stood at a round table with 3 golden legs, and received. Major von Platow gave him some superficial information about the identity of each petitioner, called the man in, and came back in the pauses to prompt the Prince in a few words about the next comer. And the citizen walked in, with the blood in his head, and perspiring slightly he stood before Klaus Heinrich. It had been impressed on him that he was not to go too near his Royal Highness. He must keep at a certain distance, that he must not speak without being spoken to, and even then must not gabble off all he had to say, but answer concisely, so as to leave the Prince material for his questions; that he must at the conclusion withdraw backwards and without showing the Prince his backside. The result was that the citizen's whole attention was centred on not breaking any of the rules given him, but for his part contributing to the smooth and harmonious progress of the interview. Klaus Heinrich questioned him in the same way as he was wont to question the veterans, the marksmen, the gymnasts, the countrymen, and the victims of the fire, smiling and with his left hand planted well back on his hip, and the citizen too smiled involuntarily, and was imbued with a feeling as if that smile lifted him far above the troubles which had held him prisoner. That common man, whose spirit otherwise cleaved to the dust, who gave a thought to nothing, not even to everyday politeness, beyond what was purely utilitarian, and had come here too with a definite object in view, he felt in his heart that there was something higher than business, and his business in particular, and he left the Schloss elevated, purified, with eyes dim with emotion and the smile still on his flushed face. That was the way in which Klaus Heinrich gave free audiences, that the way in which he exercised his exalted calling. He lived at the Hermitage in his little refuge, the Empire Room, which was furnished so stiffly and meagrely, with cool indifference to comfort and intimacy. Faded silk covered the walls above the white wainscot, glass chandeliers hung from the ugly ceiling, straight-lined sofas, mostly without tables, and thin-legged stands supporting marble clocks stood along the walls, pairs of white lacquered chairs, with oval backs and thin silk upholstery, flanked the white lacquered folding doors, and in the corner stood white lacquered loo tables, bearing vase-like candelabra. That was how Klaus Heinrich's room looked, and its master harmonized well with it. He lived a detached and quiet life, feeling no enthusiasm or zeal for questions on which the public differed. As representative of his brother he opened Parliament, but he took no personal part in its proceedings, and avoided the yeas and nays of party divisions, with the disinterestedness and want of convictions proper to one whose position was above all parties. Everybody recognized that his station imposed reserve upon him, but many were of opinion that want of interest was rather repellently and insultingly visible in his whole bearing. Many who came in contact with him described him as cold, and when Dr. Ueberbein loudly refuted this coldness, people wondered whether the one-sided and morose man was qualified to form an opinion on the point. Of course, there were occasions when Klaus Heinrich's glance met looks which refused to recognize him, bold, scornful, invidious looks, which showed contempt for and ignorance of all his actions and exertions. But even in the well-disposed, loyal people, who showed themselves ready to esteem and honour his life, he remarked at times after a short while a certain exhaustion, indeed irritation, as if they could no longer breathe in the atmosphere of his existence, and that worried Klaus Heinrich, though he did not know how he could prevent it. He had no place in the everyday world. A greeting from him, a gracious word, a winning and yet dignified wave of the hand were all weighty and decisive incidents. Once he was returning in cap and greatcoat from a ride, was riding slowly on his brown horse Florian down the birch avenue which skirted the waste land and led to the park and the Hermitage, and in front of him there walked a shabbily dressed young man with a fur cap and a ridiculous tuft of hair on his neck, sleeves and trousers that were too short for him, and unusually large feet which he turned inwards as he walked. He looked like the student of a technical institute or something of that sort, for he carried a drawing board under his arm on which was pinned a big drawing, a symmetrical maze of lines, in red and black ink, a projection or something of the sort. Klaus Heinrich held his horse back behind the young man for a good while and examined the red and black projection on the drawing board. Sometimes he thought how nice it must be to have a proper surname, to be called Dr. Smith, and to have a serious calling. He played his part at court functions, the big and small balls, the dinner, the concerts, and the great court. He joined in autumn in the court's shoots with his red-haired cousins and his suite, for custom's sake, and although his left arm made shooting difficult for him. He was often seen in the evening in the court theatre, in his red-ledged proscenium box, between the two female sculptures with the crossed hands and the stern empty faces. For the theatre attracted him, he loved it, loved to look at the players, to watch how they behaved, walked off and on, and went through with their parts. As a rule he thought them bad, rough in the means they employed to please, and unpractised in the more subtle dissembling of the natural and artless. For the rest, he was disposed to prefer humble and popular scenes to the exalted and ceremonious. A soubrette called Mitzi Meyer was engaged at the vaudeville theatre in the capital, who in the newspapers and on the lips of the public was never called anything but our Meyer, because of her boundless popularity with high and low. She was not beautiful, hardly pretty. Her voice was a screech, and, strictly speaking, she could lay claim to no special gifts. And yet she had only to come on to the stage to evoke storms of approbation, applause, and encouragement. For this fair and compact person, with her blue eyes, her broad high cheek-bones, her healthy, jolly, even a little uproarious manner, was flesh of the people's flesh and blood of their blood. So long as she, dressed up, painted, and lighted up from every side, faced the crowd from the boards, she was in very deed the glorification of the people itself. Indeed, the people clapped itself when it clapped her, and in that alone lay Mitzi Meyer's power over men's souls. Klaus Heinrich was very fond of going with Herr von Braunbart-Schellendorf to the vaudeville when Mitzi Meyer was playing, and joined heartily in the applause. One day he had a rencontre on which one hand gave him food for thought, on the other disillusioned him. It was with Martini, Axel Martini, the compiler of the 2 books of poetry which had been so much praised by the experts, Evoe and The Holy Life. The meeting came about in the following way. In the capital lived a wealthy old man, a privy councillor, who, since his retirement from state service, had devoted his life to the advancement of the fine arts, especially poetry. He was founder of what was known as the May Combat, a poetical tournament which recurred every year in springtime, to which the privy councillor invited poets and poetesses by circulars and posters. Prizes were offered for the tenderest love song, the most fervent religious poem, the most ardent patriotic song, for the happiest lyrical effusions in praise of music, the forest, the spring, the joy of life, and these prizes consisted of sums of money, supplemented by judicious and valuable souvenirs, such as golden pens, golden breastpins in the forms of lyres or flowers, and more of the same kind. The city authorities also had founded a prize, and the Grand Duke gave a silver cup as a reward for the most absolutely admirable of all poems sent in. The founder of the May combat, himself, who was responsible for the first look-through of the always numerous entries, shared with two university professors and the editors of the literary supplements of the Courier and the People the duties of prize judges. The prize winners and the highly commended entries were printed and published regularly in the form of an annual at the expense of the Privy Councillor. Now Axel Martini had taken part in the May combat this year, and had come off victorious. The poem which he had sent in, an inspired hymn of praise to the joy of life, or rather a highly tempestuous outbreak of the joy of life itself, a ravishing hymn to the beauty and awfulness of life, was conceived in the style of both his books, and had given rise to discord in the Board of Judges. The Privy Councillor himself and the Professor of Philology had been for dismissing it with a notice of commendation, for they considered it exaggerated in expression, coarse in its passion, and in places frankly repulsive. But the Professor of Literary History together with the editors had outvoted them, not only in view of the fact that Martini's contribution represented the best poem to the joy of life, but also in consideration of its undeniable pre-eminence, and in the end their two opponents too had not been able to resist the appeal of its foaming and stunning flow of words. So Axel Martini had been awarded £15, a gold breastpin in the form of a lyre, and the Grand Duke's silver cup as well, and his poem had been printed first in the annual, surrounded with an artistic frame from the hand of Professor von Lindemann. What was more, the custom was for the victor, or victrix, in the May combat to be received in audience by the Grand Duke, and as Albrecht was unwell, this task fell to his brother. Klaus Heinrich was a little afraid of Herr Martini. "Oh, dear Dr. Ueberbein," he said when he met his tutor one day, "what subject am I to tackle him on? He's sure to be a wild, brazen-faced fellow." But Dr. Ueberbein answered, "Anything, but Klaus Heinrich, you need not worry. He's a very decent fellow. I know him. I'm rather in with his set. You'll get on splendidly with him." So Klaus Heinrich received the poet of the joy of life, received him at the Hermitage so as to give the business as private a character as possible. "In the yellow room, Braumbart, if you please," he said. "That's the most presentable one for occasions like this." There were 3 handsome chairs in this room, which indeed were the only valuable pieces of furniture in the Schloss, heavy Empire armchairs of mahogany, with spiral arms and yellow upholstery on which blue-green lyres were embroidered. Klaus Heinrich on this occasion did not dispose himself ready for an audience, but waited in some anxiety near by until Axel Martini on his side had waited for 7 or 8 minutes in the yellow room. Then he walked in hastily, almost hurriedly, and advanced towards the poet, who made a low bow. "I am very much pleased to make your acquaintance," he said. "Dear Sir, dear Doctor, I believe?" "No, Royal Highness," answered Axel Martini in an asthmatic voice. "Not Doctor. I've no title." "Oh, forgive me. I assumed. Let's sit down, dear Herr Martini. I am, as I have said, delighted to be able to congratulate you on your great success." Herr Martini drew down the corners of his mouth. He sat down on the edge of one of the mahogany armchairs, at the uncovered table, round whose edge ran a gold border, and crossed his feet, which were cased in cracked patent leather boots. He was in frock coat and wore yellow gloves. His collar was frayed at the edges. He had rather staring eyes, thin cheeks, and a dark yellow moustache, which was clipped like a hedge. His hair was already quite grey on the temples, although according to the May Combat Annual he was not more than 30 years old, and under his eyes glowed patches of red, which did not suggest robust health. He answered to Klaus Heinrich's congratulations: "Your Royal Highness is very kind. It was not a difficult victory. Perhaps it was hardly tactful of me to compete." Klaus Heinrich did not understand this, but he said, "I have read your poem repeatedly with great pleasure. It seems to me a complete success, as regards both metre and rhyme, and it entirely expresses the joy of life." Herr Martini bowed in his chair. "Your skill," continued Klaus Heinrich, "must be a source of great pleasure to you, an ideal recreation. What is your calling, Herr Martini?" Herr Martini showed that he did not understand by describing a note of interrogation with the upper half of his body. "I mean your main calling. Are you in the civil service?" "No, Royal Highness. I have no calling. I occupy myself exclusively with poetry." "None at all? Oh, I understand. So unusual a gift deserves that a man's whole powers be devoted to it." "I don't know about that, Royal Highness. Whether it deserves it or not, I don't know. I must own that I had no choice. I have always felt myself entirely unsuited to every other branch of human activity. It seems to me that this undoubted and unconditional unsuitability for everything else is the sole proof and touchstone of the poetical calling. Indeed, that a man must not see in poetry any calling, but only the expression and refuge of that unsuitability." It was a peculiarity with Herr Martini that, when he talked, tears came into his eyes, just like a man who comes out of the cold into a warm room and lets the heat stream through and melt his limbs. "That's a singular idea," said Klaus Heinrich. "Not at all, Royal Highness. I beg your pardon, no, not singular at all. It's an idea which is very generally accepted. What I say is nothing new." "And for how long have you been living only for poetry? I suppose you were once a student?" "Not exactly, Royal Highness. No. The unsuitability to which I alluded before began to show itself in me at an early age. I couldn't get on at school. I left it without passing my final. I went up to the university with the full intention of taking it later, but I never did. And when my first volume of poems attracted a good deal of attention, it no longer suited my dignity to do so, if I may say so." "Of course not. But did your parents then agree to your choice of a career?" "Oh no, Royal Highness. I must say to my parents' credit that they by no means agreed to it. I come of a good stock. My father was Solicitor to the Treasury. He's dead now, but he was Solicitor to the Treasury. He naturally disliked my choice of a career so much that till his death he would never give me a farthing. I lived at daggers drawn with him, although I had the greatest respect for him because of his strictness." "Oh, so you've had a hard time of it, Herr Martini. You've had to struggle through. I can well believe that you must have knocked about a good deal." "Not so, Royal Highness. No, that would have been horrid. I couldn't have stood it. My health is delicate. I dare not say unfortunately, for I am convinced that my talent is inseparably connected with my bodily infirmity. Neither my body nor my talent could have survived hunger and harsh winds, and they have not had to survive them. My mother was weak enough to provide me, behind my father's back, with the means of life, modest but adequate means. I owe it to her that my talent has been able to develop under fairly favourable conditions." "The result has shown, Herr Martini, that they were the right conditions, although it is difficult to say now what actually are good conditions. Permit me to suppose that if your mother had shown herself as strict as your father, and you had been alone in the world, and left entirely to your own resources, don't you think that it might have been to a certain extent a good thing for you? That you might have got a peep at things, so to speak, which have escaped you as it is?" "People like me, Royal Highness,
get peeps enough without actually having to know what hunger is. And the idea is fairly generally accepted that it is not actual hunger, but rather hunger for the actual, which talent requires." Herr Martini had been obliged to laugh a little at his play upon words. He now quickly raised one yellow-gloved hand to his mouth with the hedge-like moustache, and improved his laugh into a cough. Klaus Heinrich watched him with a look of princely expectancy. "If your Royal Highness will allow me, it is a well-known fact that the want of actuality for such as me is the seed-ground of all talent, the fountain of inspiration, indeed, our suggestive genius. Enjoyment of life is forbidden to us, strictly forbidden, but we have no illusions as to that. And by enjoyment of life I mean not only happiness, but also sorrow, passion, in short, every serious tie with life. The representation of life claims all our forces, especially when those forces are not allotted to us in overabundant measure." And Herr Martini coughed, drawing his shoulders repeatedly forward as he did so. "Renunciation," he added, "is our compact with the Muse. In it reposes our strength, our value, and life is our forbidden garden, our great temptation, to which we yield sometimes, but never to our profit." The flow of words had again brought tears to Herr Martini's eyes. He tried to blink them away. "Every one of us," he went on, "knows what it is to make mistakes, to run off the rails in that way, to make greedy excursions of that kind into the festival halls of life, but we return thence into our isolation humbled and sick at heart." Herr Martini stopped. His look, from under his knotted brows, became fixed for a moment and lost in vacancy, while his mouth assumed a sour expression, and his cheeks, on which the unhealthy redness glowed, seemed even thinner than before. It was only for a second, then he changed his position, and his eyes recovered their vivacity. "But your poem," said Klaus Heinrich, with some empressement, "your prize poem to The Joy of Life, Herr Martini. I am really grateful to you for your achievement. But will you please tell me, your poem, I've read it attentively, it deals on the one hand with misery and horrors, with the wickedness and cruelty of life, if I remember rightly, and on the other hand with the enjoyment of wine and fair women, does it not?" Herr Martini laughed, then rubbed the corners of his mouth with his thumb and forefinger, so as to wipe the laugh out. "And it's all," said Klaus Heinrich, "conceived in the form of I, in the first person, isn't it? And yet it is not founded on personal knowledge? You have not really experienced any of it yourself?" "Very little, Royal Highness. Only quite trifling suggestions of it. No, the fact is the other way round, that if I were the man to experience all that, I should not only not write such poems, but should also feel entire contempt for my present existence. I have a friend, his name is Weber. He's a rich young man. He lives, he enjoys his life. His favourite amusement consists in scorching his motor car at a mad pace over the country and picking up village girls from the roads and fields on the way, with whom he... but that's another story. In short, that young man laughs when he catches sight of me. He finds something so comic in me and my activities. But as for me, I can quite understand his amusement, and envy him it. I dare say that I too despise him a little, but not so much as I envy and admire him." "You admire him?" Certainly, Royal Highness. I cannot help doing so. He spends, he squanders, he lets himself go in a most unconcerned and light-hearted way, while it is my lot to save, anxiously and greedily, to keep together, and indeed to do so on hygienic grounds. For hygiene is what I, and such as I, most need. It is our whole ethics, but nothing is more unhygienic than life." "That means that you will never empty the Grand Duke's cup, then, Herr Martini?" "Drink wine out of it? No, Royal Highness, although it would be fine to do so. But I never touch wine, and I go to bed at 10, and generally take care of myself. If I didn't, I should never have won the cup." "I can well believe it, Herr Martini. People who are not behind the scenes get strange ideas of what a poet's life must be like." "Quite conceivably, Royal Highness. But it is, taken all round, by no means a very glorious life, I can assure you, especially as we aren't poets every hour of the 24. In order that a poem of that sort may come into existence from time to time, who would believe how much idleness and boredom and peevish laziness is necessary? The motto on a picture postcard is often a whole day's work. We sleep a lot, we idle about with heads feeling like lead. Yes, it's too often a dog's life." Someone knocked lightly on the white lacquered door. It was Neumann's signal that it was high time for Klaus Heinrich to change his clothes and have himself freshened up, for there was to be a club concert that evening in the Old Schloss. Klaus Heinrich rose. "I've been gossiping," he said, for that was the expression he used at such moments. And then he dismissed Herr Martini, wished him success in his poetical career, and accompanied the poet's respectful withdrawal with a laugh and that rather theatrical up and down movement of the hand which was not always equally effective, but which he had brought to a high pitch of perfection. Such was the Prince's conversation with Axel Martini, the author of Evoe and The Holy Life. It gave him food for thought, it continued to occupy his mind after it had ended. He continued to think over it while Neumann was reparting his hair and helping him on with the dazzling full-dress coat with the stars, during the club concert at Court, and for several days afterwards, and he tried to reconcile the poet's statements with the rest of the experiences which life had vouchsafed to him. This Herr Martini, who, while the unhealthy flush glowed under his eyes, kept crying, "How beautiful! How strong is life!" yet was careful to go to bed at 10, shut himself off from life on hygienic grounds, as he said, and avoided every serious tie with it. This poet with his frayed collar, his watery eyes, and his envy of the young Weber, who scorched over the country with village girls. He left a mixed impression. It was difficult to come to any certain conclusion about him. Klaus Heinrich expressed it, when he told his sister of the meeting, by saying, "Things are none too comfortable and easy for him, that's quite obvious, and that certainly entitles him to our sympathy. But somehow I'm not sure if I'm glad to have met him, for he has something deterrent about him, Ditlinde. Yes, after all, he's certainly a little repulsive." End of section 12.
Chapter 7, Part 2 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. 7. Immer. Fräulein von Isenschnibbe had been well informed. On the very evening of the day on which she had brought the Princess zu read the great news, the Courier published the announcement of Samuel Spoelmann's, the world-renowned Spoelmann's, impending arrival, and 10 days later, at the beginning of October, it was the October of the year in which the Grand Duke Albrecht had entered his 32nd, and Prince Klaus Heinrich his 26th year, thus barely giving time for public curiosity to reach a really high point, his arrival became a fact, a plain actuality on an autumn-tinged, entirely ordinary weekday, which was destined to impress itself on the future as a date to be remembered forever. The Spoelmanns arrived by special train. That was the only distinction about their debut to start with, for everybody knew that the Prince's suite in the Spa Court Hotel was by no means dazzlingly magnificent. A few idlers, guarded by a small detachment of policemen, had gathered behind the platform barriers, some representatives of the press were present. But whoever expected anything out of the ordinary was disappointed. Spoelmann would almost have passed unrecognized, he was so unimposing. For a long time people took his family physician for him. Dr. Watercloose, people said he was called. A tall American who wore his hat on the back of his head and kept his mouth distended in a perpetual smile between his close-trimmed white whiskers, the while he half-closed his eyes. It was not till the last moment that people learned that it was the little clean-shaven man in the faded overcoat, who wore his hat pulled down over his eyes, who was the actual Spoelmann, and the spectators were agreed that there was nothing striking about him. All sorts of stories had been in circulation about him. Some witty fellow had spread the report that Spoelmann had front teeth of solid gold and a diamond set in the middle of each. But although the truth or untruth of this report could not be tested at once, for Spoelmann did not show his teeth, he did not laugh, but rather seemed angry and irritated by his infirmity, yet when they saw him nobody was any longer inclined to believe it. As for Miss Spoelmann, his daughter, she had turned up the collar of her fur coat and stuffed her hands in the pockets, so that there was hardly anything to be seen of her except a pair of disproportionately big brown-black eyes, which swept the crowd with a serious look whose meaning it was hard to interpret. By her side stood the person whom the onlookers identified as her companion, the Countess Löwenjoul, a woman of 35, plainly dressed and taller than either of the Spoelmanns, who carried her little head with its thin smooth hair pensively on one side, and kept her eyes fixed in front of her with a kind of rigid meekness. What without question attracted most attention was a Scottish sheep-dog which was led on a cord by a stolid-looking servant, an exceptionally handsome, but, as it appeared, terribly excitable beast, that leaped and danced and filled the station with its frenzied barking. People said that a few of Spoelmann's servants, male and female, had already arrived at the Spa Court some hours before. At any rate, it was left to the servant with the dog to look after the luggage by himself, and while he was doing so his masters drove in 2 ordinary flies, Mr. Spoelmann with Dr. Watercloose, Miss Spoelmann with the Countess, to the Spa Garden. There they got out, and there for 6 weeks they led a life the cost of which it did not need all their money to meet. They were lucky. The weather was fine, it was a blue autumn, a long succession of sunny days from October into November, and Miss Spoelmann rode daily, that was her only luxury, with her companion, on horses which she hired by the week from the livery stables. Mr. Spoelmann did not ride, although the Courier, with obvious reference to him, published a note by its medical colleague according to which riding had a soothing effect in cases of stone, owing to its jolting, and helped to disperse the stone. But the hotel staff knew that the famous man practised artificial riding within the 4 walls of his room, with the help of a machine, a stationary velocipede to whose saddle a jolting motion was imparted by the working of the pedals. He was a zealous drinker of the healing waters, the Ditlinde spring, by which he seemed to set great store. He appeared first thing every morning in the Füllhaus, accompanied by his daughter, who for her part was quite healthy and only drank with him for company's sake, and then, in his faded coat and with his hat pulled down over his eyes, took his exercise in the spa garden and Wandelhalle, drinking the water the while through a glass tube out of a blue tumbler, watched at a distance by the two American newspaper correspondents, whose duty it was to telegraph to their papers 1,000 words daily about Spoelmann's holiday resort, and who were therefore bound to try to get something to telegraph about. Otherwise he was rarely visible. His illness, kidney colic, so people said, extremely painful attacks, seemed to confine him often to his room, if not to his bed, and while Miss Spoelmann with Countess Löwenjoul appeared 2 or 3 times at the Court Theatre, when in black velvet dress with an Indian scarf of a wonderful gold-yellow colour around her fresh young shoulders, she looked quite bewitching with her pearl-white complexion and great black pleading eyes. Her father was never seen in the box with her. He took, it is true, in her company 1 or 2 drives through the capital, to do some shopping, get some idea of the town, and see a few select sights. He went for a walk with her too through the park, and twice inspected there the Schloss Delphineort, the second time alone, when he was so much interested as to take measurements of the walls with an ordinary yellow rule, which he took out of his faded coat, but he was never seen in the dining room of the Spa Court, for whether because he was on an almost meatless diet or from some other reason, he took his meals exclusively with his own party in his own rooms, and the curiosity of the public had on the whole remarkably little to feed on. The result was that Spoelmann's arrival at the Spa at first did not prove so beneficial as Fräulein von Isenschnibbe and many others beside her had expected. The export of bottles increased, that was certain. It quickly rose to half as many again as its previous figure, and remained at that. But the influx of foreigners did not increase noticeably. The guests who came to feast their eyes on so abnormal an existence soon went away again, satisfied or disappointed. Besides, it was for the most part not the most desirable elements of society that were attracted by the millionaire's presence. Strange creatures appeared in the streets, unkempt and wild-eyed creatures, inventors, projectors, would-be benefactors of mankind, who hoped to enlist Spoelmann's sympathies for their hobbies. But the millionaire made himself absolutely inaccessible to these people. Indeed, purple with rage, he howled at one of them who made advances towards him in the park, in such a way that the busybody quickly skedaddled, and it was often said that the torrent of begging letters which daily flowed into him, letters which often bore stamps which the officials of the Grand Ducal Post Office had never seen before, was at once discharged into a paper basket of quite unusual capacity. Spoelmann seemed to have forbidden all business letters to be sent to him, seemed determined to enjoy his holiday to the utmost, and during his travels in Europe to live exclusively for his health, or ill health. The Courier, whose reporter had lost no time in making friends with his American colleagues, was in a position to announce that a reliable man, a so-called chief manager, was Mr. Spoelmann's representative in America. He went on to say that his yacht, a gorgeously decorated vessel, was awaiting the great man at Venice, and that as soon as he had finished his cure he intended to travel south with his party. It told also, in answer to importunate requests from its readers, of the romantic origin of the Spoelmann millions, from their beginning in Victoria, whither his father had drifted from some German office stool or other, young, poor, and armed only with a pick, a shovel, and a tin plate. There he had begun by working as help to a gold digger, as a day labourer, in the sweat of his brow. And then luck had come to him. A man, a claim owner on a small scale, had fared so badly that he could no longer buy himself his tomatoes and dry bread for dinner, and in his extremity had been obliged to dispose of his claim. Spoelmann senior had bought it, had staked his one card, and with his whole savings, amounting to £5 sterling, had bought this piece of alluvial land called Paradise Field, not more than 40 feet square. And the next day he had turned up, a foot under the surface, a nugget of pure gold, the 10th biggest nugget in the world, the Paradise nugget, weighing 980 ounces and worth £5,000. That, related the Courier, had been the beginning. Spoelmann's father had emigrated to South America with the proceeds of his find to Bolivia, and as a gold washer, amalgam mill owner and mine owner had continued to extract the yellow metal direct from the rivers and the womb of the mountains. Then and there Spoelmann senior had married, and the Courier went so far as to hint in this connection that he had done so defiantly and without regard to the prejudices generally felt in those parts. However, he had doubled his capital and succeeded in investing his money most profitably. He had moved on northwards to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That was in the 50's, the time of a great boom in railway construction, and Spoelmann had begun with one investment in the Baltimore and Ohio Railway. He had also leased a coal mine in the west of the state, the profits from which had been enormous. Finally he had joined that group of fortunate young men which bought the famous Blockhead Farm for a few £1,000s, the property which, with its petroleum wells, in a short time increased in value to 100 times its purchase price. This enterprise had made a rich man of Spoelmann senior, but he had by no means rested on his oars, but unceasingly practised the art of making money into more money, and finally into superabundant money. He had started steel works, had floated companies for the turning of iron into steel on a large scale, and for building railway bridges. He had bought up the major part of the shares of 4 or 5 big railway companies, and had been elected in the later years of his life president, vice president, manager or director of the companies. When the Steel Trust was formed, so the Courier said, he had joined it, with a holding of shares which guaranteed him an income of $12 millions. But at the time he had been chief shareholder and expert adviser of the Petroleum Combine, and in virtue of his holding had dominated 3 or 4 of the other trust companies. And at his death his fortune, reckoned in German currency, had amounted to a round 1,000 million marks. Samuel, his only son, the offspring of that early marriage, contracted in defiance of public opinion, had been his sole heir, and the Courier with its usual delicacy interpolated a remark to the effect that there was something almost sad in the idea of anyone, without himself contributing and through no fault of his own, being born to such a situation. Samuel had inherited the palace on Fifth Avenue at New York, the country mansions, and all the shares, trust bonds, and profits of his father. He inherited also the strange position to which his father had risen, his world fame and the hatred directed by his outdistanced competitors against the power of his gold, all the hatred to allay which he yearly distributed his huge donations to colleges, conservatories, libraries, benevolent institutions, and that university which his father had founded and which bore his name. Samuel Spoelmann did not deserve the hatred of the outdistanced competitors. That the Courier was sure of. He had gone early into the business and had controlled the bewildering possessions of his house all by himself during his father's last years. But everybody knew that his heart had never been really in the business. His real inclinations had been, strange to say, all along much more towards music, and especially organ music, and the truth of this information on the part of the Courier was certain, for Mr. Spoelmann actually kept a small organ in the Spa Court, whose bellows he got a hotel servant to blow, and he could be heard from the Spa Garden playing it for an hour every day. He had married for love, and not at all from social considerations, according to the Courier, a poor and pretty girl, half German, half Anglo-Saxon by descent. She had died, but she had left him a daughter, that wonderful blood mixture of a girl,
whom we now had as a guest within our walls, and who was at the time 19 years old. Her name was Imma, a real German name, as the courier added, nothing more than an old form of Emma, and it might be remarked that the daily conversation in the Spoelmann household, though interlarded with scraps of English, had remained German. And how devoted the father and daughter seemed to be to each other! Every morning, by going to the spa garden at the right time, one could watch Fräulein Spoelmann, who usually entered the Füllhause a little later than her father, take his head between her hands and give him his morning kiss on mouth and cheeks, while he patted her tenderly on the back. Then they went arm in arm through the Wandelhalle and sucked their glass tubes as they went. That is how the well-informed journal gossiped and fed the public curiosity. It also reported carefully the visits which Miss Imma kindly paid with her companion to several of the charitable institutions of the town. Yesterday she had made a detailed inspection of the public kitchens. To-day she had made a prolonged tour of the Trinity almhouses for old women, and she had recently twice attended Privy Councillor Klinghammer's lectures on the theory of numbers at the university, had sat on the bench, a student among students, and scribbled away with her fountain pen, for everybody knew that she was a learned girl and devoted to the study of algebra. Yes, all that was absorbing reading, and furnished ample food for conversation. But the topics which made themselves talked about without any help from the courier were, firstly, the dog, that noble black and white collie which the Spoelmanns had brought with them, and secondly, in a different way, the companion, Countess Löwenjoul. As for the dog, whose name was Percival, generally shortened to Percy, he was an animal of so excitable and emotional a disposition as beggared description. Inside the hotel he afforded no grounds for complaint, but lay in a dignified attitude on a small carpet outside the Spoelmann suite. But every time he went out he had an attack of light-headedness, which caused general interest and surprise, indeed more than once actual obstruction of traffic. Followed at a distance by a swarm of native dogs, common curs which, incited by his demeanour, assailed him with censorious yaps, and which caused him no concern whatever, he flew through the streets, his nose spattered with foam and barking wildly, pirouetted madly in front of the tram-cars, made the cab-horses stumble, and twice knocked Widow Clausen's cake-stall at the Town Hall down so violently that the sugar-cakes rolled half over the market-place. But as Mr. Spoelmann or his daughter at once met such catastrophes with more than adequate compensation, as too it was discovered that Percival's attacks were really quite free from danger, that he was anything but inclined to bite and steal, but on the contrary kept to himself and would let nobody come near him, public opinion quickly turned in his favour, and to the children in particular his excursions were a constant source of pleasure. Countess Löwenjoul, on her side, supplied food for conversation in a quieter but no less strange way. At first, when her personality and position were not yet known in the city, she had attracted the gibes of the street urchins, because, while out walking alone, she talked to herself softly and deliberately, and accompanied her words with lively and at the same time graceful and elegant gestures. But she had shown such mildness and goodness to the children who shouted after her and tugged at her dress, she had spoken to them with such affection and dignity, that her persecutors had slunk away abashed and confused, and later, when she became known, respect for her relations with the famous guests secured her from molestation. However, some unintelligible anecdotes were secretly circulated about her. One man told how the Countess had given him a gold piece, with instructions that he should box the ears of a certain old woman who was understood to have made some unseemly proposal or other to her. The man had pocketed the gold piece, without, however, discharging his commission. Further, it was declared as a fact that the Countess had accosted the sentry in front of the Fusiliers' barracks, and had told him at once to arrest the wife of the sergeant of one of the companies because of her moral shortcomings. She had written, too, a letter to the colonel of the regiment to the effect that all sorts of secret and unspeakable abominations went on inside the barracks. Whether she was right in her facts, heaven only knew. But many people at once concluded that she was wrong in her head. At any rate, there was no time to investigate the matter, for 6 weeks were soon past, and Samuel N. Spoelmann, the millionaire, went away. He went away after having his portrait painted by Professor von Lindemann, an expensive portrait too, which he gave to the proprietor of the spa court as a memento. He went away with his daughter, the Countess, and Dr. Watercloose, with Percival, the chamber velocipede, and his servants, went by special train to the south, with the view of spending the winter on the Riviera, whither the 2 New York journalists had hastened ahead of him, and of then crossing back home again. It was all over. The courier wished Mr. Spoelmann a hearty farewell and expressed the hope that the cure would be found to have done him good. And with that the notable interlude seemed to be closed and done with. Everyday life claimed its due, and Mr. Spoelmann began to fade into oblivion. The winter passed. It was the winter in which Her Grand Ducal Highness the Princess zu Ried Hohenried was confined of a daughter. Spring came, and His Royal Highness Grand Duke Albrecht repaired as usual to Hollerbrunn. But then a rumour cropped up amongst the people and in the press, which was received at first with a shrug by the sober-minded, but became more concrete, crystallized, took to itself quite precise details, and finally won itself a dominant place in the solid and pithy news of the day. What was toward? A Grand Ducal Schloss was about to be sold? Nonsense! Which Schloss? Delphinenort. Schloss Delphinenort in the North Park? Twaddle. Sold? To whom? To Spoelmann. Ridiculous! What could he do with it? Restore it and live in it. That's all very well, but perhaps our Parliament might have something to say to that. They don't care twopence. Had the State any responsibility for keeping up Schloss Delphinenort? If they had, it's a pity they hadn't recognized it, dear old place. No, Parliament had no say in the matter. Have the negotiations advanced at all far? Rather. They're completed. Goodness gracious! Then of course the exact price is known? Naturally. Sold for 2 millions, not a farthing less. Impossible. A royal palace. Royal palace be blowed. We're not talking of the Grimburg or of the Old Schloss. We're talking of a country house, an unused country house, which is falling in pieces for lack of funds to keep it up. So Spoelmann intended to come back every year and spend several weeks in Delphinenort? No, for he intended rather to come and settle among us altogether. He was sick of America, wanted to turn his back on it, and his first stay amongst us was merely to spy out the land. He was ill, he wanted to retire from business. He had always remained a German at heart. The father had emigrated, and the son wanted to come back home. He wished to take his part in the modest life and intellectual resources of our country, and to spend the rest of his days in the immediate neighbourhood of the Ditlinde Spa. All was confusion and bustle, and discussions without end. But public opinion, with the exception of the voices of a few grumblers, trended, after a short hesitation, in favour of the idea of the sale. Indeed, without this general approval the matter could never have gone very far. It was House Minister von Knobelsdorff who first ventured on a cautious announcement of Spoelmann's offer in the daily press. He had waited and allowed the popular feeling to come to a decision. and after the first confusion, solid reasons in favour of the project had made themselves felt. The business world was enchanted at the idea of having so doughty a consumer at its doors. The aesthetes showed themselves delighted at the prospect of seeing Schloss Delphinenort restored and kept up, at seeing the noble old building restored to honour and youth in so unforeseen, indeed so romantic a way. But the economically minded brought forward figures which were calculated to cause grave misgivings as to the financial position of the country. If Samuel N. Spoelmann settled among us, he would become a taxpayer. He would have to pay us his income tax. Perhaps it was worth while showing what that meant. Mr. Spoelmann would be left to declare his own income, but from what one knew, and knew fairly accurately, his residence would mean a yearly revenue of 2.5 millions in taxes alone, not to mention what he paid in rates. Worth thinking about, wasn't it? The question was put straight to the Finance Minister, Dr. Krippenreuther. He would be wanting in his duty if he did not do all he could to recommend the sale of the highest quarters. For patriotism demanded that Spoelmann's offer should be accepted, and patriotism was paramount above all other considerations. So Excellency von Knobelsdorff had had an interview with the Grand Duke. He had informed his master of the public opinion, had added that the price offered, 2 millions, considerably exceeded the real value of the Schloss in its present condition, had remarked that such a sum meant a real windfall for the Treasury, and had ended by slipping in a hint about the central heating of the Old Schloss, which, if the sale was carried through, would no longer be an impossibility. In short, the single-minded old gentleman had brought his whole influence to bear in favour of the sale, and had recommended the Grand Duke to bring the matter before a family moot. Albrecht had sucked his lower lip softly against the upper, and summoned the family moot. It had met in the Hall of the Knights over tea and biscuits. Only 2 feminine members, the Princess Catherine and Ditlinde, had opposed the sale, on the ground of loss of dignity. "You will be misunderstood, Albrecht," said Ditlinde. "They will charge you with want of respect to your high station. That is not right, for you have on the contrary too much. You are so proud, Albrecht, that everything is all the same to you. But I say no. I do not wish to see a Croesus living in one of your Schlosses. It is not right, and it was bad enough that he should have a family physician and take the Prince's suite in the Spa Court. The Courier harps on the fact that he is a tax-paying subject, but in my eyes he is simply a subject and nothing else. What do you think, Klaus Heinrich?" But Klaus Heinrich voted for the sale. In the first place, Albrecht got his central heating. Secondly, Spoelmann was not one of the common herd, he was not soap boiler Unschlitt. He was an exception, and there was no disgrace in letting him have Delphinenort. Finally, Albrecht had, with downcast eyes, pronounced the whole family moot to be a farce. The people had long ago made up their minds, his ministers urged the sale, and there was nothing left for him to do but to wave to the engine driver and start the train. The family moot had taken place in the spring. From that time onwards the negotiations for sale, which were carried on between Spoelmann on the one hand and the Lord Marshal von Bühl zu Bühl on the other, had proceeded apace, and the summer was not far advanced before Schloss Delphinenort with its park and outbuildings had become the lawful property of Mr. Spoelmann. Then began a scene of bustle and confusion round and in the Schloss, which daily attracted crowds to the northern side of the park. Delphinenort was improved and partly reconstructed inside by a swarm of workmen. For quick, quick was the order of the day, that was Spoelmann's wish, and he had only allowed 5 months' respite for everything to be ready for him to enter into possession. So a wooden scaffold with ladders and platforms shot up at lightning speed round the dilapidated old building, Foreign workmen swarmed all over it, and an architect came with carte blanche over the seas to superintend the work. But the greater part of the work fell to our native manual workers to perform, and the stone masons and tilers, the joiners, gilders, upholsterers, glaziers, and parquet layers of the city, the landscape gardeners and heating and lighting experts, had plenty of remunerative work all through the summer and autumn. When His Royal Highness Klaus Heinrich left his window in the Hermitage open, the noise of the work at Delphinenort penetrated right through to the Empire Room, and he often drove past the Schloss amid the respectful greetings of the public in order to satisfy himself of the progress of the restoration. The gardener's cottage was painted up, the sheds and stables, which were destined to accommodate Spoelmann's fleet of motors and carriages, were enlarged, and by October furniture and carpets, chests and cases full of stuffs and household utensils had been delivered at Schloss Delphinenort, while it was whispered among the bystanders that inside the walls skilled hands were at work fitting Spoelmann's costly organ, which had been sent from over the sea with electric action. There was much excitement to know whether the park belonging to the Schloss, which had been so splendidly cleaned up and trimmed, was to be fenced off from the public by a wall or hedge. But nothing of the sort was done. It was Spoelmann's wish that the property should continue to be accessible, that no restraint should be placed on the citizens' enjoyment of the park. The Sunday promenaders should have access right up to the Schloss, up to the clipped hedge which surrounded the big square pond, and this did not fail to make an excellent impression on the population. Indeed, the Courier published a special article on the subject, in which it praised Mr. Spoelmann for his philanthropy. And behold, when the leaves again began to fall, exactly 1 year after his first appearance, Samuel Spoelmann landed a second time at our railway station. This time the general interest in the event was much greater than in the preceding year, and it is on record that when Mr. Spoelmann, in his well-known faded coat and with his hat over his eyes, left his saloon, loud cheers were raised by the crowd of spectators, an expression of feelings which Mr. Spoelmann seemed rather inclined to resent, and which not he but Dr. Watercloose acknowledged with blinking eyes and a broad smile. When Miss Spoelmann too alighted, a cheer was raised, and 1 or 2 urchins even shouted when Percy the collie appeared springing, leaping, and altogether beside himself on the platform. In addition to the doctor and Countess Löwenjoul, there were 2 unknown persons in attendance, 2 clean-shaven and decided-looking men in strangely roomy coats. They were Mr. Spoelmann's secretaries, Messrs. Phlebs and Slippers, as the Courier announced in its report. At that time Delphinenort was far from ready, and the Spoelmanns at once took possession of the first floor of the chief hotel, where a big, haughty, paunch-bellied man in black, the steward or butler of the Spoelmann establishment, who had preceded them, had made preparations for them, and put the chamber velocipede together with his own hands. Every day, while Miss Imma with her Countess and Percy went for a ride or a visit to some charitable institution, Mr. Spoelmann hung about his house, superintending the work and giving orders, and when the end of the year approached, just after the first snow had fallen, prospect became fact, and the Spoelmanns took up their abode in Schloss Delphinenort. 2 motor cars, their arrival had been watched with interest, splendid cars they were, bore the 6 members of the party. Messrs. Phlebs and Slippers sat in the hinder one, driven by the leather-clad chauffeurs, with servants in snow-white fur coats and crossed arms beside them, in a few minutes from the hotel through the city gardens, and as the cars dashed along the noble chestnut avenue which led to the drive, the urchins climbed up the high lamp-posts which stood at all four corners of the big spa basin and waved their caps and cheered. So Spoelmann and his belongings settled down among us, and we basked in the light of his presence. His white and gold livery was seen and known in the city, just as the brown and gold Grand Ducal livery was seen and known. The negro in scarlet plush who was doorkeeper at Delphinenort soon became a popular figure, and when passers-by heard the subdued rumble of Mr. Spoelmann's organ from the interior of the Schloss, they lifted a finger and said, "Hark, he's playing. That means he's not got colic for the moment." Miss Imma was to be seen daily by the side of Countess Löwenjoul, followed by a groom and with Percy capering round, riding or driving a smart four in hand through the city gardens, while the servant who sat on the back seat stood up from time to time, drew a long silver horn from a leather sheath, and wound a shrill warning of their approach, and by getting up early one could see father and daughter every morning go in a dark red brougham, or in fine weather, on foot, through the park of Schloss Hermitage to the spa garden, in order to drink the waters. Imma, for her part, as already mentioned, again began a course of visits to the benevolent institutions of the city, though she appeared not to give up her studies for all that, for from the beginning of the half-term she regularly attended the lectures of the Councillor Klinghammer at the University, sat daily in a black dress with white collar and cuffs among the young students in the lecture theatre, and drove her fountain pen, with her forefinger raised in the air, a trick of hers when writing, over the pages of her notebook. The Spoelmanns lived in retirement. They did not mix in the life of the town, as was natural in view of both Mr. Spoelmann's ill health and of his social loneliness. What social group could he have attached himself to? Nobody even suggested to him that he should consort with soap boiler Unschlitt or bank director Wolfsmilch on confidential terms. Yet he was soon approached with appeals to his generosity, and the appeals were not in vain. For Mr. Spoelmann, who, it was well known, before his departure from America, had given a large sum in dollars to the Board of Education in the United States, and had also stated in so many words that he had no intention of withdrawing his yearly contributions to the Spoelmann University and his other educational foundations. He, shortly after his arrival at Delphinenort, put his name down for a subscription of 10,000 marks to the Dorothea Children's Hospital, for which a collection was just being made, an action the nobleness of which was immediately recognized in fitting terms by the Courier and the rest of the press. In fact, although the Spoelmanns lived in seclusion in a social sense, a certain amount of publicity attached to their life among us from the earliest moments, and in the local section of the daily newspapers at least their movements were followed with as much particularity as those of the members of the Grand Ducal House. The public were informed when Miss Imma had played a game of lawn tennis with the Countess and Messrs. Phlebs and Slippers in the Delphinenort Park. It was noted when she had been at the Court Theatre, and whether her father had gone with her for an act or two of the opera, and if Mr. Spoelmann shrank from curiosity, never leaving his box during the intervals, and scarcely ever showing himself on foot in the streets, yet he was obviously not insensible to the duties of a spectacular kind which were inherent in an extraordinary existence like his own, and he gave the love of gazing its due. End of section 13.
Chapter 7, Part 2 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. It has been said that the Delphinenort Park was not divided from the town gardens. No walls separated the Schloss from the outer world. From the back one could walk over the turf right up to the foot of the broad covered terrace which had been built on that site, and, if bold enough, look through the big glass door straight into the high white and gold garden room in which Mr. Spoelmann and his family had 5 o'clock tea. Indeed, when summer came, tea was laid on the terrace outside, and Mr. and Miss Spoelmann, the Countess, and Dr. Watercloose sat in basket chairs of a new fangled shape, and took their tea as if on a public platform. For on Sunday, at any rate, there was never wanting a public to enjoy the spectacle at a respectful distance. They called each other's attention to the silver tea kettle, which was heated by electricity, a quite novel idea, and to the wonderful liveries of the 2 footmen who handed the tea and cakes, white, high-buttoned, gold-laced coats with swan's down on the collars, cuffs, and seams. They listened to the English-German conversation, and followed with open mouths every movement of the notable family on the terrace. Then they went round past the front door, in order to shout a few witticisms in the local dialect to the red plush negro, which he answered with a dental grin. Klaus Heinrich saw Imma Spoelmann for the first time on a bright winter's day at noon. That does not mean he had not already caught sight of her often at the theatre, in the street, and in the town park, but that's quite a different thing. He saw her for the first time at this midday hour in exciting circumstances. He had been giving free audiences in the Old Schloss till 11:30, and after they were finished had not returned at once to Schloss Hermitage, but had ordered his coachman to keep the carriage waiting in one of the courts, as he wished to smoke a cigarette with the Guards officers on duty. As he wore the uniform of that regiment, to which his personal aide-de-camp also belonged, he made an effort to maintain the semblance of some sort of camaraderie with the officers. He dined from time to time in their mess, and occasionally gave them half an hour of his company on guard, although he had a dim suspicion that he was rather a nuisance as he kept them from their cards and smoking-room stories. So there he stood, the convex silver star of the noble order of the Grimburg Griffin on his breast, his left hand planted well back on his hip, with Herr von Braumbart Schellendorf, who had given due notice of the visit in the officers' mess, which was situated on the ground floor of the Schloss, near the Albrechtsgate, engaged in a trivial conversation with 2 or 3 officers in the middle of the room, while a further group of officers chatted at the deep-set window. Owing to the warmth of the sun outside, the window stood open, and from the barracks along the Albrechtstrasse came the strains of the drum and fife band of the approaching relief guard. 12 o'clock struck from the court chapel tower. The loud "Fall in!" of the non-commissioned officer was heard outside, and the rattle of grenadiers standing to arms. The public collected on the square. The lieutenant on duty hastily buckled on his sword belt, clapped his heels together in a salute to Klaus Heinrich, and went out. Then suddenly Lieutenant von Sturmhahn, who had been looking out of the window, cried with that rather poor imitation of familiarity which was proper to the relations between Klaus Heinrich and the officers: "Great heavens, here's something for you to look at, Royal Highness. There goes Miss Spoelmann, with her algebra under her arm." Klaus Heinrich walked to the window. Miss Imma was walking by herself along the pavement. With both hands thrust into her big flat muff, which was trimmed with pendant tails, she carried her notebook pressed to her side with her elbow. She was wearing a long coat of shiny black fox, and a toque of the same fur on her dark, foreign-looking hair. She was obviously coming from Delphinenort and hurrying towards the university. She reached the main guard-house at the moment at which the relief guard marched up the gutter, over against the guard on duty, which, standing at attention in 2 ranks, occupied the pavement. She was absolutely compelled to go round, outside the band and the crowd of spectators. Indeed, if she wished to avoid the open square with its tram lines, to make a fairly wide detour on the footpath running round it, or to wait for the end of the military ceremony. She showed no intention of doing either. She made as if to walk along the pavement in front of the Schloss, right down between the two ranks of soldiers. The sergeant with a harsh voice stepped forward quickly. "Not this way," he cried, and held the butt of his rifle in front of her. "Not this way, right about. Wait!" But Miss Spoelmann fired up. "What do you mean?" she cried. "I'm in a hurry." But her words were not so impressive as the expression of honest, passionate, irresistible anger with which they were uttered. How slight and lovely she was! The fair-haired soldiers round her towered head and shoulders above her. Her face was pale as wax at this moment, her black eyebrows were knitted in a hard and expressive wrinkle, her nostrils distended, and her eyes, black with excitement and wide opened, spoke so expressive and bewitching a language that no protest seemed possible. "What do you mean?" she cried. "I'm in a hurry." And as she said it, she pushed the rifle butt, and the stupefied sergeant with it, aside, and walked down between the lines, went straight on her way, and turned to the left into Universitätsstrasse, and vanished. "I'm damned!" cried Lieutenant von Sturmham. "That's one for us." The officers at the window laughed. The spectators outside, too, were much amused, and not unsympathetic. Klaus Heinrich joined in the general hilarity. The changing of the guard proceeded with loud words of command and snatches of march tunes. Klaus Heinrich returned to the Hermitage. He lunched all alone, went for a ride in the afternoon on his brown horse Florian, and spent the evening at a big party at Dr. Krippenreuther, the finance minister's house. He related to several people with great animation the episode of the guard, although the story had already gone round and become common property. Next day he had to go away, for he had been told by his brother to represent him at the inauguration of the new town hall in a neighbouring town. For some reason or other he went reluctantly. He disliked leaving the capital. He had a feeling that he was missing an important, pleasant, though rather disquieting opportunity which imperatively demanded his presence. And yet his exalted calling must be more important. But while he sat serene and gorgeously dressed on his seat of honour in the town hall, and read his speech to the mayor, Klaus Heinrich's thoughts were not concentrated on the figure he presented to the eyes of the crowd, but rather were busied with this new and important topic. He also gave a passing thought to a person whose casual acquaintance he had made long years before, to Fräulein Unschlitt, the soap boiler's daughter, a memory which had a certain connection with the importunate topic. Imma Spoelmann pushed the harsh-voiced sergeant aside in her anger, walked all alone, her algebra under her arm, down the ranks of the big fair-haired grenadiers. How pearly white her face was against her black hair under her fur toque, and how her eyes spoke! There was nobody like her. Her father was rich, surfeited with riches, and had bought one of the Grand Ducal Schlosses. What was it that the Courier had said about his undeserved reputation and the romantic isolation of his life? He was the object of the hatred of aggrieved rivals. That was the effect of the article. And her nostrils had distended with anger. There was nobody like her, nobody near or far. She was an exception. And suppose she had been at the citizens' ball on that occasion, he would then have had a companion, would not have made a fool of himself, and would not have ended the evening in despair. Down, down, down with him! Phew! Just think of how she looked as she walked, dark and pale and wonderful, down the ranks of fair-haired soldiers. These were the thoughts which occupied Klaus Heinrich during the next few days, just these 3 or 4 mental pictures. And the strange thing is that they were amply sufficient for him, and that he did not want any more. But all things considered, it seemed to him more than desirable that he should get another glimpse of the pearly white face soon, to-day if possible. In the evening he went to the Court Theatre, where the magic flute was being played. And when from his box he descried Miss Spoelmann next to Countess Löwenjoul in the front of the circle, a tremor went right through him. During the opera he could watch her out of the darkness through his opera glasses, for the light from the stage fell on her. She laid her head on her small, ringless hand, while she rested her bare arm on the velvet braid, and she did not look angry now. She wore a dress of glistening sea-green silk with a light scarf on which bright flowers were embroidered, and round her neck a long chain of sparkling diamonds. She really was not so small as she looked, Klaus Heinrich decided, when she stood up at the end of the act. No, the childish shape of her head and the narrowness of her shoulders accounted for her looking such a little thing. Her arms were well developed, and one could see that she played games and rode, but at the wrist her arm looked like a child's. When the passage came, "He is a prince, he is more than that," Klaus Heinrich conceived the wish to have a talk with Dr. Ueberbein. Dr. Ueberbein called by chance the next day at the Hermitage in a black frock coat and white tie, as usual when he paid Klaus Heinrich a visit. Klaus Heinrich asked him whether he had already heard the story of the changing of the guard. "Yes," answered Dr. Ueberbein several times, but would Klaus Heinrich like to relate it to him again? "No, not if you know it," said Klaus Heinrich, disappointed. Then Dr. Ueberbein jumped to quite another topic. He began to talk about opera glasses, and remarked that opera glasses were a wonderful invention. They brought close what was unfortunately a long way off, did they not? They formed a bridge to a longed-for goal. What did Klaus Heinrich think? Klaus Heinrich was inclined to agree to a certain extent. And it seemed that yesterday evening, so people said, he had made a free use of this grand invention, said the doctor. Klaus Heinrich could not see the point of this remark. Then Dr. Ueberbein said, "No, look here, Klaus Heinrich, that won't do. You are stared at, and little Imma is stared at, and that's enough. If you add to it by staring at little Imma, that's too much. You must see that, surely." "Oh dear, Dr. Ueberbein, I never thought of that." "But in other cases you generally do think of that sort of thing." "I've felt so funny for the last few days," said Klaus Heinrich. Dr. Ueberbein leaned back, pulled at his red beard near his throat, and nodded slowly with his head and neck. "Really, have you?" he asked, and then went on nodding. Klaus Heinrich said, "You can't think how reluctant I was to go the other day to the inauguration of the town hall, and tomorrow I have to superintend the swearing in of the grenadier recruits, and then comes the chapter of the family order. I don't feel a bit in the mood for that. I find no pleasure in doing my duty as the representative of my people. I've no inclination for my so-called lofty calling." "I'm sorry to hear it," said Dr. Ueberbein sharply. "Yes, I might have known that you would be angry, Dr. Ueberbein. Of course you'll call it sloppiness, and will read me a sermon about destiny and discipline, if I know you. But at the opera yesterday I thought of you at one point, and asked myself whether you were really so right in several particulars." "Look here, Klaus Heinrich, once already, if I'm not mistaken, I've dragged your Royal Highness out of the mud, so to speak." "That was quite different, Dr. Ueberbein. How I wish you could see that was absolutely different. That was at the Citizens' Ball, but it was years ago, and I don't feel a twinge in that direction, for she is... Look, you have often explained to me what you understand by Highness, and that it is something affecting and something to be approached with tender sympathy. Don't you think that she of whom we are speaking, that she is affecting, and one must feel sympathy with her?" "Perhaps," said Dr. Ueberbein, "perhaps." "You often said that one must not disavow exceptions, that to do so was sloppiness and slovenly and good nature. Don't you think that she too of whom we are speaking is an exception?" Dr. Ueberbein was silent. Then he said, suddenly and decidedly, "And now I, if possible,
am to help to make 2 exceptions into a rule?" Thereupon he went out. He said that he must get back to his work, emphasizing the word work, and begged to leave to withdraw. He took his departure in a strangely ceremonious and unfatherly way. Klaus Heinrich did not see him for 10 or 12 days. He asked him to lunch once, but Dr. Ueberbein begged to be excused, his work at the moment was too pressing. At last he came spontaneously. He was in high spirits and looked greener than ever. He blustered about this and that, and at last came to the subject of the Spoelmanns, looking at the ceiling and pulling at his throat when he did so. To be quite fair, he said, there was a striking amount of sympathy felt with Samuel Spoelmann. One could see all over the town how much beloved he was. Chiefly, of course, as an object of taxation, but in other respects too. There was simply a penchant for him in every class, for his organ playing and his faded coat and his kidney colic. Every errand boy was proud of him, and if he were not so unapproachable and morose, he would already have been made to feel it. The 10,000 marks donation for the Dorothea Hospital had naturally made an excellent impression. His friend Sammet had told him, Ueberbein, that with the help of this donation far-reaching improvements had been undertaken in the hospital. And for the rest, it had just occurred to him. Little Imma was going to inspect the improvements to-morrow morning, Sammet had told him. She had sent one of her swan's down flunkies and asked whether she would be welcome to-morrow. She and sick children were a devilish funny mixture, opined Ueberbein, but perhaps she might learn something. To-morrow morning at 11, if his memory did not mislead him. Then he talked about other things. On leaving he added, "The Grand Duke ought to take some interest in the Dorothea Hospital, Klaus Heinrich. It's expected of him. It's a blessed institution. In short, somebody ought to show the way, give signs of an interest in high quarters. No wish to intrude, and so good-bye." But he came back once more, and in his green face a flush had appeared under the eyes, which looked entirely out of place. "If," he said deliberately, "I ever caught you again with a soup tureen on your head, Klaus Heinrich, I should leave it there." Then he pressed his lips together and went out. Next morning, shortly before 11, Klaus Heinrich walked with Herr von Braunbart Schellendorf, his aide-de-camp, from Schloss Hermitage, through the snow-covered birch avenue, over rough suburban streets between humble cottages, and stopped before the neat white house, over whose entrance Dorothea Children's Hospital was painted in broad black letters. His visit had been announced. The senior surgeon of the institution, in a frock coat with the Albrechts cross of the 3rd class, was awaiting him with 2 younger surgeons and the nursing staff in the hall. The Prince and his companion were wearing helmets and fur coats. Klaus Heinrich said, This is the renewal of an old acquaintance, my dear doctor. You were present when I came into the world. You are also a friend of my tutor Ueberbein's. I'm delighted to meet you." Dr. Sammet, who had grown grey in his life of active philanthropy, bowed to one side, with one hand on his watch-chain and his elbows close to his ribs. He presented the 2 junior surgeons and the sister to the Prince, and then said, "I must explain to your Royal Highness that your Royal Highness's gracious visit coincides with another visit. Yes, we are expecting Miss Spoelmann. Her father has done such a lot for our institution. We could not very well upset the arrangements. The sister will take Miss Spoelmann round." Klaus Heinrich received the news of this rencontre without displeasure. He first expressed his opinion of the nurse's uniform, which he called becoming, and then his curiosity to inspect the philanthropic institution. The tour began. The sister and 3 nurses waited behind in the hall. All the walls in the building were whitewashed and washable. Yes, the water taps were huge, they were meant to be worked with the elbows for reasons of cleanliness.
and rinsing apparatus had been installed for washing the milk bottles. One passed first through the reception room, which was empty save for a couple of disused beds and the surgeon's bicycles. In the adjoining preparation room there were, besides the writing table and the stand with the students' white coats, a kind of folding table with oilcloth cushions, an operating table, a cupboard of provisions, and a trough-shaped perambulator. Klaus Heinrich paused at the provisions and asked for the recipes for the preparations to be explained to him. Dr. Sammet thought to himself that if the whole tour was going to be made with such attention to details, a terrible lot of time would be wasted. Suddenly a noise was heard in the street. An automobile drove up, tooting, and stopped in front of the building. Cheers were heard distinctly in the preparation room, for all that it was only children that were shouting. Klaus Heinrich did not pay any particular attention to the incident. He was looking at a box of sugar of milk, which, by the way, had nothing striking about it. A visitor, apparently, he said. "Oh, of course, you said somebody was coming. Let's go in." The party proceeded to the kitchen, the milk kitchen, the big boiler-fitted room for the preparing of milk, the place where full milk, boiled milk, and buttermilk were kept. The daily rations were set on clean white tables in little bottles side by side. The place smelt sourish and sickly. Klaus Heinrich gave his undivided attention to this room also. He went so far as to taste the buttermilk and pronounced it excellent. How the children must thrive, he considered, on buttermilk like that. During this inspection the door opened, and Miss Spoelmann entered between the sister and Countess Löwenjoul, followed by the three nurses. The coat, toque, and muff which she was wearing to-day were made of the costliest sable, and her muff was suspended on a golden chain set with coloured stones. Her black hair showed a tendency to fall in smooth locks over her forehead. She took in the room at a glance. Her eyes were really most unbecomingly big for her little face. They dominated it like a cat's, save that they were black as anthracite and spoke a pleading language of their own. Countess Löwenjoul, with a feather hat and dressed neatly and not without distinction, as usual, smiled in a detached sort of way. "The milk kitchen," said the sister. "This is where the milk is cooked for the children." "So one would have supposed," answered Miss Spoelmann. She said it quickly and lightly, with a pout of her lips and a little haughty wag of her head. Her voice was a double one. It consisted of a lower and a higher register, with a break in the middle. The sister was quite disconcerted. "Yes," she said, "it's obvious," and a little pained look of bewilderment was visible in her face. The position was a complicated one. Dr. Sammet looked in Klaus Heinrich's face for orders, but as Klaus Heinrich was accustomed to do what was put before him according to prescribed forms, but not to grapple with novel and complex situations, no solution of the difficulty was forthcoming. Herr von Braunbart was on the point of intervening, and Miss Spoelmann on the other side was making ready to leave the milk kitchen, when the Prince made a gesture with his right hand which established a connexion between himself and the young girl. This was the signal for Dr. Sammet to advance towards Imma Spoelmann. Dr. Sammet, yes. He desired the honour of presenting Miss Spoelmann to his Royal Highness. Miss Spoelmann, Royal Highness, the daughter of Mr. Spoelmann, to whom this hospital is so much indebted. Klaus Heinrich clapped his heels together and held out his hand in its white gauntlet, and, laying her small brown-gloved hand in it, she gave him a horizontal handshake, English fashion, at the same time making a sort of shy curtsy, without taking her big eyes off Klaus Heinrich's face. He could think of nothing more original to say than, "So you too are paying a visit to the hospital, Miss Spoelmann?" And she answered as quickly as before, with a pout and a little haughty wag of her head. "Nobody can deny that everything points in that direction." Herr Braunbart involuntarily raised his hand. Dr. Sammet looked down at his watch chain in silence, and a short snigger escaped through the nose of one of the young surgeons, which was hardly opportune. The little pained look of bewilderment now showed on Klaus Heinrich's face. He said: "Of course, as you are here. So I shall be able to visit the institution in your company, Miss Spoelmann. Captain von Braunbart, my aide de camp," he added quickly, recognizing that his remark laid him open to a similar answer to the last. She responded by "Countess Löwenjoul." The Countess made a dignified bow, with an enigmatic smile, a side glance into the unknown, which had something seductive about it. When, however, she let her strangely evasive gaze again dwell on Klaus Heinrich, who stood before her in a composed and military attitude, the laugh vanished from her face, an expression of sadness settled on her features, and for a second a look of something like hatred for Klaus Heinrich shone in her slightly swollen grey eyes. It was only a passing look. Klaus Heinrich had no time to notice it, and forgot it immediately. The two young surgeons were presented to Imma Spoelmann, and then Klaus Heinrich suggested that they should continue the tour all together. They went upstairs to the first story, Klaus Heinrich and Imma Spoelmann in front, conducted by Dr. Sammet, then Countess Löwenjoul and Herr von Braunbart, and the young surgeons in the rear. Yes, the older children were here, up to 14 years of age. An ante-room with wash basins divided the girls' and the boys' rooms. In white bedsteads, with a name plate at the head and a frame at the foot enclosing the temperature and weight charts, tended by nurses in white caps, and surrounded by cleanliness and tidiness, lay the sick children, and coughs filled the room while Klaus Heinrich and Imma Spoelmann walked down between the rows. He walked at her left hand, out of courtesy, with the same smile as when he visited exhibitions or inspected veterans, gymnastic associations, or guards of honour. But every time he turned his head to the right he found that Imma Spoelmann was watching him. He met her great black eyes, which were directed at him in a searching, questioning way. It was so peculiar. He never remembered experiencing anything so peculiar before. Her way of looking at him with her great eyes, without any respect for him or anyone else, absolutely unembarrassed and free, quite unconcerned whether anybody noticed it or not. When Dr. Sammet stopped at a bed to describe the case, the little girl's, for instance, whose broken, white-bandaged leg stuck straight out along the bed, Miss Spoelmann listened attentively to him, that was quite clear, but while she listened she did not look at the speaker, but her eyes rested in turn on Klaus Heinrich and the pinched, quiet child who, her hands folded on her breast, gazed up at them from her backrest, rested in turn on the Prince and the little victim, the history of whose case she shared with the Prince, as if she were watching Klaus Heinrich's sympathy, or were trying to read in his face the effect of Dr. Sammet's words, or maybe for some other reason. Yes, this was especially noticeable in the case of the boy with the bullet through his arm, and the boy who had been picked out of the water. Two sad cases, as Dr. Sammet remarked. A severed artery, sister, he said, and showed them the double wound in the boy's upper arm, the entry and exit of the revolver bullet. The wound, said Dr. Sammet, in an undertone to his guests, turning his back to the bed, the wound was caused by his own father. This one was the lucky one. The man shot his wife, 3 of his children, and himself with a revolver. He made a bad shot at this boy. Klaus Heinrich looked at the double wound. What did the man do it for? He asked hesitatingly, and Dr. Sammet answered, "In desperation, Royal Highness. It was shame and want which brought him to it. Yes." He said no more, just this commonplace, just as in the case of the boy, a 10-year-old, who had been picked out of the water. "He's wheezing," said Dr. Sammet. "He's still got some water in his lung. He was picked out of the river early this morning. Yes, I may say that it is improbable that he fell into the water. There are many indications to the contrary. He had run away from home. Yes." He stopped. And Klaus Heinrich again felt Miss Spoelmann looking at him with her big black serious eyes, with her glance which sought his own
and seemed to challenge him insistently to ponder with her the sad cases, to grasp the essential meaning of Dr. Sammet's remarks, to penetrate to the hideous truths which were incorporated and crystallized in these two little invalid frames. A little girl wept bitterly when the steaming and hissing inhaler, together with a scrap book full of brightly coloured pictures, was planted at her bedside. Miss Spoelmann bent over the little one. "It doesn't hurt," she said, "not a tiny bit. Don't cry." And as she straightened herself again she added quickly, pursing up her lips, "I guess it's not so much the apparatus as the pictures she's crying at." Everybody laughed. One of the young assistants picked up the scrap book and laughed still louder when he looked at the pictures. The party passed on to the laboratory. Klaus Heinrich thought, as he went, how dry Miss Spoelmann's humour was. "I guess," she had said, and "not so much." She had seemed to find amusement not only in the pictures, but also in the neat and incisive mode of expression she had used. And that was indeed the very refinement of humour. The laboratory was the biggest room in the building. Glasses, retorts, funnels and chemicals stood on the tables, as well as specimens and spirits which Dr. Sammet explained to his guests in a few quiet words. A child had choked in a mysterious way. Here was his larynx with mushroom-like growths instead of the vocal cords. Yes. This, here in the glass, was a case of pernicious enlargement of the kidney in a child, and there were dislocated joints. Klaus Heinrich and Miss Spoelmann looked at everything. They looked together into the bottles which Dr. Sammet held up to the window, and their eyes looked thoughtful, while the same look of repulsion hovered around their mouths. They took turns too at the microscope, examined, with one eye placed to the lens, a malignant secretion, a piece of blue-stained tissue stuck on a slide, with tiny spots showing near the big patch. The spots were bacilli. Klaus Heinrich wanted Miss Spoelmann to take the first turn at the microscope, but she declined, knitting her brows and pouting, as much as to say, "On no account whatever." So he took the precedence, for it seemed to him that it really did not matter who got the first look at such serious and fearful things as bacilli. And after that they were conducted up to the second story to the infants. They both laughed at the chorus of squalls which reached their ears while they were still on the stairs. And then they went with their party through the ward between the beds, bent side by side over the bald-headed little creatures, sleeping with closed fists, or screaming with all their might and showing their naked gums. They stopped their ears and laughed again. In a kind of oven warmed to a moderate heat lay a newborn baby. And Dr. Sammet showed his distinguished guests a pauper baby with the grey look of a corpse and hideous big hands, the sign of a miscarriage. He lifted a squealing baby out of its cot, and it at once stopped screaming. With the touch of an expert he rested the limp head in the hollow of his hand and showed the little red creature blinking and twitching spasmodically to the two, Klaus Heinrich and Miss Spoelmann, who stood side by side and looked down at the infant. Klaus Heinrich stood watching with his heels together as Dr. Sammet laid the baby back in its cot, and when he turned round he met Miss Spoelmann's searching gaze, as he had expected. Finally they walked to one of the three windows of the ward and looked out over the squalid suburb, down into the street where, surrounded by children, the brown Court carriage and Imma's smart dark red motor car stood one behind the other. The Spoelmanns' chauffeur, shapeless in his fur coat, was leaning back in his seat with one hand on the steering wheel of the powerful car, and watched by his companion, the footman in white, trying to start a conversation by the carriage in front with Klaus Heinrich's coachman. "Our neighbours," said Dr. Sammet, holding back the white net curtain with one hand, "are the parents of our patients. Late in the evening the tipsy fathers roll shouting by. Yes." They stood and listened, but Dr. Sammet said nothing further about the fathers, and so they broke off, as they had now seen everything. The procession, with Klaus Heinrich and Imma at the head,
proceeded down the staircase and found the nurses again assembled in the front hall. Leave was taken with compliments and clapping together of heels, curtseys and bows. Klaus Heinrich, standing stiffly in front of Dr. Sammet, who listened to him with his head on one side and his hand on his watch chain, expressed himself, in his wonted form of words, highly satisfied with what he had seen, while he felt that Imma Spoelmann's great eyes were resting upon him. He, with Herr von Braunbart, accompanied Miss Spoelmann to her car when the leave taking from the surgeons and nurses was over. Klaus Heinrich and Miss Spoelmann, while they crossed the pavement between children and women with children in their arms, and for a short time by the broad step of the motor car, exchanged the following remarks. "It has been a great pleasure to meet you," he said. She answered nothing to this, but pouted and wagged her head a little from side to side. "It was an absorbing inspection," he went on, "a regular eye-opener." She looked at him with her big black eyes, then said quickly and lightly in her broken voice, "Yes, to a certain extent." He ventured on the question, "I hope you are pleased with Schloss Delphinenort?" To which she answered with a pout, "Oh, why not? It's quite a convenient house." "Do you like being there better than at New York?" he asked. And she answered, "Just as much, much the same everywhere." That was all. Klaus Heinrich and one pace behind him Herr von Braunbart stood with their hands to their helmets as the chauffeur slipped his gear in and the motor car shivered and started. It may be imagined that this meeting did not long remain the private property of Dorothea Hospital. On the contrary, it was the general topic of conversation before the day was out. The Courier published, under a sentimental poetical heading, a detailed description of the rencontre, which, without too violent a departure from the exact truth, yet succeeded in making such a powerful impression on the public mind, and evoked symptoms of such lively interest, that the vigilant newspaper was induced to keep a watchful eye for the future on any further rapprochement between the Spoelmann and Grimmburg houses. It could not report much. It remarked a couple of times that His Royal Highness Prince Klaus Heinrich, when walking through the promenade after a performance at the Court Theatre, had stopped for a moment at the Spoelmanns' box to greet the ladies, and in its report of the fancy dress charity bazaar, which took place in the middle of January in the Town Hall, a smart function, in which Miss Spoelmann, at the urgent request of the committee, acted as seller, no small space was devoted to describing how Prince Klaus Heinrich, when the Court was making a round of the bazaar, had stopped before Miss Spoelmann's stall, how he had bought a piece or two of fancy glass, for Miss Spoelmann was selling porcelain and glass, and had lingered a good 8 or 10 minutes at her stall. It said nothing about the topic of conversation. And yet it had not been without importance. The Court, with the exception of Albrecht, had appeared in the Town Hall about noon. When Klaus Heinrich, with his newly bought pieces of glass in tissue paper on his knee, drove back to the Hermitage, he had announced his intention of visiting Delphinenort and inspecting the Schloss in its renovated state, on the same occasion viewing Mr. Spoelmann's collection of glass. For 3 or 4 old pieces of glass had been included in Miss Spoelmann's stock, which her father himself had given to the bazaar out of his collection, and one of them Klaus Heinrich had bought. He saw himself again in a semicircle of people, stared at, alone, in front of Miss Spoelmann, and separated from her by the stall counter, with its vases, jugs, its white and coloured groups of porcelain. He saw her in her red fancy dress, which, made in one piece, clung close to her neat though childish figure, while it exposed dark shoulders and arms, which were round and firm, and yet like those of a child just by the wrist. He saw the gold ornament, half garland and half diadem, in the jet of her billowy hair, that showed a tendency to fall in smooth wisps on her forehead, her big, black, inquiring eyes in the pearly white face, her full and tender mouth, pouting with habitual scorn when she spoke,
and round about her in the great vaulted hall had been the scent of furs and a babel of noise, music, the clash of gongs, laughter, and the cries of sellers. He had admired the piece of glass, the fine old beaker with its ornament of silver foliage, which she proffered to him, and she had said that it came from her father's collection. "Has your father then got many fine pieces like this?" Of course. And presumably her father had not given the best items to the bazaar. She could guarantee that he had much finer pieces of glass. Klaus Heinrich would very much like to see them. Well, that might easily be managed, Miss Spoelmann had answered in her broken voice, while she pouted and wagged her head slightly from side to side. Her father, she meant, would certainly have no objection to showing the fruits of his zeal as a collector to one more of a long succession of intelligent visitors. The Spoelmanns were always home at tea time. She had gone straight to the point, taking the hint for a definite offer, and speaking in an entirely off-hand way. In conclusion to Klaus Heinrich's question what day would suit best, she had answered, "Whichever you like, Prince. We shall be inexpressibly delighted." "We shall be inexpressibly delighted." Those were her words, so mocking and pointed in the exaggeration that they almost hurt, and were difficult to listen to without wincing. How she had rattled and hurt the poor sister in the hospital the other day! But all through there was something childish in her manner of speech. Indeed, some sounds she made were just like those children make, not only on the occasion when she was comforting the little girl about the inhaler. And how large her eyes had seemed when they told her about the children's fathers and the rest of the sad story. End of section 14.
Chapter 7, Part 3 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann, translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espayat. Next day Klaus Heinrich went to tea at Schloss Delphinenort, the very next. Miss Spoelmann had said he might come when it suited him. But it suited him the very next day, and as the matter seemed to him urgent, he saw no point in putting it off. Shortly before 5 o'clock, it was already dark, he drove over the smooth roads of the town garden, bare and empty, for this part of it belonged to Mr. Spoelmann. Arc lamps lit up the park, the big square spa basin shimmered between the trees, behind it rose the white Schloss with its pillared porch, its spacious double staircase which led by gentle degrees between the wings up to the first floor, its high leaded windows, its Roman busts in the niches, and Klaus Heinrich, as he drove along the approach avenue of mighty chestnuts, saw the red plush negro with his staff standing on guard at the foot of the staircase. Klaus Heinrich crossed a brightly lighted stone hall, with a floor of gilt mosaic and with white statues of gods round it, passed straight over to the broad red-carpeted marble staircase, down which the Spoelmanns' major domo, clean-shaven, with shoulders squared and arms stiff, pot-bellied and haughty, advanced to receive the guest. He escorted him up to the tapestried and marble-chimneyed ante-room, where a couple of white and gold swan's-down footmen took the Prince's cap and cloak, while the steward went in person to announce him to his master. The footman held aside one of the tapestries for Klaus Heinrich, who descended 2 or 3 steps. The scent of flowers met him, and he heard the soft splash of falling water, but just as the tapestry closed behind him, so wild and harsh a barking was heard that Klaus Heinrich, half deafened for a moment, stopped at the foot of the steps. Percival the collie had dashed at him in a fury. He pranced, he capered in an uncontrollable passion, he pirouetted, beat his sides with his tail, planted his 4 feet on the floor, and turned wildly round and seemed like to burst with noise. A voice, not Imma's, called him off, and Klaus Heinrich found himself in a winter garden, a glass conservatory with white marble columns and a floor of big square marble flags. Palms of all kinds filled it, whose trunks and tops often reached close up to the glass ceiling. A flower bed, consisting of countless pots arranged like the stones of a mosaic, lay in the strong moonlight of the arc lamp and filled the air with its scent. Out of a beautifully carved fountain, silver streams flowed into a marble pool, and ducks with strange and fantastic plumage swam about on the illuminated water. The background was filled by a stone walk with columns and niches. It was Countess Löwenjoul who advanced towards the guest and curtsied with a smile. "Your Royal Highness will not mind," she said. "Our Percy is so uproarious. Besides, he's so unaccustomed to visitors. But he never touches anybody. Your Royal Highness must excuse Miss Spoelmann. She'll be back soon. She was here just now. She was called away. Her father sent for her. Mr. Spoelmann will be delighted." And she conducted Klaus Heinrich to an arrangement of basket chairs with embroidered linen cushions which stood in front of a group of palms. She spoke in a brisk and emphatic tone, with her little head with its thin iron-grey hair bent on one side, and her white teeth showing as she laughed. Her figure was distinctly graceful in the close-fitting brown dress she was wearing, and she moved as freshly and elegantly as an officer's wife. Only in her eyes, whose lids she kept blinking, there was something of mistrust or spite, something unintelligible. They sat down facing each other at the round garden table on which lay a few books. Percival, exhausted by his outburst, curled himself up on the narrow pearl-grey carpet on which the furniture stood. His black coat was like silk, with white paws, chest and muzzle. He had a white collar, yellow eyes, and a parting along his back. Klaus Heinrich began a conversation for conversation's sake, a formal dialogue about nothing in particular, which was all he could do. "I hope, Countess, that I have not come at an inconvenient time. Luckily I need not feel myself an unauthorized intruder. I do not know whether Miss Spoelmann has told you. She was so kind as to suggest my calling. It was about those lovely pieces of glass which Mr. Spoelmann so generously gave to yesterday's bazaar. Miss Spoelmann thought that her father would have no objection to let me see the rest of the collection. That's why I'm here." The Countess ignored the question whether Imma had told her of the arrangement. She said, "This is tea time, Royal Highness. Of course your visit is not inconvenient. Even if, as I hope will not be the case, Mr. Spoelmann were too unwell to appear." "Oh, is he ill?" In reality Klaus Heinrich wished just a little that Mr. Spoelmann might be too unwell. He anticipated his meeting with him with vague anxiety. "He was feeling ill to day, Royal Highness. He had a touch of fever, shivering, and a little faintness. Dr. Watercloose was with him for a long time this morning. He was given an injection of morphia. There's some question of an operation being necessary." "I'm very sorry," said Klaus Heinrich quite honestly. "An operation, how dreadful!" To which the Countess answered, letting her eyes wander, "Oh yes, but there are worse things in life, many much worse things than that." "Undoubtedly," said Klaus Heinrich. "I can quite believe it." He felt his imagination stirred in a vague and general way by the Countess's allusion. She looked at him with her head inclined to one side, and an expression of contempt on her face. Then her slightly distended grey eyes shifted, while she smiled the mysterious smile which Klaus Heinrich already knew, and which had something seductive about it. He felt it was necessary to resume the conversation. "Have you lived long with the Spoelmanns, Countess?" he asked. "A fairly long time," she answered, and appeared to calculate. "Fairly long. I have lived through so much, have had so many experiences, that I naturally cannot reckon to a day. But it was shortly after the blessing. Soon after the blessing was vouchsafed to me." "The blessing?" asked Klaus Heinrich. "Of course," she said decidedly with some agitation. "For the blessing happened to me when the number of my experiences had become too great, and the bow had reached breaking point, to use a metaphor. You are so young," she continued, forgetting to address him by his title, so ignorant of all that makes the world so miserable and so depraved that you can form no conception of what I have had to suffer. I brought an action in America which involved the appearance of several generals. Things came to light which were more than my temper could stand. I had to clear out several barracks without succeeding in bringing to light every loose woman. They hid themselves in the cupboards, some even under the floors, and that's why they continued torturing me beyond measure at nights. I should at once go back to my Schloss in Burgundy if the rain did not come through the roofs. The Spoelmanns knew that, and that is why it was so obliging of them to let me live with them indefinitely, my only duty being to put the innocent Imma on her guard against the world. Only, of course, my health suffers from my having the women sitting at nights on my chest and forcing me to look at their disgusting faces. And that is why I ask you to call me simply Frau Meyer, she said in a whisper, leaning forward and touching Klaus Heinrich's arm with her hand. The walls have ears, and it is absolutely necessary for me to keep up the incognito I was forced to assume in order to protect myself against the persecution of the odious creatures. You will do what I ask, will you not? Look on it as a joke, a fad which hurts nobody. Why not?" She stopped. Klaus Heinrich sat upright and braced up in his wicker chair opposite her, and looked at her. Before leaving his rectilineal room, he had dressed himself with his valet Neumann's help with all possible care, as his life in the public eye required. His parting ran over from his left eye, straight up to the crown of his head, without a hair sticking up, and his hair was brushed up into a crest off the right side of his forehead. There he sat in his undress uniform, whose high collar and close fit helped him to maintain a composed attitude, the silver epaulets of a major on his narrow shoulders, leaning slightly but not comfortably forward, collected, calm, with one foot slightly advanced, and with his right hand above his left on his sword hilt. His young face looked slightly weary from the unreality, the loneliness, strictness and difficulty of his life. He sat looking at the Countess with a friendly, clear but composed expression in his eyes. She stopped. Disenchantment and disgust showed themselves in her features, and while something like hate towards Klaus Heinrich flamed up in her tired grey eyes, she blushed in the strangest of ways, for one half of her face turned red, the other white. Dropping her eyelids, she answered, "I have been living with the Spoelmanns for 3 years, Royal Highness." Percival darted forward. Dancing, springing, and wagging his tail, he trotted towards his mistress, for Imma Spoelmann had come in, raised himself in a dignified way on his hind legs, and laid his forepaws in greeting on her breast. His jaws were wide open, and his red tongue hung out between his ivory white teeth. He looked like a heraldic supporter as he stood there before her. She wore a wonderful dress of brick-red silk with loose hanging sleeves, and the breast covered with heavy gold embroidery. A big egg-shaped jewel on a pearl necklace lay on her bare neck, the skin of which was the colour of smoked meerschaum. Her blue-black hair was parted on one side and coiled, though a few smooth wisps tended to fall on her forehead. Holding Percival's head in her 2 narrow, ringless little hands, she looked into his face, saying, "Well, well, my friend, what a welcome! We are glad to see each other. We hated being parted, didn't we? Now go back and lie down." And she put his paws off the gold embroidery on her breast and set him on his forepaws again. "Oh, Prince," she said, "welcome to Delphinenort. You hate breaking your promise, I can see. I'm coming to sit next to you. They'll tell us when tea is ready. It's all against the rules, I know, for me to have kept you waiting, but my father sent for me, and besides you had somebody to entertain you." Her bright eyes passed from Klaus Heinrich to the Countess and back in a rather hesitating way. "That's quite true," he said. And then he asked how Mr. Spoelmann was, and received a fairly reassuring answer. Mr. Spoelmann would have the pleasure of making Klaus Heinrich's acquaintance at tea time, He begged to be excused till then. What a lovely pair of horses Klaus Heinrich had in his brougham. And then they talked about their horses, about Klaus Heinrich's good-tempered brown Florian from the Hollerbrunn stud, about Miss Spoelmann's Arabian cream, the mare Fatma, which had been given to Mr. Spoelmann by an Oriental prince, about her fast Hungarian chestnuts, which she drove four in hand. "Do you know the country round?" asked Klaus Heinrich. "Have you hunted with the royal pack? Have you been to the pheasantry? There are lots of lovely excursions." No, Miss Spoelmann was not at all clever in finding out new roads, and the Countess, well, her whole nature was unenterprising, so they always chose the same road, in the town gardens, for their ride. It was boring, perhaps, but Miss Spoelmann was not on the whole so blasé as to need constant change and adventures. Then he said that they must go together some time to a meet of the hounds or to the pheasantry, whereupon she pursed her lips and said that that was an idea which might be discussed some time in the future. Then the major domo came in and gravely announced that tea was ready. They went through the tapestry hall with the marble fireplace, conducted by the strutting butler, accompanied by the dancing Percy, and followed by Countess Löwenjoul. "Has the Countess been letting her tongue run away with her?" asked Imma en route, without any particular lowering of her voice. Klaus Heinrich started and looked at the floor. "But she can hear us," he said softly. "No, she doesn't hear us," answered Imma. "I can read her face. When she holds her head crooked like that, and blinks her eyes, it means she is wandering and deep in her thoughts. Did she let her tongue run away with her?" "For a minute or two," said Klaus Heinrich. "I got the impression that the Countess let herself go every now and then." "She has had a lot of trouble," and Imma looked at him with the same big searching dark eyes with which she had scanned him in the Dorothea Hospital. "I'll tell you all about it another time. It's a long story." "Yes," he said, "some other time, next time, on our ride perhaps." "On our ride?" "Yes, on our ride to the meet or to the pheasantry." "Oh, I forgot your preciseness, Prince, in the matter of appointments. Very well, on our ride. We go down here." They found themselves at the back of the Schloss. Carpeted steps led from a gallery hung with big pictures down into the white and gold garden room, behind the glass door of which lay the terrace. Everything, the big crystal lustres which hung from the centre of the high, white festooned ceiling, the regularly arranged armchairs with gilt frames and fancy upholstering, the heavy white silk curtains, the elaborate clock, and the vases and gilt lamps on the white marble chimney-piece in front of the tall looking-glass, the massive lion-footed gilt candelabra which towered on either side of the entrance, everything reminded Klaus Heinrich of the old Schloss, of the representation chamber in which he had played his part from his youth up, only that the candles here were shams, with yellow electric bulbs instead of wicks, and that everything of the Spoelmanns was new and smart in Schloss Delphinenort. A swansdown footman was putting the last touch to the tea-table in the corner of the room. Klaus Heinrich noticed the electric kettle about which he had read in the Courier. "Has Mr. Spoelmann been told?" asked the daughter of the house. The butler bowed. "Then there's nothing," she said quickly and half mockingly, "to prevent us from taking our places and beginning without him. Come, Countess. I advise you, Prince, to unbuckle your sword, unless there are reasons unknown to me for your not doing so." "Thanks," said Klaus Heinrich. "No, there's no reason why I shouldn't." And he was angry with himself for not being smart enough to think of a more adroit answer. The footman took his sword and carried it off. They took their seats at the tea-table with the help of the butler, who held the backs and pushed the chairs under them. Then he retired to the top of the steps, where he remained in an elegant attitude. "I must tell you, Prince," said Miss Spoelmann, pouring the water into the pot, "that my father won't drink any tea which I have not made with my own hands. He distrusts all tea which is handed round ready-made in cups. That is barred with us, you'll have to put up with it." "Oh, I like it much better like this," said Klaus Heinrich. "It's much more comfortable and free and easy at a family tea like this." He broke off and wondered why as he spoke these words a side glance of hatred lighted on him from the eyes of Countess Löwenjoul. "And your course of study?" he asked. "May I ask about it? It's mathematics, I know. Don't you find it too much? Isn't it terribly brain-racking?" "Absolutely not," she said. "It's just splendid. It's like playing in the breezes, so to speak, or rather out of the breezes in a dust-free atmosphere. It's as cool there as in the Adirondacks." "The what?" "The Adirondacks. That's geography, Prince. Mountains over in the States, with lovely snowfields. We have a country cottage there, where we go in May. In summer we used to go to the seaside." "At any rate," he said, "I can testify to your zeal in your studies. You do not like being prevented from arriving punctually at your lectures. I haven't yet asked you whether you reached that one the other day up to time." "The other day?" "Yes, a week or two ago, after the contretemps with the change of the guard." "Dear, dear Prince, now you are beginning that too. That story seems to have reached from hut to palace. Had I known what a bother was going to come of it, I would rather have gone 3 times round the whole Schlossplatz. It even got into the newspapers, I'm told. And now of course the whole town thinks I'm a regular fiend for temper and rudeness. But I am the most peaceful creature in the world, and only don't like being ordered about. Am I a fiend, Countess? I demand a truthful answer." "No, you're an angel," said Countess Löwenjoul. Angel, that's too much, that's far too the other way, Countess." "No," said Klaus Heinrich, "no, not too far. I entirely believe the Countess." "I'm much honoured. But how did your Highness hear about the adventure, through the newspapers?" "I was an eye-witness of it," said Klaus Heinrich. "An eye-witness?" "Yes, I happened to be standing at the window of the officers' mess and saw the whole thing from beginning to end." Miss Spoelmann blushed. There was no doubt about it. The pale skin of her face deepened in colour. "Well, Prince," she said, "I assume that you had nothing better to do at the moment." "Better?" he cried. "But it was a splendid sight. I give you my word that never in my life—" Percival, who was lying with his forepaws crossed by Miss Spoelmann, raised his head with a look of tense expectancy and beat the carpet with his tail. At the same moment the butler began to run, as fast as his ponderous frame would let him, down the steps to the lofty side door over against the tea table, and swiftly pulled aside the whole silk portière, sticking his double chin the while into the air with a majestic expression. Samuel Spoelmann, the millionaire, walked in. He was a man of neat build with a strange face. He was clean-shaven, with red cheeks and a prominent nose, and his little eyes were of a metallic blue-black, like those of little children and animals, and had an absent and peevish look. The upper part of his head was bald, but behind and on his temples Mr. Spoelmann had a quantity of grey hair, dressed in a fashion not often seen among us. He wore it neither short nor long, but brushed up, sticking out, though cropped on the nape and round his ears. His mouth was small and finely chiselled. Dressed in a black frock coat with a velvet waistcoat on which lay a long, thin, old-fashioned watch-chain, and soft slippers on his feet, he advanced quickly to the tea-table with a cross and preoccupied expression on his face. But his face cleared up, it gained composure and tenderness when he caught sight of his daughter. Imma had gone to meet him. "Greeting, most excellent father," she said, and throwing her brown little arms, in their loose brick-coloured hanging sleeves, round his neck, she kissed him on the bald spot which he offered her as he inclined his head. "Of course you knew," she continued, "that Prince Klaus Heinrich was coming to tea with us to-day?" "No, I'm delighted, delighted," said Mr. Spoelmann, no less readily, and in a grating voice. "Please don't move," he said at once, and while he shook hands Mr. Spoelmann's hand was thin and half covered by his unstarched white cuff With the Prince, who was standing modestly by the table, he nodded repeatedly to one side or the other. That was his way of greeting Klaus Heinrich. He was an alien, an invalid, and a man apart as regards wealth. He was forgiven, and nothing further was expected of him. Klaus Heinrich recognized the fact, and took pains to recover his self-control. "You are at home here in a sense," added Mr. Spoelmann, cutting the conversation short, and a passing gleam of malice played round his clean-shaven mouth. Then he gave the others an example by sitting down. It was the chair between Imma and Klaus Heinrich, opposite the Countess and the veranda door, which the butler pushed under him. As Mr. Spoelmann showed no intention of apologizing for his unpunctuality, Klaus Heinrich said, "I'm sorry to hear that you are unwell this morning, Mr. Spoelmann. I hope you are better." "Thanks, better, but not all right," answered Mr. Spoelmann crossly. "How many spoonfuls did you put in?" he asked his daughter. He was alluding to the tea. She had filled his cup, and she handed it to him. "4," said she, "one for each person. Nobody shall say that I stint my grey-haired father." "What's that?" answered Mr. Spoelmann. "I'm not grey-haired. You ought to have your tongue clipped." And he took from a silver box a kind of rusk which seemed to be his own special dainty, broke it and dipped it peevishly in the golden tea, which he, like his daughter, drank without milk or sugar. Klaus Heinrich began over again. "I'm much excited at the prospect of seeing your collection, Mr. Spoelmann." "All right," answered Mr. Spoelmann. "So you want to see my glass? Are you an amateur, a collector perhaps?" "No," said Klaus Heinrich. "My love for glass is not extended to my becoming a collector." "No time?" asked Mr. Spoelmann. "Do your military duties take so much time?" Klaus Heinrich answered, "I'm no longer on the active list, Mr. Spoelmann. I am à la suite of my regiment. I wear the uniform, that's all." "I see. Make believe," said Mr. Spoelmann harshly. "What do you do all day then?" Klaus Heinrich had stopped drinking tea, had pushed his things away in the course of the conversation, which demanded his undivided attention. He sat upright and defended himself, feeling the while that Imma Spoelmann's big black searching eyes were resting on him. "I have duties at court, with the ceremonies and big occasions. I have also to represent the State in a military capacity, at the swearing in of recruits and the presentation of colours. Then I have to hold levees as a deputy for my brother, the Grand Duke. And then there are little journeys on duty to the provincial centres for unveilings and dedications and other public solemnities." "I see," said Mr. Spoelmann. "Ceremonies, solemnities, food for spectators. No, that sort of thing's beyond me. I tell you once for all that I wouldn't give a farthing for your calling. That's my standpoint, sir." "I entirely understand," said Klaus Heinrich. He sat up stiffly in his uniform and smiled uneasily. "Of course it needs practice like everything else," Mr. Spoelmann went on in a little less bitter tone of voice. "Practice and training I can see. For myself I shall never as long as I live cease feeling angry when I am obliged to play the prodigy." "I only hope," said Klaus Heinrich, "that our people are not wanting in respect." "Thanks, not so bad," answered Mr. Spoelmann. "The people are at least friendly here. One doesn't see murder written in their eyes." "I hope, Mr. Spoelmann," said Klaus Heinrich. And Klaus Heinrich felt more at his ease, now that the conversation had turned and the questioning lay with him, that, notwithstanding the unusual circumstances, you continue to enjoy your stay amongst us. "Thanks," said Mr. Spoelmann. "I'm quite comfortable, and the water is the only thing which really does do me some good." "You did not find it a wrench to leave America?" Klaus Heinrich felt a look, a quick, suspicious, shy look, which he could not interpret. "No," said Mr. Spoelmann, sharply and crossly. That was all his answer to the question whether he felt it a wrench to leave America. A pause ensued. Countess Löwenjoul held her smooth little head inclined to one side, and smiled a distant, Madonna-like smile. Miss Spoelmann watched Klaus Heinrich fixedly with her big black eyes, as if testing the effect of her father's extraordinary boorishness on the guest. Indeed, Klaus Heinrich felt that she was waiting with resignation and sympathy for him to get up and take his departure for good and all. He met her eyes and remained. Mr. Spoelmann, for his part, drew out a gold case and took out a fat cigarette which, when lighted, diffused a delicious fragrance. "Smoke?" he asked, and as Klaus Heinrich found that there was no objection, he helped himself, after Mr. Spoelmann, out of the proffered case. They then discussed various topics before proceeding to an inspection of the glass, chiefly Klaus Heinrich and Miss Spoelmann, for the Countess's thoughts were wandering, and Mr. Spoelmann only interpolated a cross remark now and then: the local theatre, the huge ship in which the Spoelmanns had crossed to Europe. No, they had not used their yacht for the purpose. Its primary object was to take Mr. Spoelmann to sea in the evening in the heat of summer, when he was tied to his business and Imma and the Countess were in Newport. He used to pass the night on deck. She was now lying at Venice. But they had crossed in a huge steamer, a floating hotel with concert rooms and gymnasia. "She had 5 stories," said Miss Spoelmann. "Counting from below?" asked Klaus Heinrich, and she answered at once, "Of course, 6 counting from above." He got muddled and lost his bearings, and it was a long time before he realized that she was making fun of him. Then he tried to explain himself and to make his simple question clear, explaining that he meant to ask whether she included the underwater holds, the cellars, so to speak, in the 5. In short, to prove that he was not lacking in common sense. And at last he joined heartily in the merriment which was the result of his efforts. As for the Court Theatre, Miss Spoelmann gave it as her opinion, with a pout and a wag of the head, that the actress who played the ingénue should be strongly recommended to go through the cure at Marienbad, coupled with a course of lessons in dancing and deportment, while the hero should be warned that a voice as resonant as his should be used most sparingly, even in private life. All the same, Miss Spoelmann expressed her warm admiration for the theatre in question. Klaus Heinrich laughed and wondered, a little oppressed by so much smartness. How well she spoke, how pointed and incisive were her words. They discussed the operas also and the plays which had been produced during the winter, and Imma Spoelmann contradicted Klaus Heinrich's judgments, contradicted him in every case, just as if she thought that not to contradict would show a mean spirit. The superior wit of her tongue left him dazed, and the great black eyes with her pearl-white face glittered from sheer joy in her dialectic skill, while Mr. Spoelmann leaned back in his chair, holding the fat cigarette between his lips and blinking through its smoke, and gazed at his daughter with fond satisfaction. End of section 15. Chapter 7, Part 4 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann, translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. More than once Klaus Heinrich showed in his face the look of pained bewilderment which he had noticed on a previous occasion on the face of the good sister, and yet he felt convinced that it was not Imma Spoelmann's intention to wound his feelings, that she did not consider him humbled because he was not successful in standing up to her, that she rather let his poor answers pass, as if she considered that he had no need of a sharp wit to defend him. It was only she who had. But how was that, and why? He thought involuntarily of Ueberbein at many of her sallies, of the nimble-tongued blusterer Ueberbein, who was a natural misfortune, and had grown up in conditions which he described as favourable. A youth of misery,
Loneliness and misfortune, shut out from the blessings of fortune, such a man knew no luxury, no comfort, he saw himself clearly and cruelly thrown on his own resources, which assuredly gave him an advantage over those who knew not necessity. But Imma Spoelmann sat there in her red gold dress at the table, reclining indolently, with the mocking look of a spoiled child. There she sat in confident ease, while her tongue ran on sharply and freely, as befitted an atmosphere of refinement and lively wit. But why did she give it play? Klaus Heinrich pondered the question the while they discussed Atlantic steamers and plays. He sat bolt upright at the table, in a dignified and uncomfortable attitude, while he concealed his left hand, and more than once he felt a sidelong glance of hatred from the eyes of Countess Löwenjoul. A servant came in and handed Mr. Spoelmann a telegram on a silver salver. Mr. Spoelmann tore it open crossly, glanced through it, blinking and with the remains of his cigarette in the corner of his mouth, and threw it back on the salver with the curt order, "Mr. Phlebs." Thereupon he lighted a new cigarette. Miss Spoelmann said: "In spite of distinct medical orders, that's the 5th cigarette you've had to day. Let me tell you that the unbridled passion with which you abandon yourself to the vice little beseems your grey hairs." Mr. Spoelmann obviously tried to laugh, and as obviously failed. The acid tone of his daughter's words was not to his liking, and he flushed up. "Silence," he snarled. "You think you can say anything in fun, but please spare me your saucy jokes, chatterbox." Klaus Heinrich, appalled, looked at Imma, who turned her big eyes on her father's angry face, and then sadly dropped her head. Of course she had not meant any offence. She had simply amused herself with the strange, swelling words which she used to poke her fun. She had expected to raise a laugh, and had failed dismally. "Father, darling father," she said beseechingly, and crossed over to stroke Mr. Spoelmann's flushed cheeks. "Surely," he grumbled on, "you've grown out of that sort of thing by now." But then he yielded to her blandishments, let her kiss the top of his head, and swallowed his anger. Klaus Heinrich, when peace was restored, alluded to the collection of glass, whereupon the party left the tea table and went into the adjoining museum, with the exception of Countess Löwenjoul, who withdrew with a deep curtsey. Mr. Spoelmann himself switched on the electric light in the chandeliers. Handsome cabinets in the style of the whole Schloss, with swelling curves and rounded glass doors, alternated with rich silk chairs all round the room. In these cabinets Mr. Spoelmann's collection of glass was displayed. Yes, there could be no doubt that it was the most complete collection in either hemisphere, and the glass which Klaus Heinrich had acquired was merely a most modest sample of it. It began in one corner of the room with the earliest artistic productions of the industry, with finds of heathenish designs from the culture of the earliest times. Then came the products of the East and West of every epoch. Next, wreathed, flourished, and imposing vases and beakers from Venetian blowpipes and costly pieces from Bohemian huts, German tankards, picturesque gild and electorate bowls, mixed with grotesque animals and comic figures, huge crystal cups, which reminded one of the Luck of Edenhall in the song, and in whose facets the light broke and sparkled, ruby-coloured glasses like the Holy Grail, and finally the best samples of the latest development of the art, fragile blossoms on impossibly brittle stems, and fancy glasses in the latest fashionable shape, made iridescent with the vapours of precious metals. The three, followed by Percival, who also examined the collection, walked slowly round the hall, and Mr. Spoelmann related in his harsh voice the origin of particular pieces, taking them carefully off their velvet stands with his thin, soft-cuffed hand, and holding them up to the electric light. Klaus Heinrich had plenty of practice in visits of inspection, in putting questions and making adroit remarks, so that he was well able at the same time to ponder over Imma Spoelmann's mode of expressing herself, that peculiar mode which worried him not a little. What amazing freedom she allowed herself! What extraordinary remarks she allowed herself to make! Passion, vice, where did she get the words from? Where did she learn to use them so glibly? Had not Countess Löwenjoul, who herself dealt with the same topics in a confused sort of way, and had obviously seen the seamy side of life, described her as quite innocent? And the description was undoubtedly correct, for was she not an exception by birth like himself, brought up like a girl born to be queen, kept apart from the busy strife of men and from all the turmoil to which those sinister words corresponded in the life of reality? But she had uttered the words glibly, and had treated them as a joke. Yes, that was it. This dainty creature in her red gold gown was merely a wielder of words. She knew no more of life than those words. She played with the most serious and most awful of them as with coloured stones, and was puzzled when she made people angry by their use. Klaus Heinrich's heart, as he thought of this, filled with sympathy. It was nearly 7 o'clock when he asked for his carriage to be called, slightly uneasy about his long stay, in view of the Court and the public. His departure evoked a fresh and terrifying demonstration on the part of Percival, the collie. Every altercation or interruption in a situation seemed to throw the noble animal off his moral balance. Quivering, yelping, and deaf to all blandishments, he stormed through the rooms and the hall, up and down the steps, drowning the words of leave-taking in his hubbub. The butler did the Prince the honours as far as the floor with the statues of gods. Mr. Spoelmann did not accompany him any distance. Miss Spoelmann made the position clear. "I am convinced that your sojourn in the bosom of our family has charmed you, Prince." And he was left wondering whether the joke lay in the expression "the bosom of our family" or in the actual fact. Anyhow, Klaus Heinrich was at a loss for a reply. Leaning back in the corner of his brougham, rather sore and battered, and yet stimulated by the unusual treatment he had experienced, he drove home, through the dark town gardens to the Hermitage, returned to his sober Empire room, where he dined with von Schulenburg-Tressen and Braunbart Schellendorf. Next day he read the comments of the Courier. They amounted only to a statement that yesterday His Royal Highness Prince Klaus Heinrich went to the Schloss Delphinenort for tea, and inspected Mr. Spoelmann's renowned collection of fancy glass. And Klaus Heinrich continued to live his unreal life and to carry out his exalted calling. He uttered his gracious speeches, made his gestures, represented his people at the Court and at the President of the Council's great ball, gave free audiences, lunched in the officers' mess of the Grenadier Guards, showed himself at the Court Theatre, and bestowed on this and that district of the country the privilege of his presence. With a smile and with heels together, he carried out all due formalities and did his irksome duty with complete self-possession, albeit he had at this time so much to think of, about the peppery Mr. Spoelmann, the muddle-headed Countess Löwenjoul, the harum-scarum Percy, and especially about Imma, the daughter of the house. Many a question to which his first visit to Delphinenort had given rise he was not yet in a position to answer, but only succeeded in solving as the result of further intercourse with the Spoelmanns, which he maintained to the eager and at last feverish interest of the public, and advanced a step further when the Prince in the early morning one day, to the astonishment of his suite, his servants and himself, indeed partly involuntarily, and as if carried along by destiny, appeared alone and on horseback at Delphinenort, for the purpose of taking Miss Spoelmann, whom he disturbed in her mathematical studies at the top of the Schloss, for a ride. The grip of winter had relaxed early in this ever-to-be-remembered year. After a mild January, The middle of February had seen the coming of a preliminary spring with birds and sunshines and balmy breezes, and as Klaus Heinrich lay on the first of these mornings at the Hermitage in his roomy old mahogany bed, from one of whose posts the spherical crown was missing, he felt himself, as it were, impelled by a strange hand and irresistibly inspired to deeds of boldness. He rang the bell-pull for Neumann (they only had draw-bells at the Hermitage), and ordered Florian to be ready saddled in an hour's time. Should a horse be got ready for the groom too? No, it was not necessary. Klaus Heinrich said that he wanted to ride alone. Then he gave himself into Neumann's skilful hands for his morning toilette, breakfasted impatiently below in the garden room, and mounted his horse at the foot of the terrace. With his spurred top boots in the stirrups, the yellow reins in his brown gloved right hand, and the left planted on his hip under his open cloak, he rode at a walking pace through the soft morning, scanning the still bare branches for the birds whose twittering he heard. He rode through the public part of his park, through the town gardens and the grounds of Delphinenort. He reached it at 9:30. Great was the general surprise. At the main gate he gave Florian over to an English groom. The butler, who was crossing the mosaic hall busy on his household duties, stood still, taken aback at the sight of Klaus Heinrich. To the inquiry which the Prince addressed to him, in a clear and almost haughty voice, about the ladies, he did not even reply, but turned helplessly towards the marble staircase, gazing dumbly at the top step, for there stood Mr. Spoelmann. It seemed that he had just finished breakfast, and was in the best of tempers. His hands were plunged deep in his pockets, his lounge coat drawn back from his velvet waistcoat, and the blue smoke of his cigarette was making him blink. "Well, young Prince," he said, and stared down at him. Klaus Heinrich saluted him and hurried up the red stair carpet. He felt that the situation could only be saved by swiftness and, so to speak, by an attack by storm. "You will be astounded, Mr. Spoelmann," he said, "at this early hour." He was out of breath, and the fact disturbed him greatly, he was so little used to it. Mr. Spoelmann answered him by a look and a shrug of the shoulders, as much as to say that he could control himself, but desired an explanation. "The fact is, we have an appointment," said Klaus Heinrich. He was standing 2 steps below the millionaire and was speaking up at him. "An appointment for a ride between Miss Imma and myself. I've promised to show the ladies the Pheasantry and the Court Kennels. Miss Imma told me that she knew nothing about the surrounding country. It was agreed that on the first fine day it's such a lovely day to day it is of course subject to your approval." Mr. Spoelmann shrugged his shoulders and made a face as if to say, "Approval? Why so?" "My daughter is grown up," he said. "I don't interfere. If she rides, she rides, but I don't think she has time. You must find that out for yourself, she's in there." And Mr. Spoelmann pointed his chin towards the tapestry door, through which Klaus Heinrich had already once passed. "Thanks," said Klaus Heinrich. "I'll go and see for myself." And he ran up the remaining steps, pushed the tapestry hanging aside with a determined gesture, and went down the steps into the sunlit, flower-scented winter garden. In front of the splashing fountain and the basin with fancy feathered ducks sat Imma Spoelmann leaning over a table, her back turned to the incomer. Her hair was down. It hung black and glossy on each side of her head, covered her shoulders, and allowed nothing to be seen but a shadow of the childlike quarter profile of her face, which showed as white as ivory against the darkness of her hair. There she sat, absorbed in her studies, working at the figures in the notebook before her, her lips pressed on the back of her left hand, and her right grasping the pen. The Countess too was there, also busy writing. She sat some way off under the palms, where Klaus Heinrich had first conversed with her, and wrote sitting upright with her head on one side, a pile of closely scribbled notepaper lying at her side. The clank of Klaus Heinrich's spurs made her look up. She looked at him with half-closed eyes for 2 seconds, the long pen poised in her hand, then rose and curtsied. "Imma," she said, "His Royal Princess Klaus Heinrich is here." Miss Spoelmann turned quickly around in her basket chair, shook her hair back, and gazed without speaking at the intruder with big startled eyes, until Klaus Heinrich had bid the ladies good morning with the military salute. Then she said in her broken voice, "Good morning to you too, Prince. But you are too late for breakfast. We finished long ago." Klaus Heinrich laughed. "Well, it's lucky," he said, "that both parties have had breakfast, for now we can start at once for a ride." "A ride?" "Yes, as we agreed." "We agreed?" "No, don't say that you've forgotten," he said pleadingly. "Didn't I promise to show you the country round? Weren't we going for a ride together when it was fine? Well, to day is glorious. Just look out—" "It's not a bad day," she said, "but you go too fast, Prince. I remember that there was some suggestion of a ride at some future time, but surely not so soon as this. Might I not at least have expected some sort of notification, if your Highness will allow the word? You must allow that I can't ride like this about here." And she stood up to show her morning dress, which consisted of a loose gown of many-coloured silk and an open green velvet jacket.
"No," he said, "unfortunately you cannot. But I'll wait here while you both change. It's quite early." "Uncommonly early. But in the second place I am rather busy with my innocent studies, as you saw. I've got a lecture at 11 o'clock." "No," he cried. "To day you must not grind at algebra, Miss Imma. You must not play in the vacuum, as you put it. Look at the sun. May I?" And he went to the table and took up the notebook. What he saw made his head swim. A fantastic hocus-pocus, a witch's Sabbath of abbreviated symbols, written in a childish round hand, which was the obvious result of Miss Spoelmann's peculiar way of holding her pen, covered the pages. There were Greek and Latin letters of various heights, crossed and cancelled, arranged above and below cross lines, covered by other lines, enclosed in round brackets, formulated in square brackets. Single letters, pushed forward like sentries, kept guard above the main bodies. Cabalistic signs, quite unintelligible to the lay mind, cast their arms round letters and ciphers, while fractions stood in front of them, and ciphers and letters hovered round their tops and bottoms. Strange syllables, abbreviations of mysterious words, were scattered everywhere, and between the columns were written sentences and remarks in ordinary language, whose sense was equally beyond the normal intelligence, and conveyed no more to the reader than an incantation. Klaus Heinrich looked at the slight form which stood by him in the shimmering frock, becurtained by her dark hair, and in whose little head all this lived and meant something. He said, "Can you really waste a lovely morning after all this God-forsaken stuff?" A glance of anger met him from her big eyes. Then she answered with a pout, "Your Highness seems to wish to excuse yourself for the want of intelligence you recently displayed with regard to your own exalted calling." "No," he said, "not so. I give you my word that I respect your studies most highly. I grant that they bother me, I could never understand anything of that sort. I also grant that to day I feel some resentment against them, as they seem likely to prevent us from going for a ride." "Oh, I'm not the only one to interfere with your wish for exercise, Prince. There's the Countess too. She was writing, chronicling the experiences of her life, not for the world, but for private circulation, and I guarantee that the result will be a work which will teach you as well as me a good deal." "I am quite sure of it, but I am equally sure that the Countess is incapable of refusing a request from you." "And my father? There's the next stumbling block. You know his temper. Will he consent?" "He has consented. If you ride, you ride. Those were his words." "You have made sure of him beforehand, then? I'm really beginning to admire your circumspection. You have assumed the rôle of a field marshal, although you are not really a soldier, only a make-believe one, as you told us long ago. But there's yet one more obstacle, and that is decisive. It's going to rain."
No, that's a very weak one. The sun is shining." "It's going to rain. The air is much too soft. I made sure of it when we were in the Spa Gardens before breakfast. Come and look at the barometer if you don't believe me. It's hanging in the hall." They went out into the tapestry hall, where a big weather glass hung near the marble fireplace. The Countess went with them. Klaus Heinrich said, "It's gone up." "Your Highness is pleased to deceive yourself," answered Miss Spoelmann. "The refraction misleads you." "That's beyond me." "The refraction misleads you." "I don't know what that is, Miss Spoelmann. It's the same as with the Adirondacks. I've not had much schooling, that's a necessary result of my kind of existence. You must make allowances for me." "Oh, I humbly beg your pardon. I ought to have remembered that one must use ordinary words when talking to your Highness. You are standing crooked to the hand, and that makes it look to you as if it had risen. If you would bring yourself to stand straight in front of the glass, you would see that the black has not risen above the gold hand, but has actually dropped a little below it." "I really believe you are right," said Klaus Heinrich sadly. "The atmospheric pressure there is higher than I thought." "It is lower than you thought." "But how about the falling quicksilver?" "The quicksilver falls at low pressure, not at high, Royal Highness." "Now I'm absolutely lost." "I think, Prince, that you're exaggerating your ignorance by way of a joke, so as to hide what its extent really is. But as the atmospheric pressure is so high that the quicksilver drops, thus showing an absolute disregard for the laws of nature, let's go for a ride, Countess, shall we? I cannot assume the responsibility of sending the Prince back home again now that he has once come. He can wait in there till we're ready." When Imma Spoelmann and the Countess came back to the Winter Garden, they were dressed for riding, Imma in a close-fitting black habit with breast pockets and a three-cornered felt hat, the Countess in black cloth with a man's starched shirt and high hat. They went together down the steps, through the mosaic hall and out into the open air, where between the colonnade and the big basin 2 grooms were waiting with the horses. But they had not yet mounted when, with a loud barking, which was the expression of his wild excitement, Percival the collie, prancing and leaping about, tore out of the Schloss and began a frenzied dance round the horses, who tossed their heads uneasily. "I thought so," said Imma, patting her favourite Fatma's head. "There was no hiding it from him. He found it all out at the last moment. Now he intends to come with us and make a fine to-do about it too. Shall we drop the whole thing, Prince?" But although Klaus Heinrich understood that he might just as well have allowed the groom to ride in front with the silver trumpet, so far as calling public attention to their expedition was concerned, yet he said cheerfully that Percival must come too. He was a member of the family, and must learn the neighbourhood like the rest. "Well, where shall we go?" asked Imma, as they rode at a walk down the chestnut avenue. She rode between Klaus Heinrich and the Countess. Percival barked in the van. The English groom, in cockaded hat and yellow boot tops, rode at a respectful distance behind. "The Court kennels are fine," answered Klaus Heinrich, "but it is a bit farther to the 'Pheasantry,' and we have time before lunch. I would like to show you the Schloss. I spent 3 years there as a boy. It was a seminary, you know, with tutors and other boys of my age. That's where I got to know my friend Ueberbein, Dr. Ueberbein, my favourite tutor." "You have a friend?" asked Miss Spoelmann, with some surprise, and gazed at him. "You must tell me about him some time. And you were educated at the 'Pheasantry,' were you? Then we must see it, because you're obviously set on it. Trot," she said, as they turned into a loose riding path. "There lies your Hermitage, Prince. There's plenty for the ducks to eat in your pond. Let's give a wide berth to the Spa Gardens if that does not take us far out of our way." Klaus Heinrich agreed, so they left the park and trotted across country to reach the high road which led to their goal to the northwest. In the town gardens they were greeted with surprise by a few promenaders, whose greetings Klaus Heinrich acknowledged by raising his hand to his cap, Imma Spoelmann with a grave and rather embarrassed inclination of her dark head in the three-cornered hat. By now they had reached the open country, and were no longer likely to meet people. Now and then a peasant's cart rolled along the road, or a crouching bicyclist ploughed his way along it. But they turned aside from the road when they reached the meadowland, which provided better going for their horses. Percival danced forwards in front of them, feverish and restless as ever, turning, springing, and wagging his tail. His breath came fast, his tongue hung far out of his foaming jaws, and he vented his nervous exultation in a succession of short, sobbing yelps. Farther on he dashed off, following some scent with pricked ears and short springs, while his wild barking echoed through the air. They discussed Fatma, which Klaus Heinrich had not yet seen close, and which he admired immensely. Fatma had a long, muscular neck and small, nodding head with fiery eyes. She had the slender legs of the Arab type and a bushy tail. She was white as the moonlight, and saddled, girt, and bridled with white leather. Florian, a rather sleepy brown, with a short back, hogged mane, and yellow stockings, looked as homely as a donkey by the side of the distinguished foreigner, although he was carefully groomed. Countess Löwenjoul rode a big cream called Isabeau. She had an excellent seat, with her tall straight figure, but she held her small head in its huge hat on one side, and her lids were half closed and twitched. Klaus Heinrich addressed some remarks to her behind Miss Spoelmann's back, but she did not answer, and went riding on with half-shut eyes, gazing in front of her with a Madonna-like expression, and Imma said, "Don't let's bother the Countess, Prince, her thoughts are wandering." "I hope," he said, "that the Countess was not annoyed at having to come with us." And he was distinctly taken aback when Imma Spoelmann answered casually, "To tell the truth, she very likely was." "Because of your sums?" he asked. "Oh, the sums, they're not so urgent, only a way of passing the time. Although I hope to get a good lot of useful information out of them. But I don't mind telling you, Prince, that the Countess is not enthusiastic on the subject of yourself. She has expressed herself to that effect to me. She said you were hard and stern, and affected her like a cold douche." Klaus Heinrich reddened. "I know well," he said quietly, looking down at his reins, "that I don't act as a cordial, Miss Spoelmann, or at any rate only at a distance. That, too, is inseparable from my kind of existence, as I said. But I am not conscious of having shown myself hard and stern to the Countess." "Probably not in words," she replied, "but you did not allow her to let herself go. You did not do her the kindness of letting her tongue run a little. That's why she's vexed with you. And I know quite well what you did, how you embarrassed the poor thing and gave her a cold douche, quite well," she repeated, and turned her head away. Klaus Heinrich did not answer. He kept his left hand planted on his hip, and his eyes were tired. Then he said, "You know quite well? So I act like a cold douche on you too, Miss Spoelmann, do I?" "I warn you," she answered at once in her broken voice, and wagging her head from side to side, "on no account to overrate the effect you have on me, Prince." And she suddenly set Fatma off at a gallop, and flew at such a pace over the fields towards the dark mass of the distant pine woods that neither the Countess nor Klaus Heinrich could keep up with her. Not till she reached the edge of the wood through which the high road ran did she halt and turn her horse to look mockingly at her followers. Countess Löwenjoul on her cream was the first to come up with the runaway. Then came Florian, foaming and much exhausted by his unusual exertion. They all laughed, and their breath came fast as they entered the echoing wood. The Countess had awakened and chatted merrily, making lively, graceful gestures and showing her white teeth. She poked fun at Percival, whose temper had again been excited by the gallop, and who was careering wildly among the trunks in front of the horses. "Royal Highness," she said, "you ought to see him jump and turn somersaults. He can take a ditch 6 yards broad, and does it so lightly and gracefully you'd be delighted. But only of his own accord, mind you, of his free will, for I believe he'd rather let himself be whipped to death than to submit to any training or teaching of tricks. He is, one might say, his own trainer by nature, and though sometimes unruly, he is never rough. He is a gentleman, an aristocrat, and full of character. He's as proud as you like, and though he seems mad, he's quite able to control himself. Nobody has ever heard him cry for pain when punished and hurt. He only eats, too, when he is hungry, and at other times won't look at the most tempting dainties. In the morning he has cream, he must be fed. He wears himself out. He's quite thin under his glossy coat, you can feel all his ribs, for I'm afraid he'll never grow to be old, and will fall an early victim to consumption. The street curs persecute him. They go for him in every street, but he jumps clear of them, and if they succeed in joining issue with him, he distributes a few bites with his splendid teeth which the rabble don't forget in a hurry. One must love such a compound of chivalry and virtue. Imma agreed, in words which were the most serious and grave which Klaus Heinrich had ever heard from her mouth. "Yes," she said, "you're a good friend to me, Percy. I shall always love you. A veterinary surgeon said you were half mad and advised us to have you put away, as you were impossible and a constant danger to us. But they shan't take my Percy from me. He is impossible, I know, and often an encumbrance, but he's always appealing and noble, and I love him dearly." The Countess continued to talk about the collie's nature, but her remarks soon became disconnected and confused, and lapsed into a monologue accompanied by lively and elegant gestures. At last, after an acid look at Klaus Heinrich, her thoughts again began to wander. End of section 16.
Chapter 7, Part 5 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. Klaus Heinrich felt happy and cheered, whether as the result of the canter, for which he had had to brace himself up, for though a decent figure on a horse, his left hand prevented him from being a strong rider, or from some other reason. After leaving the pine wood they rode along the quiet high road between meadows and furrowed fields, with a peasant's hut or a country inn here and there. As they drew near the next wood, he asked in a low voice, "Won't you fulfil your promise and tell me about the Countess? What is your companion's history?" "She is my friend," she answered, "and in a sense my governess too, although she did not come to us till I was grown up. That was 3 years ago in New York, and the Countess was then in a terrible state. She was on the brink of starvation," said Miss Spoelmann, and as she said it she fastened her big black eyes with a searching startled look on Klaus Heinrich. "Really starvation?" he asked, and returned her look. "Do please go on." "Yes, I said that too when she came to us, and although I, of course, saw quite well that her mind was slightly affected, she made such an impression upon me that I persuaded my father to let her be my companion." "What took her to America? Is she a countess by birth?" asked Klaus Heinrich. "Not a countess, but of noble birth, brought up in refined and luxurious surroundings, sheltered and protected, as she expressed it to me, from every wind, because from childhood she had been impressionable and sensitive. But then she married a Count Löwenjoul, a cavalry captain, a strange specimen of the aristocracy according to her account, not quite up to the mark, to put it mildly." "What was wrong with him?" asked Klaus Heinrich. "I can't exactly tell you, Prince. You must take into consideration the rather obscure way in which the Countess puts what she has to say. But to judge from what she has told me, he must have been just about as arrant a scamp as one could well imagine, a regular blackguard." "I see," said Klaus Heinrich. "What's called a hard case, or a tough proposition." "Exactly. We'll say a man of the world, but in the most comprehensive and unlimited sense, for, to judge by the Countess's remarks, there were no limits in his case." "No.
That's what I too gathered, said Klaus Heinrich. I've met several people of that sort, regular devils, so to speak. I heard of one such who used to make love in his motor car, even when it was going at full speed. Did your friend Ueberbein tell you of him? No, somebody else. Ueberbein would not think it proper to mention anything of that sort to me. Then he must be a useless sort of friend, Prince. You'll think better of him when I tell you more about him, Miss Spoelmann. But please go on. Well, I don't know whether Löwenjoul behaved like your roué. Anyhow, he behaved disgracefully. I expect he gambled and drank. I guess so. And besides that, of course, he made love, neglected the Countess, and carried on with the loose women that are always to be found everywhere, at first behind her back, and later no longer behind her back, but impudently and openly without any regard for her feelings. But tell me, why did she ever marry him? She married him against her parents' will, because, as she has told me, she was in love with him. For in the first place, he was a handsome man when she first met him. He fell off in his looks later. In the second place, his reputation as a man of the world had gone before him, and that, according to her, constituted a sort of irresistible attraction for her. For though she had been so well sheltered and protected, nothing would shake her in her resolve to share her life with him. If one thinks it over, one can quite understand it. Yes, he said, I can quite understand it. She wanted to have her fling, as it were, to get her eyes opened, and she saw the world with a vengeance. You may put it like that if you like, though the expression seems to me rather too flippant to describe her experiences. Her husband ill-treated her. Do you mean that he beat her? Yes, he ill-treated her physically. But now comes something, Prince, which you too will not have heard about before. She gave me to understand that he ill-treated her not only in a temper, not only in anger and rage, but also without being exasperated, simply for his own satisfaction. I mean that his caresses were so revolting as to amount to ill-treatment. Klaus Heinrich was silent. Both looked very grave. At last he asked, Did the Countess have any children? Yes, 2. They died quite young, both only a few weeks old, and that's the greatest sorrow the Countess has had to bear. It would seem from her hints that it was the fault of the loose women for whom her husband betrayed her, that the children died directly after birth. Both remained silent, and their eyes clouded over. Add to that, continued Imma Spoelmann, that he dissipated his wife's dowry at cards and with women. A respectable dowry it was too, and after her parents' death her whole fortune also. Relations of hers too helped him once, when he was near having to leave the service on account of his debts. But then came a scandal, an altogether revolting one, in which he was involved, and which did for him once and for all. What was it? Asked Klaus Heinrich. I can't exactly tell you, Prince, but according to what the Countess has let slip about it, it was a scandal of the very grossest description. We agreed just now that there are generally no limits in that direction. And then he went to America. You're right there, Prince. I can't help admiring your acuteness. Please go on, Miss Spoelmann. I've never heard anything like the Countess's story. No more had I, so you can imagine what an impression it made on me when she came to us. Well then, Count Löwenjoul bolted to America with the police at his heels, leaving pretty considerable debts behind, of course, and the Countess went with him. She went with him? Why? Because she still loved him, in spite of everything. She loves him still, and because she was determined to share his life whatever happened. He took her with him, though, because he had a better chance of getting help from her relations as long as she was with him. The relations sent him one further installment of money from home, and then stopped. They finally buttoned up their pockets, and when Count Löwenjoul saw that his wife was no more use to him,
He just left her in absolute destitution, and cleared out. "I knew it," said Klaus Heinrich. "I expected as much. Just what does happen." But Imma Spoelmann went on. So there she was, destitute and helpless, and since she had never learned to earn her own living, she was left alone to face want and hunger. And you must remember that life in the States is much harder and meaner than here in your country. Also that the Countess has always been a gentle, sensitive creature, and has been cruelly treated for years. In a word, she was no fit subject for the impressions of life to which she was unceasingly exposed. And then the blessing fell to her. "What blessing? She told me about that too. What was the blessing, Miss Spoelmann?" "The blessing consisted in a mental disturbance. At the crisis of her troubles something in her cracked, that's the expression she used to me, so that she no longer needed to face life and to bring a clear, sober mind to bear upon it, but was permitted, so to speak, to let herself go, to relax the tension of her nerves and to drivel when she liked. In a word, the blessing was that she went wrong in her head." "Certainly I was under the impression," said Klaus Heinrich, "that the Countess was letting herself go when she drivelled." "That's how it is, Prince. She is quite conscious of drivelling, and often laughs as she does so, or lets her hearers understand that she doesn't mean any harm by it. Her strangeness is a beneficent disorder, which she can control to a certain extent, and which she allows herself to indulge in. It is, if you prefer it, a want of self-restraint," said Klaus Heinrich, and looked down at his reins. "Right, of self-restraint," she repeated, and looked at him. "You don't seem to approve of that want, Prince." "I consider as a general rule," he answered quietly, "that it is not right to let oneself go and to make oneself at home, but that self-restraint should always be exercised, whatever the circumstances." "Your Highness's doctrine," she answered, "is a praiseworthy austerity." Then she pouted, and wagging her dark head in its three-cornered hat, she added in her broken voice, "I'll tell you something, Highness, and please note it well. If your Eminence is not inclined to show a little sympathy and indulgence and mildness, I shall have to decline the pleasure of your distinguished company once and for all." He dropped his head, and they rode a while in silence. "Won't you go on and tell me how the Countess came to you?" he asked at last. "No, I won't," she said, and looked straight in front of her. But he pressed her so pleadingly that she finished her story and said, "And although 50 other companions applied, my choice, for the choice rested with me, fell at once on her. I was so much taken with her at my first interview. She was odd, I could see that, but she was odd only from too rich an experience of misery and wickedness. That was clear in every word she said. And as for me, I had always been a little lonely and cut off, and absolutely without experience, except what I got at my university lectures." "Of course, you had always been a little lonely and cut off," repeated Klaus Heinrich, with a ring of joy in his voice. "That's what I said. It was a dull, simple life, in some ways, that I led, and still lead, because it has not altered much, and is all much the same. There were parties with lions and balls, and often a dash in a closed motor to the opera house, where I sat in one of the little boxes above the stalls, so as to be well observed by everybody, for show, as we say. That was a necessary part of my position." "For show?" "Yes, for show. I mean the duty of showing oneself off, of not raising walls against the public, but letting them come into the garden and walk on the lawn and gaze at the terrace watching us at tea. My father, Mr. Spoelmann, disliked it intensely, but it was a necessary consequence of our position." "What did you usually do besides, Miss Spoelmann?" "In the spring we went to our house in the Adirondacks, and in the summer to our house at Newport on the Sea. There were garden parties, of course, and battles of flowers and lawn tennis tournaments, and we went for rides,
and drove four in hand or motored, and the people stood and gaped because I was Samuel Spoelmann's daughter, and many shouted rude remarks after me." "Rude remarks?" "Yes, and they probably had reason to. At any rate, it was something of a life in the limelight that we led, and one that invited discussion." "And between whiles," he said, "you played in the breezes, didn't you, or rather in a vacuum where no dust came?" "That's right. Your Highness is pleased to mock my excess of candour. But in view of all this you can guess how extraordinarily welcome the Countess was to me when she came to see me in Fifth Avenue. She does not express herself very clearly, but rather in a mysterious sort of way, and the boundary line at which she begins to drivel is not always quite clearly apparent. But that only strikes me as right and instructive, as it gives a good idea of the boundlessness of misery and wickedness in the world. You envy me the Countess, don't you?" "Envy? You seem to assume, Miss Spoelmann, that I have never had my eyes opened." "Have you?" "Once or twice, maybe. For instance, things have come to my ears about our lackeys which you would scarcely dream of." "Are your lackeys so bad?" "Bad? Good for nothing, that's what they are. For one thing they play into each other's hands, and scheme, and take bribes from the tradesmen." "But, Prince, that's comparatively harmless." "Yes, it's true. It's nothing to compare with the way the Countess has had her eyes opened." They broke into a trot, and leaving at the signpost the gently rising and falling high road, which they had followed through the pine woods, turned into the sandy short cut between high blackberry-covered banks, which led into the tufted meadowland round the "Pheasantry." Klaus Heinrich was at home in these parts. He stretched out his arm, the right one, to point out everything to his companions, though there was not much worth seeing. Yonder lay the Schloss, closed and silent, with its shingle roof and its lightning conductors on the edge of the wood. On one side was the pheasants' enclosure, which gave the place its name, and on the other Stavenüter's tea garden, where he had sometimes sat with Raoul Ueberbein. The spring sun shone mildly over the damp meadowland and shed a soft haze over the distant woods. They reined in their horses in front of the tea garden, and Imma Spoelmann took stock of the prosaic country house which rejoiced in the name of "Pheasantry." "Your childhood," she said with a pout, "does not seem to have been surrounded by much giddy splendour." "No," he laughed, "there's nothing to see in the Schloss. It's the same inside as out. No comparison with Delphinenort, even before you restored it." "Let's put our horses up," she said. "One must put one's horses up on an expedition, mustn't one, Countess? Dismount, Prince. I'm thirsty, and want to see what your friend Stavenüter has got to drink." There stood Herr Stavenüter in green apron and stockings, bowing and pressing his knitted cap to his chest with both hands, while he laughed till his gums showed. "Royal Highness," he said with joy in his voice, "does your Royal Highness mean to honour me once again? And the young lady," he added, with a tinge of deference in his voice, for he knew Samuel Spoelmann's daughter quite well, and there had been in the whole Grand Duchy no more eager reader of the newspaper articles which coupled Prince Klaus Heinrich's and Imma's names together. He helped the Countess to dismount, while Klaus Heinrich, who was the first to the ground, devoted himself to Miss Spoelmann, and he called to a lad who, with the Spoelmanns' groom, took charge of the horses. Then followed the reception and welcome to which Klaus Heinrich was accustomed. He addressed a few formal questions in a reserved tone of voice to Herr Stavenüter, graciously asked how he was and how his business prospered, and received the answers with nods and a show of real interest. Imma Spoelmann watched his artificial cold demeanour with serious searching eyes, while she swung her riding whip backwards and forwards. "May I be so bold as to remind you that I am thirsty?" she said at last sharply and decisively,
whereupon they walked into the garden and discussed whether they need go into the coffee-room. Klaus Heinrich urged that it was still so damp under the trees, but Imma insisted on sitting outside, and herself chose one of the long narrow tables with benches on each side, which Herr Stavenüter hastened to cover with a white cloth. "Lemonade," he said, "that's the best for a thirst, and it's sound stuff. No trash, Royal Highness, and you ladies, but natural juice sweetened. There's no better." Followed the driving in of the glass balls in the necks of the bottles, and, while his distinguished guests tasted the drink, Herr Stavenüter dawdled a little longer at the table, meaning to serve them up a little gossip. He had long been a widower, and his 3 children, who in days gone by had sung here under the trees the song about common humanity, the while blowing their noses with their fingers, had now left him. The son was a soldier in the capital, one of the daughters had married a neighbouring farmer, the other, with a soul for higher things, had gone into service in the capital. So Herr Stavenüter was in solitary control in this remote spot, in the threefold capacity of farmer of the Schloss lands, caretaker of the Schloss, and head keeper of the pheasantry, and was well content with his lot. Soon, if weather permitted, the season for bicyclists and walkers would come round, when the garden was filled on Sundays. Then business hummed. Would not His Highness and the ladies like to take a peep at the pheasantry? Yes, they would later, so Herr Stavenüter withdrew for the present, after placing a saucer of milk for Percival by the table. The collie had been in some muddy water on the way, and looked horrible. His legs were thin with wet, and the white parts of his ragged coat covered with dirt. His gaping mouth was black to the throat from nuzzling for field mice, and his dark red tongue hung dripping out of his mouth. He quickly lapped up his milk, and then lay with panting sides by his mistress's feet, flat on his side, his head thrown back in an attitude of repose. Klaus Heinrich declared it to be inexcusable for Imma to expose herself after her ride to the invidious springtime air without any wrap. "Take my cloak," he said. "I really do not want it. I'm quite warm, and my coat is padded on the chest." She would not hear of it, but he went on asking her so insistently that she consented, and let him lay his grey military coat with a major's shoulder straps round her shoulders. Then, resting her dark head in its 3-cornered hat in the hollow of her hand, she watched him as, with arm outstretched towards the Schloss, he described to her the life he had once led there. There, where the tall window opened on to the ground, had been the mess room, then the schoolroom, and up above Klaus Heinrich's room with the plaster torso on the stove. He told her too about Professor Kürtchen and his tactful way of instructing his pupils, about Captain Amelung's widow, and the aristocratic pheasants, who called everything hogwash, and especially about Raoul Ueberbein, his friend, of whom Imma Spoelmann more than once asked him to tell her some more. He told her about the doctor's obscure origin, and about the money his parents paid to be quit of him, about the child in the marsh or bog and the medal for saving life, about Ueberbein's plucky and ambitious career, pursued in circumstances calling for resolution and action, which he used to call favourable circumstances, and about his friendship with Dr. Sammet, who Imma knew. He described his by no means attractive appearance, and readily owned to the attraction which he had exercised on him from the very beginning. He described his behaviour towards himself, Klaus Heinrich, that fatherly and jolly, blustering camaraderie which had distinguished him so sharply from everybody else, and gave Imma to the best of his ability an insight into his tutor's view of life. Finally he expressed his concern that the doctor seemed not to enjoy any sort of popularity among his fellow citizens. "I can quite believe that," said Imma. He was surprised and asked why. "Because I'm convinced," she said, wagging her head, "that your Ueberbein, for all his sparkling conversation, is an unhappy sort of creature. He may swagger about the place,
But he lacks reserve, Prince, and that means he will come to a bad end." Her words startled Klaus Heinrich and made him thoughtful. Then turning to the Countess, who awoke with a smile out of a brown study, he said something complimentary about her writing, for which she thanked him gracefully. He said that anybody could see that she had learnt to write as a child, and she confessed that writing lessons had formed a considerable part of her education. She spoke clearly and cheerfully, but gradually, almost imperceptibly, she began to wander into a strange story about a gallant ride which she had made as a lieutenant in the last manoeuvres, and suddenly started talking about the dreadful wife of a sergeant in the Grenadiers, who had come into her room the previous night and scratched her breasts all over, meanwhile using language which she could not bring herself to repeat. Klaus Heinrich asked quietly whether she had not shut her doors and windows. "Of course, but anybody could break the glass," she answered hastily, and turned pale in one cheek and red in the other. Klaus Heinrich nodded acquiescence, and, dropping his eyes, asked her quietly to let him call her Frau Meier now and then, a proposal which she gladly accepted, with a confidential smile and a far-away look which had something strangely attractive about it. They got up to visit the "Pheasantry" after Klaus Heinrich had taken back his cloak, and as they left the garden Imma Spoelmann said, "Well done, Prince, you're getting on," a commendation which made him blush, indeed gave him far more pleasure than the most fulsome newspaper report of the valuable effect of his appearance at a ceremony which Councillor Schustermann could ever show him. Herr Stavenüter escorted his guests into the palisaded enclosure in which 6 or 7 families of pheasants led a comfortable petted life. They watched the greedy, red-eyed and stiff-tailed birds, inspected the hatching house, and looked on while Herr Stavenüter fed the pheasants under a big solitary fig tree for their benefit. Klaus Heinrich thanked him warmly for all that he had shown them. Imma Spoelmann regarded him the while with her big searching eyes. Then they mounted at the gate of the tea garden and rode off homewards with Percival barking and pirouetting under the horses' noses. But their ride home was destined to give Klaus Heinrich, in the course of his conversation with Imma Spoelmann, yet another significant indication of her real nature and character, a direct revelation of certain sides of her personality which gave him food for much thought. For soon after they had left the bramble-hedged byway and joined the high road, Klaus Heinrich reverted to a subject which had been just touched on at his first visit to Delphinenort during the conversation at tea, and had not ceased to exercise him ever since. "May I," he said, "ask you one question, Miss Spoelmann? You need not answer it if you don't want to." "I'll see about that," she answered. "4 weeks ago," he began, "when I first had the pleasure of a talk with your father, Mr. Spoelmann, I asked him a question which he answered so curtly and abruptly that I could not help feeling that my question had been indiscreet or a false step." "What was it?" "I asked him whether he had not found it hard to leave America." "There you are, Prince. There's another question which is worthy of you, a typical Prince question. If you had had a little more training in the use of your reasoning powers, you would have known without asking that if my father had not been ready and glad to leave America, he most assuredly would not have left it." "Very probably you are right. Forgive me, I don't think enough. But if my question was nothing worse than a want of thought, I shall be quite content. Can you assure me that that is the case?" "No, Prince, I'm afraid I cannot," she said, and looked at him suddenly with her big black eyes. "Then what has want of thought to do with it? Do please explain. I ask you in the name of our friendship." "Are we friends?" "I hoped so," he said pleadingly. "Well, well, patience. I didn't know it, but I'm quite ready to learn it. But to return to my father, He really did lose his temper at your question. He has a quick temper, and has plenty of occasion to practice losing it. The fact is that public opinion and sentiment were not overly friendly to us in America. There's such a lot of scheming over there. I may mention that I am not posted in the details, but there was a strong political movement towards setting the crowd, the common people, you know, against us. The result was legislation and restrictions which made my father's life over there a burden to him. You know, of course, Prince, that it was not he who made us what we are, but my redoubtable grandfather with his Paradise Nugget and Blockhead Farm. My father could not help it. He was born to his destiny, and it was no gratification to him, because he is naturally shy and sensitive, and would much have preferred to have lived for playing the organ and collecting glass. I really believe that the hatred which was the result of the scheming against us, so that sometimes the people hurled abuse after me when I motored past them, that the hatred quite probably brought on his stone in the kidneys. It's more than possible." "I am cordially attached to your father," said Klaus Heinrich with emphasis. "I should have made that, Prince, a condition of our becoming friends. But there was another point which made things worse, and made our position over there still more difficult, and that was our origin." "Your origin?" "Yes, Prince. We are no aristocratic pheasants. Unfortunately, we are not descended from Washington or from the Pilgrim Fathers." "No, for you are German." "Oh yes, but there's something besides that to get over. Please look at me closely. Does it strike you that there is anything to be proud of in having blue-black wispy hair like mine, that's always falling where it's not wanted?" "Goodness knows, Miss Spoelmann, you've got glorious hair," said Klaus Heinrich. "I know that you are partly of southern extraction, for I've read somewhere that your grandfather married in Bolivia or thereabouts." "He did, but that's where the trouble lies, Prince. I'm a quintroon." "A what?" "A quintroon." "That goes with the Adirondacks and the refraction, Miss Spoelmann. I don't know what it is. I've already told you that I don't know much." "Well, it's a fact. My grandfather, thoughtless as he always was, married a woman of Indian blood down south." "Indian blood?" "Yes, she was of Indian stock at the third remove, a daughter of a white and half Indian, and so a terceroon, as it is called. She must have been wonderfully beautiful. And she was my grandmother. The grandchildren of a terceroon are called quintroons. That's how things are." "Most interesting. But didn't you say that it had affected people's attitude towards you?" "You don't understand, Prince. I must tell you that Indian blood over there means a heavy blot, such a blot that friendships and affections are transformed into hatred and abuse if proof of half-blood descent comes to light. Of course things are not so serious with us, for with quadroons, why, of course, the taint is nothing like so great, and a quintroon is to all intents and purposes untainted. But in our case, exposed to gossip as we were, it was naturally different, and several times when the people shouted abuse after us, I heard them say that I was a coloured girl. In short, my descent was made an excuse for insults and annoyances, and raised a barrier between us and the few who were in the same position of life as ourselves. There was always something which we had to hide or to brazen out. My grandfather had brazened it out. He was that sort of man, and he knew what he was doing. Besides, his blood was pure, and it was only his beautiful wife who had the taint. But my father was her son, and sensitive and quick-tempered as he is, he has always, ever since he was a boy, resented being stared at, and hated and despised at the same time. Half a world's wonder and half a monument of iniquity, as he used to say. He was fed up with America. That's the whole history, Prince," said Imma Spoelmann. "And now you know why my father lost his temper over your pointed question." Klaus Heinrich thanked her for the explanation. Indeed, as he saluted and took leave it was lunch time of the ladies in front of the Delphinenort gate, he repeated his thanks for what he had been told, and then rode at a foot's pace home, pondering over the events of the morning. He saw Imma Spoelmann sitting in a languid pose in her red gold dress at the table, with a look of a spoilt child on her face, sitting in comfortable assurance, and uttering remarks with a sting in them, such as were good coin in the United States, where clearness, hardness, and a ready wit were essentials of life. And why? Klaus Heinrich could understand now, and never a day passed that he did not try to realize it better. Stared at, hated and despised at the same time, half a world's wonder and half a monument of iniquity, that's what her life had been, and that had instilled the poison into her remarks, that acidity and mocking directness, which looked like offence, but really were defence, and which evoked a look of bewilderment on the faces of those who had never had any occasion for the weapons of wit. She had demanded of him sympathy and tenderness towards the poor Countess, when she let herself go, but she herself had a claim to sympathy and tenderness, for she was lonely, and her life, like his, was a hard one. At the same time a memory haunted him, a long ago painful memory, whose scene was the refreshment room of the Citizen Garden, and which ended with a tureen lid. Little sister, he said to himself, as he quickly dismissed the scene from his thoughts. Little sister. But most of all his thoughts were busy with planning how soonest to enjoy Miss Spoelmann's society again. He enjoyed it soon and often, in all sorts of circumstances. February gave place to threatening March, fickle April, and soft May. And all these months Klaus Heinrich visited Schloss Delphinenort at least once a week, in the morning or in the afternoon, and always in the irresponsible mood in which he had presented himself at the Spoelmanns' that February morning, as if led by fate without any action of his own will. The proximity of the Schlosses made the visits easy. The short distance through the park from the Hermitage to the Delphinenort was easily crossed on horseback or in a dog cart without exciting much attention, and when the advancing season brought more people to the neighbourhood and made it harder and harder for them to go for rides without attracting public attention, the Prince had by this time reached a state of mind which can only be described as complete indifference and blind recklessness towards the world, the Court, the capital and the countryside. It was not till later that the public interest began to play a really important and encouraging part in his thoughts and actions. He had not taken leave of the ladies after the first ride without suggesting another expedition, a suggestion to which Imma Spoelmann, pouting and wagging her head from side to side, had failed to bring any serious objection. So he came again, and they rode to the Royal Kennels, on the north side of the town gardens. On the third occasion they chose a third place to ride to, which also they could reach without going near the town. Then, when spring enticed the townspeople into the open air and the tea gardens filled up, they preferred an out-of-the-way path, which really was no path, but a richly wooded dyke which stretched far away to the north along a swift-running stream. The quietest way of reaching it was by riding out at the back of the Hermitage Park and past the river meadows on the edge of the northern town garden up to the Royal Kennels, then not crossing the river by the wooden bridge at the Weir, but keeping close along this side. The Kennels farm was left behind on the right, and the ride went on through the fir plantations. On the left lay spreading meadows, white and gaily coloured, with hemlock and anemones, buttercups and bluebells, clover, daisies, and forget-me-nots. A village church tower rose in front of them beyond the ploughlands, and the busy high road lay far away at a safe distance from the riders. Farther on, the meadows with their nut hedges came close up to the plantations on the left, shutting out the view and enabling them to ride in complete seclusion, generally side by side with the Countess behind as the path was narrow. They talked or rode in silence, while Percival jumped over the stream and back again, or plunged into it for a bath or a hurried drink. They came back the same way as they went. When, however, the quicksilver fell owing to the lowness of the atmospheric pressure, when rain followed, and Klaus Heinrich nevertheless felt another peep at Imma Spoelmann to be a necessity, he presented himself in his dog-cart at Delphinenort at tea-time, and they stayed indoors. Mr. Spoelmann joined them at tea not more than 2 or 3 times. His malady got worse about this time, and on several days he was obliged to stay in bed with hot poultices. When he did come, he used to say, "Hello, young Prince," with his thin, white-cuffed hand dip a rusk in his tea, throw in a cross word here and there into the conversation, and end by offering his guest his gold cigarette case, whereupon he left the garden-room with Dr. Watercloose, who had sat silent and smiling at the table. In fine weather, too, they sometimes preferred not to go outside the park, but to play lawn tennis on the trim lawn below the terrace. On one occasion they went for a rapid drive in Mr. Spoelmann's motor, far out beyond the pheasantry. End of section 17.
Chapter 7, Part 6 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espayat. One day Klaus Heinrich asked, "Is what I have read true, Miss Spoelmann, that your father gets such a tremendous lot of letters and appeals every day?" Then she described to him subscription lists which kept pouring into Delphinenort, and which were dealt with as thoroughly as was practicable, of the piles of begging letters by every post from Europe and America which Messrs. Phlebs and Slippers ran through and weeded out for submission to Mr. Spoelmann. Sometimes, she said, she amused herself by glancing through the heaps and reading the addresses, for these were often quite fantastic. For the needy or speculative senders tried to outdo each other in the deference and servility of their address on the envelopes, and every conceivable title and distinction could be found mixed up in the strangest way on the letters. But one begging letter-writer had quite recently carried off the prize by addressing his envelope to His Royal Highness Mr. Samuel Spoelmann. But it did not get him any more than the others. On other occasions the Prince fell to talking mysteriously about the owl chamber in the old Schloss, and confided to her that recently noises had again been heard in it, pointing to events of moment in his, Klaus Heinrich's, family. Then Imma Spoelmann laughed, and pouting and wagging her head from side to side, gave him a scientific explanation of the noises, just as she had done in connection with the secrets of the barometer. "Nonsense," she said. "It must be that that part of the lumber room was ellipsoidal, and a second ellipsoidal surface with the same curvature and with a sound source at the focus existed somewhere outside, the result being that inside the haunted room noises were audible which could not be distinguished in the immediate neighbourhood." Klaus Heinrich was rather crestfallen over this explanation, and loath to give up the common belief in the connection between the lumber room and the fortunes of his house. Thus they conversed, and the Countess too took part, now sensible, now confused. Klaus Heinrich took considerable pains not to rebuff or chill her by his manner, and addressed her as Frau Meyer whenever she appeared to think it was necessary for her protection against the plots of the wicked women. He recounted to the ladies his unreal life, the gala suppers at the students' clubs, the military banquets, and his educational tour. He told them about his relations, about his once beautiful mother, whom he visited now and then in the Segenhaus, where she kept dismal court, and about Albrecht and Ditlinde. Imma Spoelmann in her turn related some incidents in her luxurious and singular youth, and the Countess often slipped in a few dark sayings about the horrors and secrets of life, to which the others listened with serious and thoughtful faces. They took special delight in one kind of game, guessing existences, making estimates to the best of their knowledge of the people they happened to see in the citizen world, a strange and curious study of the passers-by from a distant standpoint, from the terrace or from horseback. What kind of people might these be? What did they do? Where did they come from? They were certainly not apprentices, perhaps technical students or budding foresters, to judge by certain signs. Maybe they belonged to the agricultural college. At any rate, stout fellows enough, though rather rough, with sound careers before them. But that little untidy thing who strolled past looked like a factory hand or dressmaker's assistant. Girls like her always had a young man in their own class, who took them out to tea in the parks on Sundays. And they exchanged what they knew about people in general, discussed them like connoisseurs, and felt that this pastime brought them closer together than any amount of riding or lawn tennis. As for the motor drive, Imma Spoelmann in the course of it explained that she had only invited Klaus Heinrich to it as so to let him see the chauffeur, a young American in brown leather, who, she declared, resembled the Prince. Klaus Heinrich objected with a smile that the back of the driver's neck did not enable him to express an opinion on the matter, and asked the Countess to say what she thought. She, after long denying the likeness in polite embarrassment, at last, on Imma's insistence, with a side glance at Klaus Heinrich, agreed to it. Then Miss Spoelmann said that the grave, sober and skilful youth had originally been in her father's personal service, driving him daily from Fifth Avenue to Broadway and back. Mr. Spoelmann, however, had insisted on extraordinary speed, like that of an express train, and the intense strain put on a driver by such speed in the crowded streets of New York had proved at last too much for the youth. As a matter of fact, no accident had happened. The young man had stuck to it and done his deadly duty with amazing care. But in the end it had often happened that he had to be lifted down in a faint from his seat at the end of a run, a proof of the inordinate strain to which he had been daily subjected. To avoid having to dismiss him, Mr. Spoelmann had made him his daughter's special chauffeur, and he had continued to act in that capacity in their new abode. Imma had noticed the likeness between Klaus Heinrich and him the first time she saw the Prince. It was of course a similarity not of features but of expression. The Countess had agreed with her. Klaus Heinrich said that he did not in the least object to the likeness, as the heroic young man had all his sympathy. Then they discussed further the difficult and anxious life of a chauffeur, without Countess Löwenjoul taking any further part in the conversation. She did not prattle during this drive, though later she made a few sensible and pointed remarks. For the rest, Mr. Spoelmann's craze for speed seemed to have descended in some measure to his daughter, for she never lost an opportunity of repeating the wild gallop she had started on their first ride, and as Klaus Heinrich, stimulated by her gibes, urged the amazed and disapproving Florian to the top of his speed so as not to be left behind, the gallop always degenerated into a race, which Imma Spoelmann always started at unexpected and arbitrary moments. Several of these struggles took place on the lonely river-edged causeway, and one in particular was long and bitter. It happened after a short talk about Klaus Heinrich's popularity, which was begun brusquely and broken off as brusquely by Imma Spoelmann. She asked suddenly, "Is it true what I hear, Prince, that you are so tremendously popular with the people, that you have won all their hearts?" He answered, "So they say. It must be some characteristics, not necessarily good ones. What's more, I'm not sure whether I believe it, or even ought to be glad of it. I doubt whether it speaks for me. My brother, the Grand Duke, declares in so many words that popularity is hogwash." The Grand Duke must be a fine man. I've got a great respect for him. So we see you in an atmosphere of adulation, and everybody loves you. Go on," she cried suddenly, and gave Fatma a cut with her white switch. The mare started, and the race began. It lasted a long time. Never before had they followed the stream so far. The view on the left had long become shut in. Lumps of earth and grass flew from under the horses' hoofs. The Countess had soon dropped behind. When at last they reined in their horses, Florian was trembling with exhaustion, and the riders themselves were pale and panting. They rode back in silence. Klaus Heinrich received a visit at the Hermitage from Raoul Ueberbein in the afternoon before his birthday this year. The doctor came to wish him many happy returns, as he expected to be prevented by his work from doing so on the morrow. They strolled round the gravel path at the back of the park, the tutor in his frock coat and white tie, Klaus Heinrich in his summer coat. The grass stood ready for cutting under the perpendicular rays of the midday sun, and the limes were in flower. In one corner, close by the hedge which divided the park from the unlovely suburbs, stood a little rustic temple. Klaus Heinrich was telling of his visits to Delphinenort, as the topic lay nearest his heart. He spoke quite clearly about them, but did not tell the doctor any actual news, for the latter showed that he knew all about them. How was that? Oh, from various sources. Ueberbein had never started the subject. So people in the town concerned themselves about it? Heaven forbid, Klaus Heinrich, that anybody should give a thought to it, either to the rides or to the teas or to the motor drive. You don't suppose that that sort of thing is expected to set tongues wagging. But we're so careful. We is rich, Klaus Heinrich, and so is the carefulness. All the same, His Excellency von Knobelsdorff keeps himself accurately posted in all your goings-on. Knobelsdorff? Knobelsdorff. Klaus Heinrich was silent, then asked, "And what is Baron Knobelsdorff's attitude towards what he learns?" "Well, the old gentleman hasn't yet had a chance of interfering in the developments." "But the public opinion, the people?" "The people, of course, hold their breath." "And you yourself, my dear Dr. Ueberbein?" "I'm waiting for the tureen lid," answered the doctor. "No!" cried Klaus Heinrich joyfully. "No, there'll be no tureen lid this time, Dr. Ueberbein. For I'm happy, oh so happy, whatever happens. Can you understand? You taught me that happiness was no concern of mine, and you pulled me up short when I tried to come by it, and right thankful I was to you for doing so, for it was horrible, and I shall never forget it. But this is no case of high jinks at a citizen's dance, which leave one humiliated and heavy at heart. This is no breaking out and running off the rails and humiliation. For can't you see that she of whom we are speaking belongs neither to the citizens' dance nor to the aristocratic pheasants, nor to anything in the world but to me, that she is a princess, Dr. Ueberbein, and as good as me, and there can be no question here of a tureen lid? You have taught me that it is silly to maintain that we're all only ordinary men, and hopeless for me to act as if we were, and that the happiness I would gain by doing so is forbidden to me and must bring me to shame in the end. But this is not that silly and forbidden happiness. It is my first taste of the happiness which is allowed me, and which I may hope for, Dr. Ueberbein, and yield myself to without misgiving, whatever comes of it." "Good-bye, Prince Klaus Heinrich," said Dr. Ueberbein, though he did not at once leave him, but continued walking at his side with his hands clasped behind him and his red beard sunk on his breast. "No," said Klaus Heinrich, "no, not good-bye, Dr. Ueberbein. That's just it. I mean to remain your friend. You who have had such a hard time, and have shown such pride in your duty and destiny, and have made me proud too in treating me as a companion. I have no intention of resting on my oars, now that I have found happiness, but will remain true to you and to myself and to my exalted calling." "It cannot be," said Dr. Ueberbein in Latin, and shook his ugly head with its protruding pointed ears. It can be, doctor, I'm sure it can. They're not incompatible. And you ought not to show yourself so cold and distant at my side, when I am so happy, and what's more, it's the eve of my birthday. Tell me, you've had so many experiences and seen so much of the world in all its aspects. Have you never had any experiences in this direction? You know what I mean. Have you never had an attack like this of mine?" Said Doctor Ueberbein, and pressed his lips together till his red beard rose, and the muscles knotted in his cheeks. "No doubt I may have had one once, sub rosa." "I thought so. Tell me about it, Doctor Ueberbein. You must tell me about it." The hour was one of quiet sunshine and the air full of the scent of limes. So Doctor Ueberbein related an incident in his career on which he had never touched in previous accounts, though it had perhaps a decisive influence on his whole life. It had occurred in those days when the doctor was teacher of the young idea and at the same time working on his own account, when he used to draw in his waist belt and give private lessons to sleek tradesmen's children, so as to get money to buy books with. With his hands still behind him and his beard sunk on his breast, the doctor related the incident in a sharp and incisive tone of voice, pressing his lips close together between each sentence. At that date fate had forged the closest ties between him and a woman, a lovely fair lady who was the wife of an honourable and respected man and the mother of 3 children. He had entered the family as tutor to the children, but had subsequently been a constant guest and visitor, and with a husband too had reached a footing of mutual confidences. The feelings of the young tutor and the fair wife for each other had been long unsuspected, and longer still unexpressed in words, but they grew stronger in the silence and more overpowering, till one evening hour when the husband had stayed late at his office, a warm, sweet, dangerous hour, they burst into flames and were near to overwhelm them. In that hour their longing had cried aloud for the happiness, the tremendous happiness of their union. But, said Doctor Ueberbein, the world could sometimes show a noble action. They felt ashamed, he said, to tread the mean and ridiculous path of treachery, and to clap horns, as the phrase goes, on the honest husband, while to spoil his life by demanding release from him as the right of passion was equally not to their taste. In short, for the children's sake and for that of the good honest husband, whom they both respected, they denied themselves. Yes, that's what happened, but of course it needed a good deal of stern resolution. Ueberbein continued to visit the fair lady's house occasionally. He would sup there when he had time, play a game of cards with his 2 friends, kiss his hostess's hand, and say good night. But when he had told the Prince this much, he concluded in a still shorter and sharper tone than he had begun, and the balls of muscle at the corners of his mouth showed more prominently than before. For the hour which saw their act of renunciation, in that hour Ueberbein had said a final farewell to all happiness, dalliance with happiness, as he had since called it. As he failed, or refused, to win the fair lady, he swore to himself that he would honour her and the bonds which bound him to her by achieving something and making himself felt in the field of hard work. To this he had dedicated his life, to this alone, and it had brought him to what he was. That was the secret, or at least a contribution of the riddle of Ueberbein's unsociability, unapproachableness, and earnest endeavour. Klaus Heinrich was quite frightened to see how unusually green his face was when he took his leave with a deep bow, saying, "My greetings to little Imma, Klaus Heinrich." Next day the Prince received the congratulations of the staff at the Schloss, and later those of Herr von Braunbart Schellendorf and von Schulenburg-Tressen in the Yellow Room. In the course of the morning the members of the Grand Ducal House came to the Hermitage to pay their respects, and at 1 o'clock Klaus Heinrich drove to luncheon with Prince and Princess zu Ried Hohenried, meeting with an unusually warm reception from the public on the way. The Grimmburgers were mustered in full force in the pretty palace in the Albrechtstrasse. The Grand Duke, too, came in a frock coat, nodded his small head to each member of the party, sucking his lower lip against the upper the while, and drank milk and soda during lunch. Almost immediately after lunch was finished he withdrew. Prince Lambert had come without his wife. The old habitué of the ballet was painted, hollow-cheeked and slovenly, and his voice sounded sepulchral. He was to some extent ignored by his relations. During luncheon the conversation turned for a while on court matters, then on little Princess Philippine's progress, and later almost exclusively on Prince Philip's commercial schemes. The quiet little man talked about his breweries, factories, and mills, and in particular about his peat cuttings. He described various improvements in the machinery, quoted figures of capital invested and returns, and his cheeks glowed, while his wife's relations listened to him with looks of curiosity, approval, or mockery. When coffee had been served in the big flower room, the Princess, holding her gilded cup, went up to her brother and said, "You have quite deserted us lately, Klaus Heinrich." Ditlinde's face with the Grimmburg cheekbones was not so transparent as it had once been. It had gained more colour since the birth of her daughter, and her head seemed to be less oppressed by the weight of her fair hair. "Have I deserted you?" he said. "Forgive me, Ditlinde, perhaps I have. But there were so many calls on my time, and I knew that there were on yours too, for you are no longer confined to flowers." "True, the flowers have had to take a less prominent place. They don't get much thought from me now. A fairer life and flowering now occupies all my time. I believe that's where I've got my red cheeks from, like dear Philip from his peat. He ought not to have talked about it the whole of luncheon, as he did, but it's his hobby. And it is because I was so busy and rushed that I was not cross with you for never showing yourself and for going your own way, even though that way seemed to me rather a surprising one." "Do you know what it is, Ditlinde?" "Yes, though unfortunately not from you. But Jettchen Isenschnibbe has kept me well posted. You know she is always a fund of news, and at first I was horribly shocked, I don't deny it. But after all, they live in Delphinenort, he has a private physician, and Philip thinks they are in their way of equal birth with ourselves. I believe I once spoke disparagingly about them, Klaus Heinrich. I said something about a Croesus, if I remember rightly, and made a pun on the word taxpayer. But if you consider them worthy of your friendship, I've been wrong and of course withdraw my remarks, and will try to think differently about them in the future. I promise you. You always loved rummaging," she went on, after he had laughed and kissed her hand, "and I had to do it with you, and my dress, do you remember it, the red velvet, suffered for it. Now you have to rummage alone, and God grant, Klaus Heinrich, that it won't bring you any horrible experience." "I really believe, Ditlinde, that every experience is fine, whether it be good or bad. But my present experience is splendid." At 5:30 the Prince left the Hermitage again, in his dog cart, which he drove himself with a groom at his back. It was warm, and Klaus Heinrich was wearing white trousers with a double-breasted coat. Bowing, he again drove to the town, or more precisely to the Old Schloss. He did not enter the Albrechtstor, however, but drove in through a side door and across 2 courtyards till he reached that in which the rosebush grew. Here all was still and stony, the stair turrets with their oblique windows, forged iron balustrades, and fine carvings towered in the corners. The many-styled buildings stood there in light and shadow, partly grey and weather-worn, partly more modern-looking with gables and box-like projections, with open porticos and peeps through broad bow windows into vaulted halls and narrow galleries. But in the middle, in its unfenced bed, stood the rose bush, blooming gloriously after a favourable season. Klaus Heinrich threw the reins to a servant and went up and looked at the dark red roses. They were exceptionally fine, full and velvety, grandly formed, and a real masterwork of nature. Several were already full blown. "Call Ezekiel, please," said Klaus Heinrich to a moustachioed doorkeeper, who came forward with his hand to his hat. Ezekiel, the custodian of the rose bush, came. He was a grey beard of 70 years of age, in a gardener's apron, with watery eyes and a bent back. "Have you any shears by you, Ezekiel?" said Klaus Heinrich. "I should like a rose." And Ezekiel drew some shears out of the pocket of his apron. "That one there," said Klaus Heinrich, "that's the finest." And the old man cut the thorny branch with trembling hands. "I'll water it, Royal Highness," he said, and shuffled off to the water tap in a corner of the court. When he came back, glittering drops were clinging to the petals of the rose, as if to the feathers of a waterfowl. "Thanks, Ezekiel," said Klaus Heinrich, and took the rose. "Still going strong? Here." He gave the old man a gold piece, and climbing into the dog cart, drove with the rose on the seat beside him through the courtyards. Everybody who saw him thought that he was driving back to the Hermitage from the Old Schloss, where presumably he had an interview with the Grand Duke. But he drove through the town gardens to Delphinenort. The sky had clouded over, big drops were already falling on the leaves, and thunder rolled in the distance. The ladies were at tea when Klaus Heinrich, conducted by the corpulent butler, appeared in the gallery and walked down the steps into the garden room. Mr. Spoelmann, as usual recently, was not present. He was in bed with poultices on. Percival, who lay curled up like a snail close by Imma's chair, beat the carpet with his tail by way of greeting. The gilding of the furniture looked dull, as the park beyond the glass door lay in a damp mist. Klaus Heinrich exchanged a handshake with the daughter of the house and kissed the Countess's hand, while he gently raised her from the courtly curtsy she had begun, as usual, to make. "You see, summer has come," he said to Imma Spoelmann, offering her the rose. It was the first time he had brought her flowers. "How courtly of you," she said. "Thanks, Prince. And what a beauty!" she went on in honest admiration, a thing she hardly ever showed, and held out her small ringless hands for the glorious flower, whose dewy petals curled exquisitely at the edges. "Are there such fine roses here? Where did you get it?" And she bent her dark head eagerly over it. Her eyes were full of horror when she looked up again. "It doesn't smell," she said, and a look of disgust showed round her mouth. "Wait, though, it smells of decay," she said. "What's this you have brought me, Prince?" And her big black eyes in her pale face seemed to glow with questioning horror. "Yes," he said, "I'm sorry. That's a way our roses have. It's from the bush in one of the courts of the Old Schloss. Have you never heard of it? There's something hangs by that. People say that one day it will begin to smell exquisite." She seemed not to be listening to him. "It seems as if it had no soul," she said, and looked at the rose. "But it's perfectly beautiful, that one must allow." "Well, that's a doubtful joke on nature's part, Prince. All the same, Prince, thanks for your attention. And as it comes from your ancestral Schloss, one must regard it with due reverence." She put the rose in a glass by her plate. A swansdown flunkey brought the Prince a cup and plate. They discussed at tea the bewitched rose bush, and then commonplace subjects, such as the Court Theatre, their horses, and all sorts of trivial topics. Imma Spoelmann time after time contradicted him, interposing polished quotations, to her own enjoyment and his despair at the range of her reading, quotations which she uttered in her broken voice with whimsical motions of her head. After a time a heavy white paper parcel was brought in, sent by the bookbinders to Miss Spoelmann, containing a number of works which she had had bound in smart and durable bindings. She opened the parcel, and they all three examined the books to see if the binder had done his work well. They were nearly all learned works whose contents were either as mysterious-looking as Imma Spoelmann's notebook, or dealt with scientific psychology, acute analyses of internal impulses. They were got up in the most sumptuous way, with parchment and crushed leather, gold letters, fine paper, and silk markers. Imma Spoelmann did not display much enthusiasm over the consignment, but Klaus Heinrich, who had never seen such handsome volumes, was full of admiration. "Shall you put them all into the bookcase," he asked, "with the others upstairs? I suppose you have quantities of books. Are they all as fine as these? Do let me see how you arrange them. I can't go yet, the weather's still bad and would ruin my white trousers. Besides, I've no idea how you live in Delphinenort. I've never seen your study. Will you show me your books?" "That depends on the Countess," she said, busying herself with piling the volumes one on the other. "Countess, the Prince wants to see my books. Would you be so kind as to say what you think?" Countess Löwenjoul was in a brown study. With her small bent head she was watching Klaus Heinrich with a sharp, almost hostile look, and then let her eyes wander to Imma Spoelmann, when her expression altered and became gentle, sympathetic, and anxious. She came to herself with a smile, and drew a little watch out of her brown, close-fitting dress. "At 7 o'clock," she said brightly, "Mr. Spoelmann expects you to read to him, Imma. You have half an hour in which to do what his Royal Highness wants." "Good. Come along, Prince, and inspect my study," said Imma, "and so far as your Highness permits it, please lend a hand in carrying up these books. I'll take half." But Klaus Heinrich took them all. He clasped them in both arms, though the left was not much use to him, and the pile reached to his chin. Then, bending backwards and going carefully, so as to drop nothing, he followed Imma over into the wing towards the drive, on the main floor of which lay Countess Löwenjoul's and Miss Spoelmann's quarters. In the big comfortable room which they entered through a heavy door, he lay his burden down on the top of a hexagonal ebony table, which stood in front of a big gold-chintzed sofa. Imma Spoelmann's study was not furnished in the style proper to the Schloss, but in a more modern taste, without any show, but with massive, masculine, serviceable luxury. It was panelled with rare woods right up to the top, and adorned with old porcelain, which glittered on the brackets all round under the ceiling. The carpets were Persian, the mantelpiece black marble, on which stood shapely vases and a gilt clock. The chairs were broad and velvet covered, and the curtains of the same golden stuff as the sofa cover. A capacious desk stood in front of the bow window, which allowed a view of the big basin in front of the Schloss. One wall was covered with books, but the main library was in the adjacent room, which was smaller and carpeted like the big one. A glass door opened into it, and its walls were completely covered with bookshelves right up to the ceiling. "Well, Prince, there's my Hermitage," said Imma Spoelmann. "I hope you like it." "Why, it's glorious," he said. But he did not look round him, but gazed unintermittently at her, as she reclined against the sofa cushions by the hexagonal table. She was wearing one of her beautiful indoor dresses, a summer one this time, made of white accordion pleated stuff, with open sleeves and gold embroidery on the yoke. The skin of her arms and neck seemed browned as meerschaum against the white of the dress. Her big, bright, earnest eyes in the strangely childlike face seemed to speak a language of their own unceasingly, and a smooth wisp of black hair hung across her forehead. She had Klaus Heinrich's rose in her hand. "How lovely!" he said, standing before her, and not conscious of what he meant. His blue eyes, above the national cheek-bones, were heavy as with grief. "You have as many books," he added, "as my sister Ditlinde has flowers." "Has the Princess so many flowers?" "Yes, but of late she has not set so much store by them." "Let's clear these away," she said, and took up some books. "No, wait," he said anxiously. "I've such a lot to say to you, and our time is so short. You must know that to day is my birthday. That's why I came and brought you the rose." "Oh," she said, "that is an event. Your birthday to day? Well, I'm sure that you received all your congratulations with the dignity you always show. You may have mine as well. It was sweet of you to bring me the rose, although it has its doubtful side." And she tried the mouldy smell once more with an expression of fear on her face. "How old are you to day, Prince?" 27, he answered. "I was born 27 years ago in the Grimborg. Ever since then I've had a strenuous and lonely time of it." She did not answer. And suddenly he saw her eyes, under her slightly frowning eyebrows, move to his side. Yes, although he was standing sideways to her with his right shoulder towards her, as he had trained himself to do, he could not prevent her eyes fastening on his left arm, on the hand which he had planted right back on his hip. "Were you born with that?" she asked softly. He grew pale, but with a cry, which rang like a cry of redemption, he sank down before her and clasped her wondrous form in both his arms. There he lay, in his white trousers and his blue and red coat with the major's shoulder straps. "Little sister," he said, "little sister." She answered with a pout. "Think of appearances, Prince. I consider that one should not let oneself go, but should keep up appearances on all occasions." But he was too far gone, and raising his face to her, his eyes in a mist, he only said, "Imma, little Imma." Then she took his hand, the left, atrophied one, the deformity, the hindrance in his lofty calling, which he had been wont from boyhood to hide artfully and carefully. She took it and kissed it. End of section 18. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. Chapter 8, The Fulfillment. Grave reports were flying around concerning the state of health of the Finance Minister, Dr. Krippenreuther. People hinted at nervous breakdown, at a progressive stomach trouble, which indeed Herr Krippenreuther's flabby yellow complexion was calculated to suggest. What is greatness? The daily breader, the journeyman, might envy this tortured dignitary his title, his chain, his rank at court, his important office, to which he had climbed so pertinaciously, only to wear himself out in it, but not when these all meant the concomitant of his illness. His retirement was repeatedly announced to be impending. It was said to be due simply and solely to the Grand Duke's dislike of new faces, as well as to the consideration that matters could not be improved by a change of personnel, that his resignation had not already become a fact. Dr. Krippenreuther had spent his summer leave in a health resort in the hills. Perhaps he might have improved somewhat up there, but anyhow after his return his recouped strength ebbed away quickly again. For at the very beginning of the parliamentary session a rift had come between him and the Budget Commission, serious dissensions which were certainly not from any want of industry on his part, but from circumstances, from the incurable position of affairs. In the middle of September Albrecht II opened the Landtag in the Old Schloss with the traditional ceremonies. They began with an invocation to God by the court chaplain, Dom Wislicenus, in the Schloss chapel. Then the Grand Duke, accompanied by Prince Klaus Heinrich, went in solemn procession to the throne room. Here the members of both chambers, the ministers, court officials, and many others in uniform and civil dress greeted the royal brothers with 3 cheers, led by the president of the First Chamber, a Count Prenzlau. Albrecht had earnestly wished to transfer to his brother his duties in the formal ceremony.
It was only owing to the urgent objections of Herr von Knobelsdorff that he walked in the procession behind the pages. He was so much ashamed of his braided hussar's coat, his gaudy trousers, and the whole to-do, that he showed clearly in his face his anger and his embarrassment. His shoulder blades were twisted in his nervousness as he mounted the steps to the throne. Then he took his stand in front of the theatrical chair under the faded baldachin and sucked at his upper lip. His small, bearded, unmilitary head rested on the white collar, which stuck out far above the silver hussar collar, and his blue, lonely-looking eyes gazed vacantly in front of him. The jangle of the spurs of the aide-de-camp who handed him the manuscript of his speech from the throne rang through the hall, in which silence now reigned. And quietly, with a slight lisp, and more than one sudden burst of coughing, the Grand Duke read what had been written for him. The speech was the most palliatory that had ever been heard, each humiliating fact from outside being counterbalanced by some virtuous trait or other in the people. He began by praising the industrious spirit of the whole country, then admitted that there was no actual increase to show in any branch of manufacture, so that the sources of revenue failed to show under any head the fertility that could be desired. He remarked with satisfaction how the feeling for the public good and economical self-sacrifice were spreading more and more through the population, and then declared without mincing matters that, notwithstanding a general most acceptable increase in the taxation returns, as a result of the influx of wealthy foreigners, meaning Mr. Spoelmann, any relaxation of the calls on the said noble sacrifice was not to be thought of. Even without this, he continued, it had been impossible to budget for all the objects of the financial policy, and should it prove that sufficient reduction in the public debt had not been successfully provided for, the government considered that the continuation of policy of moderate loans would prove the best way out of the financial complications. In any event, it, the government, felt itself supported in these most unfavourable circumstances by the confidence of the nation, that faith in the future which was so fair a heritage of our stock. And the speech from the throne left the sinister topic of public economy as soon as possible, to apply itself to less disputatious subjects, such as ecclesiastical, educational, and legal matters. Minister of State von Knobelsdorff declared in the monarch's name the Landtag to be open, and the cheers which accompanied Albrecht when he left the hall sounded somewhat ironical and dubious. As the weather was still summery, he went straight back to Hollerbrunn, from which necessity alone had driven him to the capital. He had done his part, and the rest was the concern of Herr Krippenreuther and the Landtag. Quarrels began, as has been said, immediately, and about several topics at once, the property tax, the meat tax, and the civil service estimates. For when the deputies proved adamant against attempts to persuade them to sanction fresh taxes, Dr. Krippenreuther's meditative mind had hit on the idea of converting the income tax, which had been usual hitherto, into a property tax, which on the base of 13.5% would produce an increment of about 1 million. How direly needed, indeed how inadequate such an increment was clear from the main budget for the new financial year, which, leaving out of account the imposition of new burdens on the Treasury, concluded with an adverse balance, which was calculated to damp the courage of any economical expert. But when it was realized that practically only the towns would be hit by the property tax, the combined indignation of the urban deputies turned against the assessment of 13.5%, and they demanded as compensation at least the abolition of the meat tax, which they called undemocratic and antediluvian. Add to this that the Commission adhered resolutely to the long promised and always postponed improvement of civil servants' pay, for it could not be denied that the salaries of the government officials, clergy and teachers of the Grand Duchy were miserable. But Dr. Krippenreuther could not make gold. He said in so many words, "I've never learnt to make gold," and he found himself equally unable to abolish the meat tax and to ameliorate the conditions in the civil service. His only resource was to anchor himself to his 13.5%, although no one knew better than he that its sanction would not really bring things any nearer their solution. For the position was serious, and despondent spirits painted it in gloomy colours. The almanac of the Grand Ducal Statistical Bureau contained alarming returns of the harvest for the last year. Agriculture had a succession of bad years to show. Storms, hail, droughts, and inordinate rain had been the lot of the peasants. An exceptionally cold and snowless winter had resulted in the seed freezing, and the critics maintained, though with little proof to show for it, that the timber cutting had already influenced the climate. At any rate, figures proved that the total yield of corn had decreased in a most disquieting degree. The straw, besides being deficient in quantity, left much to be wished from the point of view of quality, in the opinion of the compilers of the report. The figures of the potato harvest fell far below the averages of the preceding decade, not to mention that no less than 10% of the potatoes were diseased. As to artificial feeding stuffs, these showed for the last 2 years results both in quality and quantity which, for clover and manure, were as bad as the worst of the years under review, and things were no better with the rapeseed harvest or with the first and second hay crops. The decline in agriculture was baldly shown in the increase of forced sales, whose figures in the year under review had advanced in a striking way. But the failure of crops entailed a falling off in the produce of taxation, which would have been regrettable in any country, but in ours could not help having a fatal effect. As to the forests, nothing had been made out of them. One disaster had followed another, blight and moths had attacked the woods more than once, and it will be remembered that owing to overcutting the woods had lost seriously in capital value. The silver mines? They had for a long time proved barren. The work had been interrupted by convulsions of nature, and as the repairs would have cost large sums, and the results had never shown signs of coming up to expectations, it had been found necessary provisionally to suspend the workings, though this threw a number of labourers out of work and caused distress in whole districts. Enough has been said to explain how matters stood with the ordinary state revenues in this time of trial. The slowly advancing crisis, the deficit carried forward from one year to another, had become burning owing to the straits of the people and the unfavourableness of the elements. It had begun to cry aloud for remedy, and when one looked around despairingly for the remedy, or even for means of alleviation, the most purblind could not fail to see the whole hideousness of our financial condition. There could be no thought of voting for new expenditure. The country was naturally incapable of bearing much taxation. It was now exhausted, its tax-paying powers adversely affected, and the critics declared that the sight of insufficiently nourished human beings was becoming more and more common in the country. They attributed this firstly to the shocking taxes on provisions, and secondly to the direct taxation which was known to oblige stock owners to turn all their full milk into cash. As to the other less respectable, though enticingly easy remedy for dearth of money, of which the financial authorities were well aware, namely the raising of a loan, the time was come when an improper and inconsiderate use of this means must begin to bring its own bitter punishment. The liquidation of the national debt had been taken in hand for a time in a clumsy and harmful way. Then under Albrecht II it had stopped altogether. The yawning rifts in the State had received an emergency stuffing of new loans and paper issues, and subsequent finance ministers had grown pale to find themselves faced with a floating consolidated debt redeemable at an early date, whose total was scandalously large for the total number of heads of the population. Dr. Krippenreuther had not shrunk from the practical steps open to the State in such a predicament. He had steered clear of big capital obligations, had demanded compulsory redemption of bonds, and, while reducing the rate of interest, had converted short-dated debts over the heads of the creditors into perpetual rent charges. But these rent charges had to be paid, and while this encumbrance was an unbearable burden on the national economy, the lowness of the rate of exchange caused every fresh issue of bonds to bring in less capital proceeds to the Treasury. Still more, the economic crisis in the Grand Duchy had the effect of making foreign creditors demand payments at an exceptionally early date. This again lowered the rate of exchange and resulted in an increased flow of gold out of the country, and bank smashes were daily occurrences in the business world. In a word, our credit was shattered, our paper stood far below its nominal value, and though the Landtag might perhaps have preferred to vote a new loan to voting new taxes, the conditions which would have been imposed upon the country were such that the negotiation seemed difficult, if not impossible. For on top of everything else came this unpleasant factor, that the people were at the moment suffering from the burden of that general economical disorder, that appreciation in the price of gold, which is still vivid in everybody's memory. What was to be done to get safe to land? Whither turn to appease the hunger for gold which was devouring us? The disposal of the then unproductive silver mines and the application of the proceeds to the payment of the debts at high interest was discussed at length. Yet, as matters stood, the sale could not help turning out disadvantageously. Further, not only would the State lose altogether the capital sunk in the mines, but would relinquish its prospect of a return which might perhaps sooner or later materialize. Finally, buyers did not grow on every bush. For one moment, a moment of psychical despondency, the sale of the national forests even was mooted. But it must be said that there was still enough sense in the country to prevent our woods being surrendered to private industry. To complete the picture, still further rumours of sales were current, rumours which suggested that the financial embarrassment penetrated even to quarters which the loyal people had always hoped were far removed from all the rubs of the time. The Courier, which was never used to sacrifice a piece of news to its sympathetic feelings, was the first to publish the news that 2 of the Grand Duke's Schlosses, pastime and favourite in the open country, had been put up for sale. Considering that neither property was of any further use as a residence for the royal family, and that both demanded yearly increasing outlay, the administrators of the Crown Trust property had given notice in the proper quarter for steps to be taken to sell them. What did that imply? It was obviously quite a different case from that of the sale of Delphinenort, which had been the result of a quite exceptional and favourable offer, as well as a smart stroke of business on behalf of the State. People who were brutal enough to give a name to things which finer feeling shrinks from specifying declared right out that the Treasury had been mercilessly set upon by disquieted creditors, and that their consent to such sales showed that they were exposed to relentless pressure. How far had matters gone? Into whose hands would the Schlosses fall? The more benevolent who asked this question were inclined to find comfort in and to believe a further report which was spread by the wiseacres, namely, that on this occasion too the buyer was no one else but Samuel Spoelmann, an entirely groundless and fantastic report, which, however, proves what a rôle in the world of popular imagination was played by the lonely suffering little man who had settled down in such princely style in their midst. Yonder he lived with his physician, his electric organ, and his collection of glass, behind the pillars, the bow windows, and the chiselled festoons of the Schloss, which had risen from its ruins at a nod from him. He was hardly ever seen. He was always in bed with poultices. But people saw his daughter, that curious creature with the whimsical features who lived like a princess, had a countess for a companion, studied algebra, and had walked in a temper unimpeded right through the guard. People saw her, and they sometimes saw Prince Klaus Heinrich at her side. Raoul Ueberbein had used a strong expression when he declared that the public held their breath at the sight. But he really was right, and it can be truly said that the population of our town as a whole never followed a social or public proceeding with such passionate, such surpassing eagerness as Klaus Heinrich's visits to Delphinenort. The Prince himself acted up to a certain point, namely up to a certain conversation with His Excellency the Minister of State, Knobelsdorff, blindly, without regard to the outside world, and in obedience only to an inner impulse. But his tutor was justified in deriding in his fatherly way his idea that his proceedings could be kept hid from the world. For whether it was that the servants on both sides did not hold their tongues, or that the public had the opportunity of direct observation, at any rate Klaus Heinrich had not met Miss Spoelmann once since that first meeting in the Dorothea Hospital without its being remarked and discussed. Remarked? No, spied on, glared at, and greedily jumped at. Discussed? Rather smothered in floods of talk. The intercourse of the two was the topic of conversation in court circles, salons, sitting and bedrooms, barber shops, public houses, workrooms, and servants' halls, by cabmen on the ranks and girls at the gates. It occupied the minds of men no less than women, of course with the variations which are inherent in the different ways the sexes have of looking at things. The always sympathetic interest in it had a uniting, levelling effect. It bridged over the social gaps, and one might hear the tram conductor turn to the smart passenger on the platform with a question whether he knew that yesterday afternoon the Prince had again spent an hour at Delphinenort. But what was at once remarkable in itself and at the same time decisive for the future was that throughout there never seemed for one moment to be any feeling of scandal in the air, nor did all the tongue-wagging seem merely the vulgar pleasure in startling events in high quarters. From the very beginning, before any arrière-pensée had time to form, the thousand-voiced discussion of the subject, however animated, was always pitched in a key of approval and agreement. Indeed, the Prince, if it had occurred to him at an earlier stage to adapt his conduct to public opinion, would have realized at once to his delight how entirely popular that conduct was. For when he called Miss Spoelmann a princess to his tutor, he had, quite properly, accurately expressed his people's mind, that people which always surrounds the uncommon and visionary with a cloud of poetry. Yes, to the people the pale, dark, precious, and strangely lovely creature of mixed blood, who had come to us from the Antipodes to live her lonely and unprecedented life amongst us, to the people she was a princess, or fairy child from fable-land, a princess in the world's most wonderful meaning. But everything, her own behaviour as much as the attitude of the world towards her, contributed to make her appear a princess in the ordinary sense of the word also. Did she not live with her companion Countess in a schloss, as was meet and right? Did she not drive in her gorgeous motor or her four-in-hand to the benevolent institutions, the homes for the blind, for orphans, and for deaconesses, the public kitchens and milk kitchens, to teach herself and stimulate them by her inspection, like a complete princess? Had she not subscribed to support the victims of flood and fire out of her privy purse, as the Courier was precise enough to declare, subscriptions which nearly equalled those of the Grand Duke, did not exceed them, as was noticed with general satisfaction? Did not the newspapers publish almost daily, immediately under the court news, reports of Mr. Spoelmann's varying health, whether the colic kept him in bed, or whether he had resumed his morning visits to the spa gardens? Were not the white liveries of his servants as much a part of the picture in the streets of the capital as the brown of the Grand Ducal lackeys? Did not foreigners with guide books ask to be taken out to Delphinenort, there to gloat over the sight of Spoelmann's house, many of them before they had seen the old Schloss? Were not both Schlosses, the old and Delphinenort, about equally centres and foci of the city? To what circle of society belonged that human being who had been born Samuel Spoelmann's daughter, that creature without counterpart, without analogy? To whom should she attach herself, with whom to have intercourse? Nothing could be less surprising, nothing more obvious and natural than to see Klaus Heinrich at her side. And even those who had never enjoyed that sight enjoyed it in the spirit and gloated over it. The slim, solemnly familiar figure of the Prince by the side of the daughter and heiress of the prodigious little foreigner, who, ill and peevish as he was, disposed of a fortune which amounted to nearly twice as much as our national debt. Then one day a memory, a wonderful disposition of words, took hold of the public conscience. Nobody can say who first pointed to it, recalled it. That is quite uncertain. Perhaps it was a woman, perhaps a child with credulous eyes, whom somebody was sending to sleep with stories. Heaven only knows. But a ghostly form began to show liveliness in the popular imagination. The shadow of an old gypsy woman, grey and bent, with an inward squint, who drew her stick through the sand, and whose mumbling had been written down and handed down from generation to generation. The greatest happiness? It should come to the land through a prince with one hand. He would give the country, the prophecy ran, more with his one hand than others could with two. With one? But was everything all right with Klaus Heinrich's slim figure? When one thought of it, was there not a weakness, a defect in his person, which one always avoided seeing when addressing him, partly from shyness, and partly because with charming skill he made it so easy not to notice it? When one saw him in his carriage, he kept his left hand on his sword hilt covered with his right. One could see him under a baldachin, on a flag-bedecked platform, take up a position slightly turned to the left, with his left hand planted somehow on his hip. His left arm was too short, the hand was stunted, everybody knew that, and knew various explanations of the origin of the defect, although respect and distance had not allowed a clear view of it, or even its recognition in so many words. But now everybody saw it. It could never be ascertained who first whispered and quoted the prophecy in this connection, whether it was a child, or a girl, or a greybeard on the threshold of the beyond. But what is certain, that it was the people who started it, the people who imposed certain thoughts and hopes, and quite soon their conception of Miss Spoelmann's personality, on the cultured classes right up to the highest quarters, and exercised a powerful influence on them from below, that the impartial, unprejudiced belief of the people afforded the broad and firm foundation for all that came later. With one hand, people asked, and the greatest happiness? They saw Klaus Heinrich in the spirit by Imma Spoelmann's side with his left hand on his hip, and, still incompetent to think their thought out to its conclusion, they quivered at their half-thought. At that time everything was still in the clouds, and nobody thought anything out to its conclusion, not even the persons most immediately concerned, for the relations between Klaus Heinrich and Imma Spoelmann were wondrous strange, and their minds, his as well, could not be brought to centre on any immediate palpable goal. As a matter of fact, that laconic conversation on the afternoon of the Prince's birthday,
when Miss Spoelmann had showed him her books, had made but the slightest, if any, alteration in their relations. Klaus Heinrich may have gone back to the Hermitage in that condition of heated enthusiasm proper to young people on such occasions, convinced that something decisive had happened, but he soon learned that his wooing of what he had recognized to be his only happiness was only now really beginning. But, as has been said, this wooing could not aim at any objective result, a bourgeois promise or such like. Such an idea was almost inconceivable, and besides, the Prince lived in too great seclusion from the practical world for such an end to present itself to him. In fact, the object of Klaus Heinrich's pleadings with looks and words from that time onward was not that Miss Spoelmann should reciprocate the feelings he entertained towards her, but that she might feel impelled to believe in the reality and liveliness of those feelings, for that was what she did not do. He let 2 weeks pass before he sent in his name at Delphinenort again, and during these he feasted spiritually on what had already occurred. He was in no hurry to supersede that happening with a new one. Besides, his time just now was occupied by several representative functions, including the annual festival of the Miniature Range Rifle Club, whose well-informed patron he was, and in whose anniversary festival he annually took part. There he was received in his green uniform, as if his sole interest in life was rifle shooting, by the united members of the association with an enthusiastic welcome, was conducted to the butts, and after an unappetizing luncheon with the distinguished members of the committee, fired several shots in a gracefully expert attitude in the direction of various targets. End of section 19. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. When he proceeded, it was the middle of June, to pay another visit to the Spoelmanns, he found Imma in a very mocking mood, and her mode of expression was unusually scriptural and solemn. Mr. Spoelmann also was present this time, and although his presence robbed Klaus Heinrich of the tête-à-tête so much desired with the daughter, yet it helped him in a quite unexpected way to bear up against the wounds which Imma's sharpness gave him, for Samuel Spoelmann was friendly and almost affectionate towards him. They had tea on the terrace, sitting in basket chairs of an ultra-modern shape, with the breezes from the flower garden softly fanning them. The master of the house lay under a green silk, fur-lined and parrot-embroidered coverlet, stretched by the table on a cane couch fitted with silk cushions. He had left his bed for the sake of the mild air, but his cheeks to-day were not inflamed, but of a sallow paleness, and his eyes were muddy. His chin protruded sharply, his prominent nose looked longer than ever, and his tone was not cross, as usual, but sad, a bad sign. By his head sat Dr. Watercloose with his continual soft smile. "Hello, young Prince," said Mr. Spoelmann in a tired tone, and answered the other's inquiry as to his health merely with a half-grunt. Imma, in a shimmering dress with a high waist and green velvet bolero, poured water into the pot out of the electric kettle. She congratulated the Prince with a pout on his personal prowess at the rifle festival. She had, she said, as she wagged her head backwards and forwards, read an account of it in the daily press with deep satisfaction, and had read aloud the description of his exploits as marksman to the Countess. The latter was sitting bolt upright in her tight brown dress at the table, and handling her spoon gracefully, without in any way letting herself go. It was Mr. Spoelmann who did the talking this time. He did it, as it has been said, in a soft, sad way, the result of all his suffering. He recounted an occurrence, an experience of years gone by, which was obviously still fresh to him, and which always brought him new suffering on the days when his health was bad. He recounted the short and simple story twice, with even greater self-torture the second time than the first.
He had wished to make one of his endowments, not one of the first rank, but a pretty considerable one. He had given a big philanthropic institute in the United States to understand in writing that he wished to devote $1,000,000 in railway bonds to the furtherance of their noble work. Safe paper of the South Pacific Railway, said Mr. Spoelmann, and slapped the palm of his hand as if to show the paper. But what had the Philanthropic Institute done? It had refused the gift, rejected it, adding in so many words that it preferred to go without the support of questionable and ill-gotten plunder. They had actually done that. Mr. Spoelmann's lips quivered as he recounted it, the first time no less than the second, and longing for comfort and expressions of disapproval, he looked round the table with his little close-set metallic eyes. "That was not philanthropic of the Philanthropic Institute," said Klaus Heinrich. "No, it certainly was not." And the shake of his head was so decided, his disgust and sympathy so obvious, that Mr. Spoelmann cheered up a little, and declared that it was lovely outside to-day and the trees down yonder smelt nice. Indeed, he took the first opportunity of showing his young guest his appreciation and satisfaction in the clearest manner. For Klaus Heinrich had caught a chill with this summer's constant alternations between warm weather and cooling showers and hailstorms. His neck was swollen, his throat felt sore when he swallowed, and his lofty calling and a certain amount of mollycoddling of this person, in request as it was for exhibition, had necessarily made him rather delicate. He could not help alluding to it in complaining of the pain in his neck. "You must have wet compresses," said Mr. Spoelmann. "Have you any oil silk?" Klaus Heinrich had none. Then Mr. Spoelmann threw off the parrot coverlet, stood up and went inside the Schloss. He would not answer any questions, insisted on going on, and went. When he had gone the others asked each other what he intended to do, and Dr. Watercloose, fearing lest an attack of pain had seized his patient, hurried after him. But when Mr. Spoelmann returned he had in his hand a piece of oil silk, whose existence in some drawer he had remembered, a rather creased piece, which he handed to the Prince with precise directions how to use it, so as to get the most good out of it. Klaus Heinrich thanked him delightedly, and Mr. Spoelmann got contentedly back on his couch. This time he stayed there till the end of tea, when he proposed a general walk round the park in the following order: Mr. Spoelmann in his soft slippers between Imma and Klaus Heinrich, while Countess Löwenjoul followed at a short distance with Dr. Watercloose. When the Prince took leave for the day, Imma Spoelmann made some sharp remark about his neck and the wet compresses, adjured him half mockingly to nurse himself, and to take the utmost care of his sacred person. But although Klaus Heinrich had no adequate repartee ready for her, she did not expect or want one, yet it was in a fairly cheerful frame of mind that he mounted his dog-cart, for the piece of creased oil silk in the back pocket of his uniform coat seemed to him, though unconsciously, a pledge of a happy future. However that might be, for the present his struggle was only beginning. It was the struggle for Imma Spoelmann's faith, the struggle to make her so far trust him as to be capable of deciding to leave the clear and frosty sphere wherein she had been wont to play, to descend from the realms of algebra and conversational ridicule, and to venture with him into the untrodden zone, that warmer, more fragrant, more fruitful zone to which he showed her the way, for she was overpoweringly shy of making any such decision. Next time he was alone with her, or as good as alone, because Countess Löwenjoul was the third. It was a cool overcast morning, after a break in the weather the night before. They rode along the meadow woods, Klaus Heinrich in high boots, with the crook of his crop suspended between the buttons of his grey cloak. The sluices at the wooden bridge upstream were shut, the bed of the stream lay empty and stony. Percival, whose first outburst had died down, jumped here and there or trotted sideways, dog fashion, in front of the horses. The Countess, on Isabeau, kept her head on one side and smiled. Klaus Heinrich was saying, "I'm always thinking, night and day, about something which must have been a dream. I lie at night and can hear Florian over in the stall snuffling, it's so quiet. And then I think, for certain it was no dream. But when I see you as I do today, and did the other day at tea, I cannot possibly think it anything more substantial." She replied, "I must ask you to explain yourself, sire." "Did you show me your books 19 days ago, Miss Spoelmann, or not?" "19 days ago? I must count up. No, let's see. It's 18½ days, unless I'm quite out. You did show me your books then?" "That is undoubtedly correct, Prince, and I delude myself with the hope that you like them." "Oh, Imma, you mustn't talk like that, not now and not to me. My heart is so heavy and I have such lots still to say to you, which I couldn't get out 19 days ago, when you showed me your books, your masses of books. How I should love to carry on where we broke off then, and to forget all that lies between." "For heaven's sake, Prince, rather forget the other. Why go back to it? Why remind yourself and me? I thought you had good reason to observe the strictest silence on such subjects. Fancy letting yourself go like that, losing your self-possession to such a degree. If only you knew, Imma, how unutterably pleasant it is for me to lose my self-possession." "No thanks. That's insulting, do you know that? I insist on your showing the same self-possession towards me as towards the rest of the world. I'm not here to provide you with relaxation from your princely existence." "How entirely you misunderstand me, Imma. But I am well aware that you do so deliberately and only in fun, and that shows me that you don't believe me and don't take what I say seriously." "No, Prince, you really ask too much. Haven't you told me about your life? You went to school for show, to the university for show, you served as a soldier for show, and still wear the uniform for show, you hold audiences for show, and play at rifle shooting, and heaven knows what else for show. You came into the world for show, and I am suddenly to believe that there is anything serious about you?" Tears came to his eyes while she said this. Her words hurt him so much. He answered gently, "You are right, Imma, there is a lot of fiction in my life. But I didn't make it or choose it, you must remember, but have done my duty precisely and sternly as it was prescribed to me for the edification of the people. And it is not enough that it has been a hard one and full of prohibitions and privations. It must now take revenge on me by causing you not to believe me." "You are proud," she said, "of your calling and your life, Prince, I know well, and I cannot wish you to break faith with yourself." "Oh," he cried, "leave that to me, that about being true to myself, and don't give it a thought. I've had experiences, I have been untrue to myself, and have tried to get round the prohibitions, and it ended in my disgrace. But since I've known you, I know for the first time, that I may, for the first time, without remorse or harm to what is described as my lofty calling, let myself go like anybody else, although Dr. Ueberbein says, and says in Latin, that that must never be." "There, you see what your friend said." "Didn't you yourself call him a poor wretch who would come to a sad end? He's a fine character, I esteem him greatly, and owe him many hints about myself and things in general. But I've often thought about him recently, and as you expressed so unfavourable a verdict upon him then, I've spent hours considering your verdict, and was forced to own you right. For I'll tell you, Imma, how things stand with Dr. Ueberbein. His whole life is hostile to happiness, that's what it is." "That seems to me a very proper hostility," said Imma Spoelmann. "Proper," he answered, "but wretched, as you yourself said. And what's more, sinful, for it is a sin against something nobler than his severe propriety, as I now see, and it's this sin in which he wished to educate me in his fatherly fashion. But I've grown out of his education. At this point I have. I'm now independent and know better, and though I may not have convinced Ueberbein, I'll convince you, Imma, sooner or later." "Yes, Prince, I must grant you that. You have the powers of conviction. Your zeal carries one along irresistibly with it. 19 days, didn't you say? I maintain that 18½ is right, but it comes to much the same thing. In that time you have condescended to appear at Delphinenort once, 4 days ago." He threw a startled look at her. "But, Emma, you must have patience with me, and some indulgence. Consider, I'm still awkward. This is strange ground. I don't know how it was. I believe I wanted to let us have time, and then there came several calls upon me. Of course, you had to fire at the targets for show. I read all about it. As usual, you had a rousing success to show for it. You stood there in your fancy dress and let a whole meadowful of people love you." "Halt, Emma! I beg you, don't gallop. One can't get a word out. Love, you say. But what sort of love is it? A meadow love? A casual, superficial love, a love at a distance, which means nothing, a love in full dress with no familiarity about it. No, you've absolutely no reason to be angry because I express myself pleased with it, for I get no good from it. Only the people do, who are elevated by it, and that's their desire. But I too have my desire, Emma, and it's to you that I turn." "How can I help you, Prince?" "Oh, you know well. It's confidence, Emma. Couldn't you have a little confidence in me?" She looked at him, and the scrutiny of her big eyes had never before been so dark and piercing. But for all the urgency of his dumb pleading, she turned away and said with a look which betrayed no secrets, "No, Prince Klaus Heinrich, I cannot." He uttered a cry of grief, and his voice shook, as he asked, "And why can't you?" She replied, "Because you prevent me." "How do I prevent you? Please tell me, I beg." And with the reserved expression still on her face, her eyes dropped on her white reins, and rocking lightly to her horse's walk, she replied, "Through everything, through your conduct, through the way and manner of your being, through your highly distinguished personality. You know well enough how you prevented the poor Countess from letting herself go, and forced her to be clear-brained and reasonable, although it is expressly on the ground of her excessive experiences that the blessing of craziness and oddness has been vouchsafed to her, and that I told you that I was well aware how you had set out to sober her. Yes, I know it well, for you prevent me too from letting myself go. You sober me too, continually, in every way, through your words, through your look, through your way of sitting and standing, and it is quite impossible to have confidence in you. I've had the opportunity of watching you in your intercourse with other people, but whether it was Dr. Sammet in the Dorothea Hospital or Herr Stavenüter in the Pheasantry Tea Garden, it was always the same, and it always made me shiver. You hold yourself erect and ask questions, but you don't do so out of sympathy. You don't care what the questions are about. No, you don't care about anything, and you lay nothing to heart. I've often seen it. You speak, you express an opinion, but you might just as well express a quite different one, for in reality you have no opinion and no belief, and the only thing you care about is your princely self-possession. You say sometimes that your calling is not an easy one, but as you have challenged me, I'll ask you to notice that it would be easier to you if you had an opinion and a belief, Prince. That's my opinion and belief. How could anyone have confidence in you? No, it's not confidence that you inspire, but coldness and embarrassment. And if I put myself out to get closer to you, that kind of embarrassment and awkwardness would prevent me from doing so. There's my answer for you." He had listened to her with painful tension, had looked more than once at her pale face while she was speaking, and then again, like her, dropped his eyes on the reins. "I must indeed thank you, Emma," he answered, "for speaking so earnestly. For you know that you don't always do so, but generally speak only derisively, and in your way take things as little seriously as I in mine." How else but derisively can I speak to you, Prince? And sometimes you were so hard and cruel, as for instance towards the head sister in the Dorothea Hospital, whom you threw into such confusion. Oh, I'm well aware that I too have my faults, and need somebody to help me to give them up. I'll be that somebody, Imma. We'll help each other. I don't think we can help each other, Prince. Yes, we can. Didn't you speak just now quite seriously and unsatirically? But as for me, you are not right when you say that I care about nothing at all and lay nothing to heart. For I care about you, Imma. About you. I have laid you to heart. And as this matter is one of such inexpressible seriousness to me, I cannot fail finally to win your confidence. Were you aware of my joy when I heard you talk of putting yourself out and coming nearer to me? Yes, put yourself out a little, and do not let yourself ever again be confused with that sort of awkwardness, or whatever it is, which you are so liable to feel in my presence. I know it only too well, how much to blame I am for that. But laugh at yourself and at me when I make you feel like that, and attach yourself to me. Will you promise me to put yourself out a little?" But Imma Spoelmann promised nothing, but insisted now on her gallop, and many a subsequent conversation remained like this, without result. Sometimes, when Klaus Heinrich had come to tea, the Prince, Miss Spoelmann, the Countess, and Percival went into the park. The splendid collie kept decorously at Imma's side, and Countess Löwenjoul walked 2 or 3 yards behind the young people, for soon after they had started she had stopped for a second to twine her bent and bony fingers round a blossom, and she had never made good the distance she had lost. So Klaus Heinrich and Imma walked in front of her and talked, but when they had covered a certain distance they turned round, thus getting the Countess 2 or 3 yards in front of them. Then Klaus Heinrich followed up his conversational efforts, and carefully and without looking up, took Imma Spoelmann's small ringless hand from her side and clasped it in both his, the while he imploringly asked whether she was taking pains, and had made any progress in her confidence in him. It displeased him to hear that she had been working, poring over algebra and playing in the lofty spheres since they had last met. He would beg her to lay her books aside now, as they might distract her and divert her from the matter to which all her thinking powers must now be devoted. He talked also about himself, about that sobering effect and awkwardness which, according to her, his existence inspired. He tried to explain it, and in doing so to weaken it. He spoke about the cold, stern, and barren existence which had been his hitherto. He described to her how everybody had always flocked to gaze at him, while it had been his lofty calling to show himself and to be gazed at, a much more difficult task. He did his best to make her recognize that the remedy for that which caused him to prevent the poor Countess from drivelling and to estrange her to his own sorrow, that this remedy could be found in her, only in her, and was given over absolutely into her hands. She looked at him, her big eyes sparkled in dark scrutiny, and it was clear that she too was struggling. But then she would shake her head or break off the conversation, introducing with a pout some topic over which she made merry, incapable of bringing herself to take the responsibility of the yes for which he begged her, that undefined, and as matters stood, absolutely non-committal surrender. She did not prevent him from coming once or twice a week, she did not prevent him from speaking, from assailing her with prayers and asseverations, and from taking her hand now and then between his own. But she was only patient, she remained unmoved, her dread of taking the decisive step, that aversion from leaving her cool and derisive kingdom and confessing herself his, seemed unconquerable, and she could not help, in her anguish and exhaustion, breaking out with the words: "Oh, Prince, we ought never to have met. It would have been best if we hadn't. Then you would have pursued your lofty calling as calmly as ever, and I should have preserved my peace of mind, and neither would have harassed the other." The Prince had much difficulty in inducing her to recant, and in extorting from her the confession that she did not entirely regret having made his acquaintance. But all this took time. The summer came to an end, early night frosts loosened the still green leaves from the trees, Fatma's, Florian's, and Isabeau's hoofs rustled in the red and gold leafage when they went for a ride. Autumn came with its mists and sharp smells, and nobody could have prophesied an end, or indeed any decisive turn in the course of the strangely fluctuating affair. The credit of having placed things on the foundation of actuality, of having given events the lead in the direction of a happy issue, must forever be ascribed to the distinguished gentleman who had up till now wisely kept in the background, but at the right moment intervened carefully but firmly. I refer to Excellency von Knobelsdorff, Minister of the Interior, Foreign Affairs, and the Grand Ducal household. Dr. Ueberbein had been correct in his assertion that the President of the Council had kept himself posted in the stages of Klaus Heinrich's love affair. What is more, well served by intelligent and sagacious assistants, he had kept himself well in touch with the state of public opinion, with the rôle which Samuel Spoelmann and his daughter played in the imaginative powers of the people, with the royal rank with which the popular idea invested them, with the great and superstitious tension with which the population followed the intercourse between the Schlosses Hermitage and Delphinenort, with the popularity of that intercourse. In a word, he was well aware how the Spoelmanns, for every one who did not deliberately shut his eyes, were the general topic of conversation and rumour, not only in the capital but in the whole country. A characteristic incident was enough to make Herr Knobelsdorff sure of his ground. At the beginning of October the Landtag had been opened a fortnight before, and the disputes with the Budget Commission were in full swing. Imma Spoelmann fell ill, very seriously ill, so it was said at first. It seemed that the imprudent girl, for some whim or mood, while out with her Countess, had ventured on a gallop of nearly half an hour's duration on her white Fatma in the teeth of a strong northeast wind, and had come home with an attack of congestion of the lungs, which threatened to end her altogether. The news soon got about. People said the girl was hovering between life and death, which, as luckily soon emerged, was a great exaggeration. But the consternation, the general sympathy, could not have been greater if a serious accident had happened to a member of the House of Grimmburg, even to the Grand Duke himself. It was the sole topic of conversation. In the humbler parts of the city, near the Dorothea Hospital for instance, the women stood in the evening outside their front doors, pressed the palms of their hands against their breasts, and coughed, as if to show each other what it meant to be short of breath. The evening papers published searching and expert news of the condition of Miss Spoelmann, which passed from hand to hand, were read at family gatherings in cafés, and were discussed in the tram-cars. The Courier's reporter had been seen to drive in a cab to Delphinenort, where, in the hall with the mosaic floor, he had been snubbed by the Spoelmanns' butler, and had talked English to him, though he found that no easy task. The press, moreover, could not escape the reproach of having magnified the whole business, and made quite an unnecessary fuss about it. There was absolutely no question of any danger. 6 days in bed under the care of the Spoelmanns' private physician sufficed to relieve the congestion and to make Miss Spoelmann's lungs quite well again. But these 6 days sufficed also to make clear the importance which the Spoelmanns, and Miss Imma's personality in particular, had achieved in our public opinion. Every morning found the envoys of the newspapers, commissioners of the general curiosity, gathered in the mosaic hall at Delphinenort to hear the butler's curt bulletins, which they then reproduced in their papers at the inordinate length which the public desired. One read of greetings and wishes for recovery sent to Delphinenort by various benevolent institutions which Imma Spoelmann had visited and richly subscribed to, and the wits remarked that the Grand Ducal Treasury might have taken the opportunity of offering their homage in a similar way. The public read also, and dropped the paper to exchange a significant look, of a beautiful floral tribute which Prince Klaus Heinrich had sent with his card, the truth being that the Prince, so long as Miss Spoelmann kept to her bed, sent flowers not once, but daily to Delphinenort, a fact which was not mentioned by those in the know, so as not to make too great a sensation. The public read further that the popular young patient had left her bed for the first time, and finally the news came that she was soon to go out for the first time. But this going out, which took place on a sunny autumn morning, 8 days after the patient had been taken ill, was calculated to give rise to such an expression of feeling on the part of the population as people of stern self-possession labelled immoderate. For round the Spoelmanns' huge, olive-varnished, red-cushioned motor, which, with a pale young chauffeur of an Anglo-Saxon type on the box, waited in front of the main door at Delphinenort, a big crowd had gathered, and when Miss Spoelmann and Countess Löwenjoul, followed by a lackey with a rug, came out, cheers broke out, hats and handkerchiefs were waved, until the motor had forced a way through the crowd and had left the demonstrators behind in a cloud of vapour. It must be confessed that these consisted of those rather doubtful elements who usually collect on such occasions, half-grown youths, a few women with market baskets, 1 or 2 schoolboys, gapers, loafers, and out-of-works of various descriptions. But what is the public, and what should its composition be to make it an average public? One further assertion must not be passed over entirely in silence, which was later disseminated by the cynics. It was to the effect that among the crowd round the motor there was an agent in Herr von Knobelsdorff's pay, a member of the secret police, who had started the cheers and vigorously kept them going. We can leave that in doubt, and not grudge the belittlers of important events their satisfaction. At least, in the case of this particular crowd, it only amounts to saying that the agent's task was the mechanical release of feelings which must have been there and must have been vivid. At any rate, this scene, which of course was described at length in the daily press, did not fail to impress everybody, and persons with any acumen for the connection of things felt no doubt that a further piece of news, which busied men's minds a few days later, stood hidden in relation to all these phenomena and symptoms. End of section 20.
Chapter 8, Part 3 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. The news ran that His Royal Highness Prince Klaus Heinrich had received His Excellency the Minister of State von Knobelsdorff in audience at the Schloss Hermitage, and had been closeted with him from 3 o'clock in the afternoon till 7 o'clock in the evening. A whole 4 hours! What had they discussed? Surely not the next court ball. As a matter of fact, the court ball had been one among several topics of conversation. Herr von Knobelsdorff had preferred his request for a confidential talk with the Prince in connection with the court hunt, which had taken place on October 10th in the woods to the west near Schloss Jägerpreis, and in which Klaus Heinrich and his red-haired cousins, dressed in green uniforms, soft felt hats and top boots, and hung with field glasses, hangers, hunting knives, bandoliers and pistol cases, had taken part. Herr von Braunbart Schellendorf had been consulted, and 3 o'clock on October 12th decided on. Klaus Heinrich himself had offered to visit the old gentleman at his official residence, but Herr von Knobelsdorff had preferred coming to the Hermitage. He came punctually, and was received with all the affection and warmth which Klaus Heinrich thought that propriety demanded in the case of the aged counsellor of his father and his brother. The sober little room, in which stood the 3 fine mahogany Empire armchairs, with the blue lyre embroidery on the yellow ground, was the scene of the interview. Though close on 70, Excellency von Knobelsdorff was vigorous both in body and mind. His frock coat showed not one senile wrinkle, but was tightly and well filled with the compact and comfortable form of a man of happy disposition. His well-preserved hair was pure white, like his short moustache, and parted smoothly in the middle. His chin had a sympathetic pit in it, which might pass for a dimple. The fan-shaped wrinkles at the corners of his eyes played as lively as ever. Indeed, they had gained with the years some little branches and additional lines, so that the whole complication of ever-shifting wrinkles imparted to his blue eyes an expression of humorous subtlety. Klaus Heinrich was attached to Herr von Knobelsdorff, though no closer relations had been established between them. The Minister of State had actually superintended and organized the Prince's life. He had begun by fixing on Dröge to be his first tutor, had then called the pheasantry into life for him, had sent him later to the university with Dr. Ueberbein, had also arranged his military service for show, and had put Schloss Hermitage at his disposal to live in. But all this he had done at second hand, and had rarely interviewed him in person. Indeed, when Herr von Knobelsdorff had met Klaus Heinrich during those years of education, he had inquired most respectfully as to the Prince's resolves and plans for the future, as if he were in complete ignorance of them. And perhaps it was just this fiction, which was firmly bolstered up on both sides, which had kept their intercourse throughout within the bounds of formality. Herr von Knobelsdorff began the conversation in an easy though respectful tone, while Klaus Heinrich tried to discover the objects of his visit. The former then chatted about the hunt of the day before yesterday, made some pleasant reference to the amount of ground they had covered, and then mentioned casually his admirable colleague at the Treasury, Dr. Krippenreuther, who had also taken part in the hunt, and whose invalid appearance he regretted. Herr Krippenreuther had really not hit a thing. "Yes, worry makes the hand unsteady," remarked Herr von Knobelsdorff, and so gave the Prince the cue for a direct reference to this worry. He spoke about the by no means trifling shortage in the estimates, about the Minister's discussions with the Budget Commission on the new property tax, the rate of 13.5%, and the bitter opposition of the urban deputies, of the antediluvian meat tax and the civil service's cries of hunger, and Klaus Heinrich, who had been surprised at first by so many dry facts, listened to him intently and nodded his head repeatedly. The two men, the old and young, sat side by side on a slender, hardish sofa with yellow upholstery and wreath-like brass mountings, which stood behind the round table opposite the narrow glass door. The latter opened onto the terrace, and through it one could see the half-bare park and the duck pond floating in the autumn mist. The low, white, smooth stove in which a fire was crackling diffused a gentle warmth through the severely and scantily furnished room. Klaus Heinrich, though not quite able to follow the political proceedings, yet proud and happy at being so seriously talked to by the experienced dignitary, felt his mood growing more and more grateful and confidential. Herr von Knobelsdorff spoke pleasantly about the most unpleasant subjects. His voice was comforting, his remarks ably strung together and insinuating, and suddenly Klaus Heinrich became aware that he had dropped the subject of the state finances and had passed on from Dr. Krippenreuther's worries to his, Klaus Heinrich's, own condition. Was Herr von Knobelsdorff mistaken? His eyes were beginning occasionally to play him tricks, but he wished he could think that his Royal Highness looked a little better, fresher, brighter. A look of tiredness, of worry, was unmistakable. Herr von Knobelsdorff feared to seem importunate, but he must hope that these symptoms did not arise from any malady, bodily or mental. Klaus Heinrich looked out at the mist. His look was still sealed, but though he sat on the hard sofa in his usual stiff, upright attitude, his feet crossed, his right hand over his left, and the upper part of his body turned towards Herr von Knobelsdorff, yet inwardly his stiffness relaxed at this juncture, and, worn out as he was by his strangely ineffectual struggle, it did not want much more to make his eyes fill with tears. He was so lonely, so destitute of counsellors. Dr. Ueberbein had recently kept far away from the Hermitage. Klaus Heinrich merely said, "Ah, Excellency, that would take us too far." But Herr von Knobelsdorff answered, "Too far? No, your Royal Highness need not be afraid of being too prolix. I confess that my knowledge of your Royal Highness's experiences is greater than I allowed to appear just now. Your Royal Highness can scarcely have anything new to tell me, apart from those refinements and details which rumour can never collect. But if it might comfort your Royal Highness to open his heart to an old servant who carried you in his arms, perhaps I might not be quite incapable of standing by your Royal Highness in word and deed." And then it happened that something gave way in Klaus Heinrich's bosom, and poured out in a stream of confession. He told Herr von Knobelsdorff the whole story. He told it as one tells when the heart is full and everything comes tumbling out all at once through the lips, according to no plan, no chronological order, and with undue emphasis on unessentials, but with a burst of passion, and with that concreteness which is the product of passionate observation. He began in the middle, jumped unexpectedly to the beginning, hurried on to the conclusion, which did not exist, tumbled over himself, and more than once hesitated and stuck fast. But Herr von Knobelsdorff's foreknowledge made the review easier for him, enabled him by slipping in suggestive questions to float the ship again. And at last the picture of Klaus Heinrich's experiences with all their characters and leading actors, with the figures of Samuel Spoelmann, of the crazy Countess Löwenjoul, even of the collie Percival, and especially that of Imma Spoelmann, with all its contrariness, lay there complete and full, ready to be discussed. The piece of oil silk was referred to in full detail, for Herr von Knobelsdorff seemed to attach importance to it. Nothing was omitted, from the impressive incident at the changing of the guard to the last intimate and distressing struggles on horseback and on foot. Klaus Heinrich was much wrought up when he finished, and his steel blue eyes in the national cheekbones were full of tears. He had left the sofa, thereby forcing Herr von Knobelsdorff also to get up, and wished on account of the heat to open the glass door into the little veranda. But Herr von Knobelsdorff stopped this by calling attention to the risk of a chill. He begged the Prince humbly to sit down again, as his Royal Highness could not conceal from himself the need for a calm discussion of the state of affairs. And both sat down again on the thinly cushioned sofa. Herr von Knobelsdorff meditated a while, and his face was as serious as it ever could be, with his dimpled chin and the play of his eye wrinkles. Then, breaking silence, he thanked the Prince with emotion for the great honour he had shown him by confiding in him, and in direct connexion with this Herr von Knobelsdorff, emphasizing each word, announced that whatever attitude the Prince had expected him, Herr von Knobelsdorff, to assume at this juncture, he, Herr von Knobelsdorff, was certainly not the man to oppose the wishes and hopes of the Prince, but much rather to show his Royal Highness the way to the longed-for goal to the best of his power. Long silence ensued. Klaus Heinrich looked rapturously at Herr von Knobelsdorff's eyes with the fan-like wrinkles. Had he these wishes and hopes? Was there a goal? He was not sure of his ears. He said, "Your Excellency is kind enough." Then Herr von Knobelsdorff added to his declaration a condition, and said, frankly, on one condition only did he, as first official of the State, dare to exercise his modest influence on behalf of his Royal Highness. On one condition? On condition that your Royal Highness does not take account only of your own happiness in a selfish and frivolous way, but, as your lofty calling demands, regard your personal destiny from the point of view of the mass, the whole. Klaus Heinrich was silent, and his eyes were heavy in thought. "Perhaps your Royal Highness," continued Herr von Knobelsdorff after a pause, "will allow me to leave this delicate and yet quite unavoidable topic for a while, and to turn to more general matters.
This is the hour of confidence and mutual understanding. I respectfully beg to be allowed to take advantage of it. Your Royal Highness is through your exalted position cut off from rude actuality, severed from it by delicate precautions. I shall not forget that this actuality is not, or only at second hand, a matter for your Royal Highness. And yet the moment seems to me to have come for bringing at least a certain portion of this rude world to the immediate notice of your Royal Highness, entirely for your own sake. I plead beforehand for forgiveness if I chance to stir up your Royal Highness's emotions too harshly by what I tell you." "Please speak on, Excellency," said Klaus Heinrich hastily. Involuntarily he sat upright, just as one sits up straight in a dentist's chair and collects one's natural powers to withstand an attack of pain. "I must ask for your undivided attention," said Herr von Knobelsdorff almost sternly. And then, as a corollary to the discussions with the Budget Commission, followed the statement, the clear, exhaustive, unembroidered lesson, well primed with figures and explanations of the fundamental facts and technical expressions which showed the economical position of the country, the State, and brought our whole miserable plight with relentless clearness before the Prince's eyes. Naturally these things were not entirely new and strange to him. Indeed, ever since he had assumed his representative rôle, they had served as a motive and subject for those formal questions which he used to address to burgomasters, agriculturists, and high officials, and to which he received answers which were merely answers and nothing more, and which were often accompanied by the smile which he had known all his life, and which reminded him that he was born to be king. But all this had not forced itself upon him in its naked actuality, nor made serious claims on his thinking powers. Herr von Knobelsdorff was by no means satisfied to get a few of Klaus Heinrich's usual encouraging words. He pressed the matter home. He cross-examined the young man, made him repeat whole sentences, he kept him relentlessly to the point, and reminded the Prince of a dry and skinny index finger which stopped at each separate place, and would not go on until convinced that the pupil really understood the lesson. Herr von Knobelsdorff began at the rudiments, and talked about the country and its lack of development from a commercial and industrial point of view. He talked about the people, Klaus Heinrich's people, that shrewd and honest, sound and reliable stock. He spoke about the deficiency in the State reserves, the poor dividends paid by the railways, the insufficient coal supply. He touched on the administration of the forests, game preserves and stock raising, he talked about the woods, the excessive felling, the immoderate stripping of litter, the crippling of the industry, the falling revenues from the forests. Then he went more closely into our stock of gold, discussed the natural inability of the people to pay heavy taxes, described the feckless finance of earlier periods. Thereupon he added up the figures of the State debt, which Herr von Knobelsdorff forced the Prince to repeat several times. They reached 600 millions. The lesson extended further to the debentures, conditions for interest and repayment. It came back to Dr. Krippenreuther's present anxiety, and described the seriousness of the situation. Suddenly, pulling the annual of the Statistical Bureau out of his pocket, Herr von Knobelsdorff instructed his pupil in the harvest returns for the previous years, summed up the untoward events which had caused their decline, pointed to the deficiencies in the taxes, the figures of which he had brought with him, and referred to the underfed adults and children whom one might see throughout the countryside. Then he turned to the general condition of the gold market, discoursed on the rise in the value of gold and the general economic unsoundness. Klaus Heinrich learned also about the lowness of the exchange, the restlessness of the creditors, the leakage of gold and the bank smashes. He saw our credit shaken, our paper valueless, and grasped to the full that the raising of a new loan was almost impossible. The night was closing in, it was long past 5 when Herr von Knobelsdorff ended his statement of the national economics. At this time Klaus Heinrich usually had his tea, but this time he only gave a passing thought to it, and nobody outside dared to disturb a conversation whose importance was shown by its duration. Klaus Heinrich listened and listened. He scarcely realized how much affected he was. But how could the other bring himself to say all that to him? He had not called him Royal Highness one single time during the interview. He had to some extent forced him, and grossly ignored the fact that he was born to be king. And yet it was good and stimulating to hear all that, and to have to bury oneself in it for reality's sake. He forgot to have the lights brought, his attention was so much occupied. "It was these circumstances," concluded Herr von Knobelsdorff, "which I had in mind when I begged your Royal Highness to regard your personal wishes and plans continually in the light of the general good. I have no doubt that your Royal Highness will profit by this talk, and by the facts I have been bold enough to put before you. And in this connection I beg your Royal Highness to allow me to revert to your more personal case." Herr von Knobelsdorff waited till Klaus Heinrich had made a sign of consent with his hand, and then went on. "If this affair is to have any future, it is desirable that it should now advance a step in its development. It is stagnating, it remains as formless and prospectless as the mist outside. That's intolerable. We must give it form, must thicken it out, must mark its outlines more clearly before the eyes of the world." "Quite so, quite so. Give it form, thicken it out. That's it. That's absolutely necessary," agreed Klaus Heinrich, so much excited that he left the sofa and began to walk up and down the room. "But how? For heaven's sake, Excellency, tell me how." "The next external step," said Herr von Knobelsdorff, and remained sitting, so unusual was the occasion, "must be this, that the Spoelmanns be seen at court." Klaus Heinrich stopped still. "No," he said, "never, if I know Mr. Spoelmann, will he let himself be persuaded to go to court." "Which," answered Herr von Knobelsdorff, "doesn't prevent his daughter from doing us this pleasure. The court ball's not so very far off. It rests with you, Royal Highness, to induce Miss Spoelmann to take part in it. Her companion is a countess, a peculiar one, perhaps, but a countess, and that helps things. When I assure your Royal Highness that the court will not fail to make things easy, I am speaking with the approbation of the Chief Master of the Ceremonies, Herr von Bühl zu Bühl." The conversation now turned for 3/4 of an hour on questions of precedence, and the ceremonial conditions under which the presentation must be carried out. The distribution of cards was always left to Princess Catherine's Mistress of the Robes, a widowed Countess Trümmerhauff, who led the ladies' world at the festivities in the old castle. But as to the act of presentation itself, Herr von Knobelsdorff had managed to secure some concessions of a deliberate, in fact definite character. There was no American consul in the place, no reason on that account, explained Herr von Knobelsdorff, for letting the ladies be presented by any casual chamberlain. No, the Master of the Ceremonies himself requested the honour of presenting them to the Grand Duke. When? At what point of the prescribed procession? Why, undoubtedly, unusual circumstances demand exceptions. In the first place, then, in front of all the débutantes of the various ranks, Klaus Heinrich might assure Miss Spoelmann that this would be arranged. It would give rise to talk and sensation at court and in the city. But never mind, so much the better. Sensation was by no means undesirable. Sensation was useful, even necessary. Herr von Knobelsdorff went. It had become so dark when he took his leave that the Prince and he could scarcely see each other. Klaus Heinrich, who now first became aware of it, excused himself in some confusion, but Herr von Knobelsdorff declared it to be a matter of no importance in what sort of light a conversation like that was carried on. He took the hand which Klaus Heinrich offered him, and grasped it in both his. "Never," he said warmly, and these were his last words before he went, "never was the happiness of a prince more inseparable from that of his people. No, whatever your Royal Highness ponders and does, You will bear in mind that the happiness of your Royal Highness by the disposition of destiny has become a condition of the public weal, but that your Royal Highness on your side must recognize in the weal of your country the indispensable condition and justification of your own happiness." Much moved, and not yet in a condition to arrange the thoughts which poured in on him in thousands, Klaus Heinrich remained behind in his homely Empire room. He passed a restless night and went next morning, despite misty and damp weather, for a long and lonely ride. Herr von Knobelsdorff had talked clearly and voluminously, had given and accepted facts, but for the fusion, modelling, and working up of these multifarious raw products he had given only curt, aphoristic instructions, and Klaus Heinrich found himself doomed to some heavy thinking while he lay awake at night, and later when he went for a ride on Florian. When he got back to the Hermitage he did a remarkable thing. He wrote with a pencil on a piece of paper an order, a certain commission, and sent Neumann the valet with it to the Academy bookshop in the Universitystrasse. Neumann came back with a package of books, which Klaus Heinrich had set out in his room, and which he began at once to read. They were works of a sober and school-bookish appearance, with glazed paper backs, ugly leather sides, and coarse paper, and the contents were divided up minutely into sections, main divisions, subdivisions, and paragraphs. Their titles were not stimulating. They were manuals and handbooks of economy, abstracts and outlines of state finance, systematic treatises on political economy. The Prince shut himself up in his study with these books, and gave instructions that he wished on no account to be disturbed. The autumn was damp, and Klaus Heinrich felt little tempted to leave the Hermitage. On Saturday he drove to the Old Schloss to give free audiences, otherwise his time was his own all this week, and he knew how to make use of it. Wrapped in his dressing gown, he sat in the warmth of the low stove at his small, old-fashioned, little-used desk, and pored over his books on finance, with his temples resting on his hands. He read about the state expenditure and what it always consisted of, about the receipts and whence they flowed in when things were going well. He ploughed through the whole subject of taxation in all its branches. He buried himself in the doctrine of the budget, of the balance of the surplus, and particularly of the deficit. He lingered longest over and went deepest into the public debt and its varieties, into loans, and relation between interest and capital and liquidation, and from time to time he raised his head from the book and dreamed with a smile about what he had read, as if it had been the gayest poetry. For the rest, he found that it was not hard to grasp at all when one set one's mind to it. No, this really serious actuality in which he now played a part, this simple and rude texture of interests, this system of downright logical needs and necessities, which countless young men of ordinary birth had to stuff into their heads, to be able to pass examinations in it, it was by no means so difficult to get hold of as he and his Highness had thought. The rôle of representation, in his opinion, was harder, and much, much more ticklish and difficult were his gentle struggles with Imma Spoelmann on horseback and on foot. His studies made him warm and happy. He felt that his zeal was making his cheeks hot, like those of his brother-in-law zu Ried Hohenried over his peat. After thus giving the facts, which he had learnt from Herr von Knobelsdorff, a general academic basis, and also accomplishing a feat of hard thinking and bringing together inward connections and weighing possibilities, he again presented himself at Delphinenort at tea-time. The lights in the candelabra with the lion's feet and the big crystal lustres were burning in the garden-room. The ladies were alone. Klaus Heinrich first asked after Mr. Spoelmann's health and Imma's indisposition. He upbraided her freely for her strange impetuosity, to which she answered with a pout that as far as she knew she was her own mistress, and could do as she liked with her health. The conversation then turned to the autumn, to the damp weather which forbade rides, to the advanced time of year and the proximity of winter, and Klaus Heinrich suddenly mentioned the Court ball, in connection with which it occurred to him to ask whether the ladies, if unfortunately Mr. Spoelmann were prevented by the state of his health, would not care to take part in one this time. But when Imma answered, no, really, she had no wish to be rude, but she had absolutely not the faintest desire to go to a Court ball, he did not press the point, but postponed the question for the time. What had he done these last few days? Oh, he'd been very busy. He might say that he'd been chock-a-block with work. Work? Doubtless he meant the Court hunt at Jägerpreis. The Court hunt? No. He had gone in for real study, which he had by no means got to the bottom of yet. On the contrary, he was sticking deep in the literature on the subject. And Klaus Heinrich began to talk about his ugly books, his peeps into financial science, and he spoke with such pleasure and respect of this discipline that Imma Spoelmann looked at him with her big eyes. But when, almost timidly, she questioned him as to the motive and impulse for this activity, he answered that it was living only two burning questions of the day which had brought him to it, circumstances and conditions which were certainly not well suited for a cheerful talk at tea. This remark obviously offended Imma Spoelmann. "On what observations," she asked sharply, wagging her head from side to side, "did he base his conviction that she was approachable only or preferably by way of cheerful conversation?" And she commanded him rather than asked him to be kind enough to explain about the burning questions of the day. Then Klaus Heinrich explained what he had learnt from Herr von Knobelsdorff, and talked about the land and its state. He was well posted on every point at which the skinny index finger had paused. He talked about the natural and the indebted, the general and the particular, the inherited and the intensifying misfortunes. He emphasized particularly the figures of the State debt, and the burden they laid on our national economy. They were 600 millions, and he did not forget to mention the underfed peasants in the countryside. He did not speak connectedly. Imma Spoelmann interrupted him with questions, and helped him on with questions. She listened carefully, and asked for explanations of what she did not at once understand. Dressed in her loose-sleeved red silk dress with the broad embroidery on the yoke, an old Spanish chain around her childlike neck, she sat leaning on one elbow over the table, her chin buried in her ringless hand, and listened with her whole soul, while her big dark eyes scrutinized the Prince's face. But while he spoke, in answer to Imma's verbal and ocular questions, worked at his subject, grew excited and entirely absorbed in it, Countess Löwenjoul no longer felt herself restricted to sober clarity by his presence, but let herself go and indulged in the luxury of drivelling. All the misery, she explained with dignified gestures, even the bad harvest, the burden of debt and the rise in the price of gold, were due to the shameless women who had swarmed everywhere, and unfortunately had discovered the way through the floor, as last night the wife of a sergeant from the Grenadiers' barracks had scratched her breasts and pummelled her in a horrible way. Then she alluded to her Schlosses in Burgundy, through the roofs of which the rain came, and went so far as to relate that she had gone as lieutenant in an expedition against the Turks, on which she had been the only one who had not lost her head. Imma Spoelmann and Klaus Heinrich threw her a kind word now and then, readily promised to call her Frau Meyer in the future, and for the rest took no notice of her. The cheeks of both were burning when Klaus Heinrich said all he knew. Even on Miss Spoelmann's usually pearl-white cheeks there was a shade of red to be seen. They then stopped. The Countess too kept quiet, with her little head inclined on her shoulder, and staring into vacancy. Klaus Heinrich played on the white and sharply folded tablecloth with the stem of an orchid, which had stood in a glass by his plate, but as soon as he raised his head he met Imma Spoelmann's large flaming eyes, which spoke a message of secret entreaty across the table, a darkly eloquent language. "It has been nice to day," she said in her broken voice, when she said good bye this time, and he felt her small soft hands clasp his with a firm squeeze. "Next time your Highness honours our unworthy house, do bring me one or two of those excellent books you have bought." She could not entirely resist mocking him, but she asked him for his finance books, and he brought them to her. He brought her two of them, which he considered the most informative and comprehensive. He brought them some days later in his carriage through the damp town garden, and she thanked him for doing so. As soon as tea was over they retired to a corner of the room, and there, while the Countess absently continued sitting at the tea-table, they began their common studies in throne-like chairs at a gilt table, bending over the first page of a manual called The Science of Finance. They even read the headings to the sections, each reading a sentence softly in turn, for Imma Spoelmann insisted on going methodically to work and beginning at the beginning. Klaus Heinrich, well prepared as he was, acted as guide through the paragraphs, and nobody could have followed more smartly or clear-headedly than Imma. "It's quite easy," she said, and looked up with a laugh. "I'm surprised that it is at bottom so simple. Algebra is much harder, Prince." But as they went so deeply into things, they did not get far in one afternoon, so made a mark in the book at which to start next time. And so they went on, and the Prince's visits to Delphinenort were devoted to dull realities. Whenever Mr. Spoelmann did not come to tea, or with Dr. Watercloose left them after eating his rusk, Imma and Klaus Heinrich sat down at the gilt table with their books, and plunged heads together into the science of economics. But as they progressed, they compared what they learned with the reality, applied what they read to the circumstances of the country, as Klaus Heinrich conceived them to be, and made their studies profitable, though it happened not seldom that their investigations were interrupted by considerations of a personal kind. "It seems then," said Imma, "that the issue may be affected either directly or indirectly. Yes, that's obvious. Either the State turns directly to the capitalists and opens a subscription list—" "Your hand is twice as broad as mine," she said. "Look, Prince." And they looked laughingly at their hands, his right and her left, as they lay next each other on the gilt table. "Or," went on Imma, "the loan is procured by negotiation, and it is some big bank, or group of banks, to which the State—" "Wait," he said softly. "Wait, Imma, and answer me one question. Aren't you missing the main point? Are you making progress? What about the disenchantment and embarrassment, dear little Imma? Have you now just one spark of confidence in me?" His lips asked the question close to her hair, from which a delicate fragrance rose, and she held her dark head still and bent over the book, though she did not answer his question frankly. "But must it be a bank or a group of banks?" she pondered. "There's nothing about it there. I can't think it would be necessary in practice." She spoke gravely and deliberately on these occasions, for she too for her part had to grapple with the mental exercises which Klaus Heinrich had successfully managed after the conversation with Herr von Knobelsdorff. And when some weeks later he repeated his question, whether she would not like to go to the Court ball, and told her of the ceremonial conditions which had been sanctioned for this occasion, behold, she replied that she would like to, and would go next day with Countess Löwenjoul, and leave cards on the widowed Countess Trümmerhauff. This year the Court ball took place earlier than usual, at the end of November, an arrangement which was said to be due to the wishes of the Grand Ducal party. Herr von Bühl zu Bühl bitterly bewailed this precipitation, which obliged him and his subordinates to cancel the arrangements for the most important Court function, especially the improvements which the gala rooms in the Old Schloss so much needed. But the wish of the particular member of the Grand Ducal family had had the support of Herr von Knobelsdorff, and the Court Marshal had to give way. But it happened thus that people's minds scarcely had time to prepare themselves sufficiently for what really was the event of the evening, in comparison with which the unusual date seemed as nothing. Indeed, when the Courier published in leaded type the news of the leaving of cards and the invitation, not without expressing in rather smaller type,
and in glowing words its satisfaction thereat, and welcoming Spoelmann's daughter to the Court, the important evening was already close at hand, and before tongues could get fairly wagging the whole thing was a completed reality. Never had more envy attached to the 500 favoured ones whose names stood on the Court ball list. Never had the bourgeois more eagerly devoured the account in the Courier, those dazzling columns which were written every year by a nobleman who had degenerated through drink, and which were such glorious reading that one felt they gave one a peep into fairyland, while, as a matter of fact, the ball in the Old Schloss went off quite modestly and soberly. But the report only extended to the supper, including the French menu, and everything that came after, especially all the delicate significance of the great occasion, were necessarily left to be reported by word of mouth. The ladies, in a huge olive-coloured motor, had pulled up in front of the Albrechtstor at the Old Schloss fairly punctually, though not so punctually that Herr von Bühl zu Bühl had not had time to get anxious. From 7:15 onwards he had waited in full uniform, covered with orders down to his waist, with a bright brown toupet and his gold pince nez on his nose, in the middle of the armour-hung Knights' Hall where the Grand Ducal family and the chief officials were collected, standing now on one foot, then on the other, and every now and then dispatching a footman to the ballroom to find out whether Miss Spoelmann had not yet come. He thought all sorts of unheard-of possibilities. If this Queen of Sheba came too late, and what might one not expect of a girl who had walked right through the guard? The entry of the Grand Ducal cortège would have to be delayed, and the Court would have to wait for her, for she simply must be introduced first, and it was out of the question that she should enter the ballroom after the Grand Duke. But, thank heaven! A bare minute before 7:30 she arrived with her Countess, and it made a great sensation when the chamberlains who received them arranged them next the diplomats, and so in front of the nobility, the Court ladies, the ministers, the generals, the presidents of chambers, and all the Court world. Aide-de-camp von Platow had fetched the Grand Duke from his rooms. Albrecht, in hussar uniform, had greeted the members of his house with downcast eyes in the Knights' Hall, had offered his arm to Aunt Catherine, and then, after Herr von Bühl had tapped 3 times with his staff on the parquet in the open doors, the procession of the Court into the ballroom had begun. End of section 21. Chapter 8, Part 4 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. Eyewitnesses asserted later that the general inattention had verged on the scandalous during the perambulation of the Grand Duke. As Albrecht reached successive spots with his dignified aunt, a hasty bowing and billowing without the fitting composure ensued, but otherwise all faces were turned to one point only in the ball, all eyes directed with burning curiosity on this point alone. She who stood yonder had had enemies in the hall, at least among the women, the female Trümmerhaufs, Prenzlaus, Wehrzahns, and Platows, who were plying their fans here, and sharp and cold female glances had scrutinized her. But whether her position was now too well established for criticism to venture to assail her, or her personality itself had conquered the secret opposition, all had declared with one voice that Imma Spoelmann was as fine as the daughter of the King of the Mountains. The whole town, the clerk in the government office, the messenger at the street corner, knew her toilette by heart next morning. It had been a gown of pale green crêpe de chine, with silver embroidery and priceless old silver lace on the bodice. A tiara of diamonds had glittered in her dark hair, which showed a tendency to fall in smooth wisps across her forehead, and a long hanging chain of the same stones was wound 2 or 3 times round her brown throat. Small and childlike, yet strangely earnest and sensible looking, with her pale face and big strangely speaking eyes, she had stood in her place of honour by the side of Countess Löwenjoul, who had been dressed in brown as usual, though this time in satin. When the cortège reached her, she had, with a kind of coy pertness, made a suggestion of a curtsy, without completing it, but when Prince Klaus Heinrich, with the yellow ribbon and the flat chain of the family order for "constancy" over his tunic, the silver star of the Grimburg griffin on his chest, and his anemic cousin on his arm, whose conversation was limited to "yes," passed by her directly after the Grand Duke, she had smiled with closed lips and nodded to him like a comrade, which sent something like a quiver through the company. Then, after the diplomats had been received by the Grand Ducal party, the presentations had begun with Imma Spoelmann, although there had been 2 Countess Hundskeels and 1 Baroness von Schulenburg-Tressen among the débutantes. With an ingratiating smile, which showed his false teeth, Herr von Bühl had presented Spoelmann's daughter to his master, and Albrecht, sucking his lower lip against his upper, had looked down on her coy semi-curtsy, from which she had raised herself, to scrutinize with her speaking eyes the suffering Hussar colonel in his silent pride. The Grand Duke had addressed several questions to her, an exception to an otherwise strict rule. He had asked her how her father was, what effect the Ditlinde Spa had, and how she liked on the whole being with us, questions which she had answered in her broken voice, with a pout and a wag of her dark head. Then, after a pause perhaps of internal struggle, Albrecht had expressed his pleasure at seeing her at Court, whereupon Countess Löwenjoul had executed her curtsy, with an evasive glance from her eyes. This scene, Imma Spoelmann in the presence of Albrecht, long remained the favourite topic of conversation, and although it had passed, as it was bound to pass, without anything unusual happening, yet its charm and importance must not be overlooked. It was not indeed the climax of the evening; that, in the eyes of many, was the quadrille d'honneur, in the eyes of others the supper. In reality, however, it was a secret dialogue between the 2 chief actors in the piece, a short unnoticed exchange of words, whose contents and actual result the public could only guess, the settlement of certain tender struggles on horseback and on foot. As to the quadrille d'honneur, there were people who declared next day that Miss Spoelmann had danced in it, with Prince Klaus Heinrich as her partner. Only the first part of this story was correct. Miss Spoelmann had taken part in the solemn dance, but as the British consul's partner and Prince Klaus Heinrich's vis-à-vis. This was fairly strong, but what was still stronger was that the majority of the guests did not consider it an unheard of thing, but on the contrary, almost a matter of course. Yes, Imma Spoelmann's position was established. The popular conception of her personality, as the public learned the next day, had prevailed in the Court ballroom, and what is more, Herr von Knobelsdorff had taken care that this conception should be expressed with all the publicity he thought desirable. Not with distinctive or aggressive respect, no, Imma Spoelmann had been treated ceremoniously, and at the same time with systematic, intentional emphasis. The 2 masters of the ceremonies on duty, chamberlains in rank, had introduced selected dancers to her, and when she had left her place, close by the low red platform where the Grand Ducal family sat on damask chairs, to dance with her partners, they had busied themselves, just as when the princesses danced, in clearing her a space under the chandelier in the middle and protecting her from collisions, an easy task in any case, for a protective circle of curiosity had formed round her when she danced. It was reported that when Prince Klaus Heinrich asked Miss Spoelmann for the first time, a deep drawing of breath, A formal "shh" of excitement had been heard in the ballroom, and the masters of the ceremonies had found it difficult to keep the ball going and to prevent the whole company standing round the dancers in gaping curiosity. The women especially had watched the pair with an excited delight, which, had Miss Spoelmann's position been only a little weaker, would undoubtedly have taken on the form of rage and malice. But the pressure and influence of public feeling, that powerful inspiration from below, had worked too powerfully on every one of the 500 guests for them to be able to regard this spectacle through any eyes other than those of the people. It did not seem to have occurred to the Prince to impose any restraint upon himself. His name, shortened to K.H., appeared twice on Miss Spoelmann's programme, and besides, he had sat out several other dances with her. They had danced yonder. Her brown arm had rested on the yellow silk ribbon that crossed his shoulder, and his right arm had encircled her light and childlike figure, while, as usual when he danced, he had placed the left on his hip, and guided his partner with one hand only. With one hand. When supper time came, a further article in the ceremonial conditions which Herr von Knobelsdorff had contrived for Imma Spoelmann's visit to Court came into staggering force. It was the article which dealt with the order of seating at the table. For while the majority of the guests supped at long tables in the picture gallery and in the Hall of the 12 Months, supper was laid in the Silver Hall for the Grand Ducal family, diplomats, and leading Court officials. In solemn procession, as when they entered the ballroom, Albrecht and his party entered the supper room punctually at 11 o'clock, and Imma Spoelmann passed by the lackeys, who kept the doors and repelled the uninvited, on the arm of the British Consul, and entered the Silver Hall to take her place at the Grand Ducal table. That was unheard of, and at the same time, after all that had gone before, so logically consequential that any surprise or disgust would have become idiotic. The motto for the day was to be prepared for anything in the way of omens and phenomena. But after supper, when the Grand Duke had withdrawn and Princess Griseldis had opened the cotillion with the Chamberlain, expectation was again raised to a fever point, for the general question was, had the Prince been allowed to present Miss Spoelmann with the bouquet? His instructions had obviously been not to give her the first. He had first given one each to his Aunt Catherine and a red-haired cousin, but he had then advanced towards Imma Spoelmann with a bouquet of lilac from the Court gardens. As she was about to raise the lovely bunch to her nose, she had hesitated for some unknown reason with a look of apprehension, and it was not till he had encouraged her with a laugh and a nod that she decided to test the fragrance of the bouquet. Then they had danced and chatted quietly together for a long time. And yet it was during this dance that the unnoticed dialogue, that conversation of a palpably bourgeois tenor and practical result, had taken place, and this is what it was. "Are you satisfied this time, Imma, with the flowers I bring you?" "Of course, Prince. Your lilac is lovely and smells quite as it should. I love it." "Really, Imma? But I'm sorry for the poor rose bush down in the court, because its roses disgust you with their mouldy smell." "I won't say that they disgust me, Prince." "But they disenchant and chill you, don't they?" "Yes, perhaps." "But have I never told you of the popular belief that the rose bush will one day be redeemed, on a day of general happiness, and will bear roses which will add to their great beauty the gift of a lovely natural scent?" "Well, Prince, we'll have to wait for that." "No, Imma, we must help and act. We must decide, and have done with all hesitation, little Imma. Tell me today, have you confidence in me?" "Yes, Prince, I have gained confidence in you latterly." "There you are! Thank heaven! Didn't I say that I must succeed in the long run? And so you think now that I am in earnest, real, serious earnest about you and about us?" "Yes, Prince, latterly I have thought that I can think so." At last, irresolute little Imma!
Oh, how I thank you! I thank you! But in that case you're not afraid, and will let the whole world know that you belong to me?" "Let them know that you belong to me, Royal Highness, if it's all the same to you." "That I will, Imma, loudly and surely. But only on one condition, namely, that we don't only think of our happiness in a selfish and frivolous way, but regard it all from the point of view of the mass, the whole. For the public weal and our happiness, you see, are interdependent." "Well said, Prince. For without our studies of the public weal, I should have found it difficult to decide to have confidence in you." "And without you, Imma, to warm my heart, I should have found it difficult to tackle such practical problems."
"Right. Then we'll see what we can do, each in our own place. You with your folk, and I with my father." "Little sister," he answered quietly, and pressed her more closely to him in the dance. "Little bride." Undoubtedly a peculiar plighting of troth. To be frank, everything was not yet settled, or nearly settled. Looking back, one must say that, if one factor in the whole had been altered or removed, the whole would have been in imminent danger of coming to nothing. What a blessing, the chronicler feels tempted to cry, what a blessing that there was a man at the head of affairs who faced the music firmly and undaunted, indeed not without a dash of rashness, and did not judge a thing to be impossible just because it had never happened before. The conversation which Excellency von Knobelsdorff had about 8 days after the memorable court ball with Grand Duke Albrecht II in the Old Schloss belongs to the history of the times. The day before, the President of Council had presided over a session of the Cabinet, about which the Courier had been in a position to report that questions of finance and the private affairs of the Grand Ducal family had been discussed, and further, added the newspapers in spaced type, that complete unanimity of opinion had been reached among the Ministers. So Herr von Knobelsdorff found himself in a strong position towards his young monarch at the audience, for he had not only the swarming mass of the people, but also the unanimous will of the government at his back. The conversation in Albrecht's draughty study took scarcely less time than that in the little yellow room at the Schloss Hermitage. A pause was made while the Grand Duke had a lemonade and Herr von Knobelsdorff a glass of port and biscuits. The long duration of the conversation was due only to the importance of the material to be discussed, not to the monarch's opposition, for Albrecht raised none. In his close frock coat, with his thin sensitive hands crossed on his lap, his proud refined head with its pointed beard and narrow temples raised and his eyelids sunk, he sucked gently with his lower lip against his upper, and accompanied Herr von Knobelsdorff's remarks with an occasional slight nod, which expressed agreement and disagreement at the same time, an uninterested formal agreement without prejudice to his unassailable personal dignity. Herr von Knobelsdorff plunged straight into the middle of things, and spoke about Prince Klaus Heinrich's visits to Schloss Delphinenort. Albrecht knew of them. A subdued echo of the events which kept the city and the country on tiptoe had penetrated even into his loneliness. He knew, too, his brother Klaus Heinrich, who had rummaged and gossiped with the lackeys, and then he knocked his forehead against the big table, had wept for sympathy with his forehead, and in effect he needed no coaching. Lisping and reddening slightly, he gave Herr von Knobelsdorff to understand this, and added that, seeing that the other had not intervened but had caused the millionaire's daughter to be introduced to him, he concluded that Herr von Knobelsdorff approved of the Prince's behaviour, although he, the Grand Duke, could not clearly see what it would lead to. "The government," answered Herr von Knobelsdorff, "would set itself in prejudicial and estranging opposition to the will of the people if it thwarted the Prince's projects." "Has my brother, then, definite projects?" "For a long time," corrected Herr von Knobelsdorff, "he acted without any plan, and merely as his heart dictated, but since he has found himself with the people on terms of reality, his wishes have taken a practical form." All of which means that the public approves the steps taken by the Prince? That it acclaims them, Royal Highness, that its dearest hopes are fixed on them." And now Herr von Knobelsdorff unrolled once more the dark picture of the state of the country, of its distress, of the serious embarrassment. Where was a remedy to be found? Yonder, only yonder, in the town park, in the second centre of the city, in the house of the invalid money prince, our guest and residence, round whose person the people wove their dreams, and for whom it would be a small matter to put an end to all our difficulties. If he could be induced to take upon himself our national finances, their recovery would be assured. Would he be induced? But fate had ordained an exchange of sympathy between the mighty man's only daughter and Prince Klaus Heinrich. And was this wise and gracious ordinance to be flouted? Ought one, for the sake of mulish, out-of-date traditions, to prevent a union which embraced so immeasurable a blessing for the country and its people? For that it did was a necessary hypothesis, from which the union must draw its justification and validity. But if this condition were fulfilled, if Samuel Spoelmann were ready, not to mince words, to finance the State, then this union was not only admissible, it was necessary. It was salvation. The welfare of the State demanded it, the prayers rose to heaven for it, far beyond the frontiers, wherever any interest was felt in the restoration of our finances and the avoidance of an economic panic. At this point the Grand Duke asked a question quietly, with a mocking smile and without looking up. "And the succession to the throne?" he asked. "The law," answered Herr von Knobelsdorff, unshaken, "places it in your Royal Highness's hand to put aside dynastic scruples. With us the grant of an advance in rank and even of equal birth belongs to the prerogatives of the monarch, and when could history show a more potent motive for the exercise of these privileges? This union bears the mark of its own genuineness. Preparations have been long in making for its reception in the heart of the people, and your entire princely and state approval would signify to the people nothing more than an outward satisfaction of their inmost convictions." And Herr von Knobelsdorff went on to speak of Imma Spoelmann's popularity, of the significant demonstration in connection with her recovery from a slight indisposition, of the position of equal birth which this exceptional person assumed in popular fancy, and the wrinkles played round his eyes as he reminded Albrecht of the old prophecy current among the people, which told of a prince who would give the country more with one hand than others had given it with two, and eloquently demonstrated how the union between Klaus Heinrich and Spoelmann's daughter must seem to the people the fulfilment of the oracle, and thus God's will and right and proper. Herr von Knobelsdorff said a great deal more which was clever, honest and good. He alluded to the fourfold mixture of blood in Imma Spoelmann, for besides the Anglo-Saxon, Portuguese and German, some drops of ancient Indian blood were said to flow in her veins, and emphasized the fact that he expected the dynasty to benefit greatly by the quickening effect of the mixture of races on ancient stocks. But the artless old gentleman made his greatest effect when he talked about the huge and beneficial alterations which would be caused in the economical state of the Court itself, our debt-laden and sore-pressed Court, through the heir to the throne's bold marriage. It was at this point that Albrecht sucked most proudly at his upper lip. The value of gold was falling, the outgoings were increasing in pursuance of an economic law which held for the Court finances just as much as for every private household, and there was no possibility of increasing the revenues. But it was not right that the monarch's means should be inferior to those of many of his subjects. It was from the monarch's point of view intolerable that soap boiler Unschlitt's house should have had central heating a long time ago, but that the old Schloss should not have got it yet. A remedy was necessary in more than one way, and lucky was the princely house to which so grand a remedy as this offered itself. It was noteworthy in our times that the old-time modesty as to busying oneself in the financial concerns of the court had vanished. That self-renunciation with which princely families used formerly to make the heaviest sacrifices, so as to keep the public from disenchanting glimpses into their financial affairs, was no longer to be found, and lawsuits and questionable sales were the order of the day. But was not an alliance with sovereign riches preferable to this petty and bourgeois kind of device, a union which would exalt the monarch forever high above all economic worries and place him in a position to reveal himself to the people with all those outward signs for which they longed? So ran Herr von Knobelsdorff's questions, which he himself answered with an unqualified yes. In short, his speech was so clever and so irresistible that he did not leave the Old Schloss without taking with him consents and authorizations, delivered to him with a proud lisp, which were quite comprehensive enough to warrant unprecedented conclusions, if only Miss Spoelmann had done her share. And so things ran their memorable course to a happy conclusion. Even before the end of December, names were mentioned of people who had seen, not only heard tell of, Lord Marshal von Bühl zu Bühl in a fur coat, a top hat on his brown head, and his gold pince nez on his nose, get out of a court carriage at Delphinenort at 11 o'clock on a snow-dark morning and disappear waddling into the Schloss. At the beginning of January there were individuals going about the town who swore that the man who, this time also in the morning, and in fur coat and top hat, had passed by the grinning negro in plush, through the door of Delphinenort, and with feverish haste had flung himself into a cab which was waiting for him, was undoubtedly our Finance Minister, Dr. Krippenreuther. And at the same time there appeared in the semi-official Courier the first preparatory notices of rumours touching an impending betrothal in the Grand Ducal House. Tentative notifications which, becoming carefully clearer and clearer, at last exhibited the two names, Klaus Heinrich and Imma Spoelmann, in clear print next each other. It was no new collocation, but to see it in black and white had the same effect as strong wine. It was most absorbing to notice what attitude, in the journalistic discussions which ensued, our enlightened and open-minded press took up towards the popular aspect of the affair, namely the prophecy, which had won too great political significance not to demand education and intelligence to deal satisfactorily with it. Soothsaying, chiromancy, and similar magic, explained the Courier, were, so far as the destiny of individuals was concerned, to be relegated to the murky regions of superstition. They belonged to the grey Middle Ages, and no ridicule was too severe for the idiots who, very rarely in the cities nowadays, let experienced pickpockets empty their purses in return for reading from their hands the cards or coffee grounds, their insignificant fortunes, or for invoking sound health, for a homeopathic cure, or for freeing their sick cattle from invading demons, as if the Apostle had not already asked, "Doth God take care for oxen?" But surveyed as a whole and restricted to decisive turns in the destiny of whole nations or dynasties, the proposition did not necessarily repel a well-trained and scientific mind, that, as time is only an illusion, and truly viewed, all happenings are stationary in eternity, such revolutions, while still in the lap of future, might give the human brain a premonitory shock and reveal themselves palpably to it. And in proof of this, the zealous newspaper published an exhaustive composition, kindly put at its disposal by one of our high school professors, which gave a conspectus of all the cases in history of mankind in which oracle and horoscope, somnambulism, clairvoyance, dreams, sleepwalking, second sight, and inspiration had played a rôle, a most meritorious production, which produced the due effect in cultured circles. So press, government, court, and public closed their ranks in complete understanding, and assuredly the Courier would have held its tongue had its philosophical contributions been premature and politically dangerous at that time. In a word, had not the negotiations at Delphinenort already advanced far in a favourable direction. It is pretty accurately known by now how these negotiations developed, at what a difficult, indeed painful task our Council had in them, the Council, to whom as proxy of the Court the delicate mission had fallen of preparing the way for Prince Klaus Heinrich's courtship, as well as the chief financial assessor, who, notwithstanding his infirm state of health, insisted on nursing his country's interests by a personal interview with Samuel Spoelmann. In this connexion account must be taken firstly of Mr. Spoelmann's fiery and excitable disposition, and secondly of the fact that to the prodigious little man a favourable termination to the business from our point of view seemed far less important than it did to us. Apart from Mr. Spoelmann's love for his daughter, who had opened her heart to him and told him of her pretty wish to make herself useful in her love, our proxies had not one trump to play against him, and he was the last man to whom Dr. Krippenreuther could dictate conditions in virtue of what Herr von Bühl had to offer. Mr. Spoelmann always spoke of Prince Klaus Heinrich as the young man, and expressed so little pleasure at the prospect of giving his daughter to a Royal Highness to wife, that Dr. Krippenreuther, as well as Herr von Bühl, were more than once plunged into deadly embarrassment. "If he'd only learnt something, had some respectable business," he snarled peevishly. "But a young man who only knows how to get cheered." He was really furious, the first time a remark was dropped about morganatic marriage. His daughter, he declared once for all, was no concubine, and would be no left-handed wife. Who marries her, marries her. But the interests of dynasty and the country coincided at this point with his own. The obtaining of issue entitled to succeed was a necessity, and Herr von Bühl was equipped with all the powers which Herr von Knobelsdorff had succeeded in extracting from the Grand Duke. As for Dr. Krippenreuther's mission, however, it owed its success not to the envoy's eloquence, but simply to Mr. Spoelmann's paternal affection, the complacence of a suffering, weary father, whose abnormal existence had long ago made him a paradox towards his only daughter and heiress, whom he allowed to choose for herself the public funds in which she wished to invest her fortune. And so came into existence the agreements, which were at first shrouded in deep secrecy, and only came to light bit by bit as events developed themselves, though here they can be summarized in a few plain words. The betrothal of Klaus Heinrich with Imma Spoelmann was approved and recognized by Samuel Spoelmann and by the House of Grimburg. Simultaneously with the publication of the betrothal in the Gazette appeared the announcement of the elevation of the bride to the rank of Countess, under a fancy name of romantic sound, like that which Klaus Heinrich had borne during his educational tour in the fair southern lands. And on the day of their wedding the wife of the heir presumptive was to be given the dignity of a princess. The 2 rises in rank, which might have cost 4,800 marks, were to be free of duty. The wedding was to be only preliminarily a left-handed one, till the world had got used to it, for on the day on which it appeared that the bride was to be blessed with offspring, Albrecht II, in view of the unparalleled circumstances, would declare his brother's morganatic wife to be of equal birth, and would give her the rank of a princess of the Grand Ducal House with the title of Royal Highness. The new member of the ruling house would waive all claim to an appanage. As for the court ceremony, only a semi-court was appointed for the celebration of the left-handed marriage, but a processional court, that highest and completest form of showing allegiance, was fixed for the celebration of the declaration of equal birth. Samuel Spoelmann, for his part, granted the State a loan of 350 million marks, and on such fatherly conditions that the loan showed all the symptoms of being a gift. It was the Grand Duke Albrecht who acquainted the heir presumptive with these conclusions. Once more Klaus Heinrich stood in the great draughty study under the battered ceiling paintings, in front of his brother, as once before when Albrecht had delegated to him his representative duties,
and standing in an official attitude received the great news. He had put on the tunic of a major in the Fusiliers of the Guard for this audience, while the Grand Duke had lately added to his black frock coat a pair of dark red wool mittens, which his aunt had made him to protect him from the draught through the high windows of the Old Schloss. When Albrecht had finished, Klaus Heinrich stepped one pace sideways, closed his heels with a fresh salute, and said: "I beg, dear Albrecht, to offer my heartfelt and respectful thanks, in my own name and that of the whole country. For it is you in the long run who make all these blessings possible, and the redoubled love of the people will be your reward for your magnanimous resolutions." He pressed his brother's thin, sensitive hand, which he kept close to his chest, and extended to him only to the extent of moving his forearm. The Grand Duke had thrust forward his short, round underlip, and his eyelids were half closed. He answered softly, with a lisp: "I am the less inclined to entertain illusions about the people's love, as I can, as you know, dispense with such questionable love without a pang. So question whether I deserve it is scarcely worth notice. When it's time to start, I go to the station and give the signal to the engine driver, which is silly rather than dutiful. But it's my duty. But you're in a different position. You're a Sunday child. Everything turns out trumps for you. I wish you luck," he said, raising the lids from his lonely-looking blue eyes. And it was clear at this moment that he loved Klaus Heinrich. "I wish you happiness, Klaus Heinrich, but not too much, and that you may not repose too comfortably in the love of the people. I have already said that everything turns out trumps for you. The girl of your choice is very strange, very undomesticated, and, most important of all, very original. She has a mixture of blood. I've been told that Indian blood flows in her veins. That's perhaps a good thing. With a wife like that, there's less danger, perhaps, of your having too easy a time." "Neither happiness," said Klaus Heinrich, "nor the people's love will have the effect of making me cease to be your brother." He left to face a difficult interview, a tête-à-tête with Mr. Spoelmann, his personal proposal for Imma's hand. He found he had to swallow what his negotiators had swallowed, for Samuel Spoelmann showed not the smallest pleasure and snarled several refreshing truths at him. But it was over at last, and the morning came when the betrothal appeared in the Gazette. The long tensions resolved into endless jubilation. Dignified men waved pocket-handkerchiefs at one another, and embraced in the open square. Bunting flew from every flagstaff. But the same day the news reached Schloss Hermitage that Raoul Ueberbein had committed suicide. The story was a vile as well as a stupid one, and would not be worth relating had not its end been so horrible. No attempt will be made here to apportion the blame. The doctor's death gave rise to two opposing factions. One affirmed that he had been driven to take his life owing to the misgivings which his desperate act had evoked. The others declared with a shrug that his conduct was impossible and crazy, and that he had shown all his life a total lack of self-control. The point need not be decided. At any rate, nothing justified so tragic an end. Indeed, a man with the gifts of Raoul Ueberbein deserved something better than ruin. Here is the story. At Easter the year before, the professor in charge of the top class but one at our grammar school, who suffered from heart weakness, had been temporarily retired on the ground of his illness, and Dr. Ueberbein, notwithstanding his comparative youth, had been given the first vacant chair simply in view of his professional zeal and his undeniably remarkable success in a lower class. It was a happy experiment, as events proved. The class had never done so well as this year. The professor on leave, a popular man with his colleagues, had become a peevish as well as careless and indolent man as the result of his infirmity, with which was combined a sociable but immoderate inclination for beer. He had shut his eyes to details and had sent up every year an extremely badly prepared batch of pupils into the select. A new spirit had come into the class with the temporary professor, and nobody was surprised at it. People knew his uncomfortable professional zeal, his single-minded and never-resting energy. They foresaw that he would not miss such an opportunity for self-advancement, round which he had doubtless built ambitious hopes. So an end had soon been put to laziness and boredom in the second class. Dr. Ueberbein had pitched his expectations high, and his skill in inspiring even the most recalcitrant had proved irresistible. The boys worshipped him. His superior, fatherly and jolly, swaggering way kept them on the alert, shook them up, and made them feel it a point of honour to follow their teacher through thick and thin. He won their hearts by going for Sunday excursions with them, when they were allowed to smoke, while he bewitched their imaginations by boyishly conceived rhodomontades about the greatness and severity of public life. And on Monday the members of yesterday's expedition would meet for work in a cheerful and eager frame of mind. 3/4 of the school year had thus passed when the news went round before Christmas that the professor on leave, now fairly strong again, would resume his duties after the holidays and would again act as professor of the second class. And now it came out what sort of man Dr. Ueberbein was, with his green complexion and superior manner. He objected and remonstrated. He lodged a vigorous and, in form, not incontestable protest against the class with which he had spent 3/4 of the year, and whose work and recreation he had shared up to the very mouth of the goal, being taken from its professor for the last quarter and restored to the official who had spent 3/4 of the year on leave. His action was intelligible and comprehensible, and one must sympathize with it. He had undoubtedly hoped to send up a model class to the headmaster, who taught the select, a class whose forwardness would put his skill in the best light and would hasten his promotion, and it must grieve him to look forward to another's reaping the fruits of his devotion. But though his disgust might be excusable, his frenzy was not. And it is an unfortunate fact that, when the headmaster proved deaf to his representations, he became simply frenzied. He lost his head, he lost all balance, he set heaven and hell to work to prevent this loafer, this alcohol heart, this blankety blank, as he did not hesitate to describe the professor on leave, from taking his class from him. And when he found no support among his colleagues, as was natural in the case of so unsociable a man, the poor wretch had so far forgotten himself as to incite the pupils entrusted to him to rebel. He had put the question to them from his desk: "Whom do you want for your master for the last quarter, me or that other fellow?" And wound up by his stirring appeal, they had shouted that they wanted him. Then he said they must take matters into their own hands, show their colours, and act as one boy, though goodness knows what in his excitement he meant by that. But when after the holidays the returned professor entered the classroom, they screamed Dr. Ueberbein's name at him for minutes on end, and there was a fine scandal. It was kept as quiet as possible. The revolutionaries got off almost unpunished, as Dr. Ueberbein himself put on record, at the inquiry which was at once initiated, his appeal to them. As to the doctor himself, too, the authorities seemed generally inclined to close their eyes to what had happened. His zeal and skill were highly valued, certain learned works, the fruits of his mighty industry, had made his name known. He was popular in high quarters, be it noticed, with which he personally did not come into contact, and which therefore he could not incense by his patronizing bearing. Further, his record as tutor of Prince Klaus Heinrich weighed in the scales. In short, he was not simply dismissed, as one might have expected him to be. The President of the Grand Ducal Council of Education, before whom the matter came, administered a grave reprimand to him, and Dr. Ueberbein, who had stopped teaching directly after the scandal, was provisionally retired. But people who knew declared later that nothing was intended beyond the professor's transfer to another grammar school,
that in high quarters the only wish was to hush up the whole business, and that the promise of a brilliant future had been actually extended to the doctor. Everything would have turned out all right. But the milder the authorities showed themselves toward the doctor, the more hostile was the attitude of his colleagues towards him. The teachers' union at once established a court of honour, whose object was to secure satisfaction for their beloved member, the alcohol-hearted professor rejected of his pupils. The written statement laid before Ueberbein in his retirement in his lodgings ran as follows: whereas Ueberbein had resisted the return of the colleague for whom he acted to the professorship of the second class, whereas further he had agitated against him and in the end had actually incited the pupils to insubordination against him, he had been guilty of disloyal conduct to his colleague of such a kind as must be considered dishonourable not only in a professional but also in a general sense. That was the verdict. The expected result was that Dr. Ueberbein, who had only been a nominal member of the Teachers' Union, withdrew his membership, and there, so many thought, he might well have let the matter rest. But whether it was that in his seclusion he did not know the goodwill he inspired in higher quarters, that he thought his prospects more hopeless than they were, that he could not stand idleness, unreconciled as he was to the premature loss of his beloved class, that the expression dishonourable poisoned his blood, or that his mind was not strong enough to stand all the shocks it received at this time, 5 weeks after the New Year his landlady found him on the threadbare carpet of his room, no greener than usual, but with a bullet through his heart. Such was the end of Raoul Ueberbein, such his false step, such the cause of his fall. "I told you so," was the burden of all the discussions of his pitiful breakdown. The quarrelsome and uncongenial man, who had never been a man amongst men at his club, who had haughtily resisted familiarity, and had ordered his life cold-bloodedly with a view to results alone, and had supposed that that gave him the right to patronize the whole world, there he lay now. The first hitch, the first obstacle in the field of accomplishment had brought him to a miserable end. Few of the bourgeois regretted, none of them mourned him, with one single exception, the chief surgeon at the Dorothea Hospital, Ueberbein's congenial friend, and perhaps a fair lady with whom he used to once play casino. But Klaus Heinrich always cherished an honourable and cordial memory of his ill-fated tutor. End of section 22.
Chapter 9. The Rosebush. And Spoelmann financed the State. The outlines of the transaction were bold and clear, a child could have understood them, and as a fact beaming fathers explained it to their children as they dangled them on their knees. Samuel Spoelmann nodded, Messrs. Phlebs and Slippers got to work, and his mighty orders flashed under the waves of the Atlantic to the continent of the Western Hemisphere. He withdrew 1/3 of his share from the Sugar Trust, 1/4 from the Petroleum Trust, and 1/2 from the Steel Trust. He had his floating capital paid into accounts in his name in several banks over here, and he bought from Herr Krippenreuther at par 350 million new 3.5% consols at one stroke. That is what Spoelmann did. He who knows by experience the influence of the state of mind on the human organs will believe that Dr. Krippenreuther cheered up and in a short time was unrecognizable. He carried himself upright and free, his walk was springy, his yellow look faded from his face, which became red and white, his eyes flashed, and his stomach regained its powers in a few months to such an extent that his friends were delighted to observe that the Minister could give himself up to the enjoyment of blue cabbage and gherkin salad with impunity. That was one pleasant, though purely personal result of Spoelmann's interference in our finances, which was of but slight account in comparison with the effects which that interference had on our public and economic life. A part of the loan was devoted to the sinking fund, and troublesome public debts were paid off, but this was scarcely needed to secure us breathing space and credit on every side, for no sooner was it known, for all the secrecy with which the matter was treated officially, that Samuel Spoelmann had become the State banker, in fact, if not in name, then the skies cleared up above us, and all our need was changed into joy and rapture. There was an end to the scare selling of active debts, the customary rate of interest dropped, our written promises were eagerly sought after as investments, and each 24 hours saw a rise in the quotation of our high-interest loan from a deplorably low figure up to above par. The pressure, the nightmare which for decades had weighed down our national finances, was removed. Dr. Krippenreuther puffed out his chest and spoke in the Landtag in favour of all-round reduction in taxation. This was adopted unanimously, and the antediluvian meat tax was finally buried amid the rejoicings of all those who cared for their fellow men. A distinct improvement in the pay of the civil service and in the salaries of teachers, clergymen, and all state functionaries was readily voted. Means were now available for restarting the closed-down silver mines. Several hundred workmen were given work, and productive veins were unexpectedly struck. Money was forthcoming, the standard of economic morality rose, the forests were replanted, the litter was left in the woods, the stock owners no longer were compelled to sell their milk, they drank it themselves, and the critics would have sought in vain for ill-nourished peasants in the fields. The nation showed gratitude towards their rulers, who had brought so boundless a blessing to land and people. Herr von Knobelsdorff needed but few words to induce Parliament to increase the Crown subsidy. The orders for the putting up for sale of the Schloss's pastime and favourite were cancelled. Skilled workmen invaded the old Schloss to install central heating from top to bottom. Our agents in the negotiations with Spoelmann, von Bühl, and Dr. Krippenreuther received the Grand Cross of the Albrechts Order in brilliance. The finance minister was also ennobled, and Herr von Knobelsdorff was made happy with a life-size portrait of the exalted couple, painted by the skilful hand of old Professor von Lindemann and exquisitely framed. After the betrothal the people gave rein to their fancy in calculating the dowry which Imma Spoelmann was to receive from her father. It made them giddy. They were possessed by a mad desire to scatter figures of truly astronomical dimensions about, but the dowry did not exceed an earthly figure, comfortably big though it was. It amounted to 100 million.
"Gracious," said Ditlinde zu Ried Hohenried when she first heard it. "And my dear Philip with his Pete." Many another had the same thought, but Spoelmann's daughter allayed the nervous anger which might arise in simple hearts in face of such monstrous wealth, for she did not forget to do good and share her good fortune, and on the very day of the public betrothal she gave a sum of 500,000 marks, the yearly interest on which was to be divided among the 4 county councils for charitable and generally useful purposes. Klaus Heinrich and Imma drove in one of Spoelmann's olive-coloured, red-cushioned motors on a round of visits to the members of the House of Grimmburg. A young chauffeur drove the sumptuous car, the one in which Imma had found a likeness to Klaus Heinrich, but his nervous tension was but small on this trip, for he had to restrain the motor's giant strength so far as possible and go slowly, so closely they were surrounded by admiring crowds, for as the more remote authors of our happiness, Grand Duke Albrecht and Samuel Spoelmann, each in his own fashion, concealed themselves from the crowd, the latter heaped all its love and gratitude on the heads of the exalted couple. Boys could be seen through the plate glass of the motor throwing their caps in the air, the shouts of men and women came surging in, clear and shrill, and Klaus Heinrich, his hand to his helmet, said admonishingly, "You must respond too, Imma, to your side, otherwise they'll think you cold." They drove to Princess Catherine's and were received with dignity.
In the time of Grand Duke Johann Albrecht, her brother, said the aunt to her nephew, it would never have been allowed. But the times move fast, and she prayed heaven that his betrothed would accustom herself to the court. They proceeded to Princess zu Ried Hohenried's, and there it was love she met with. Ditlinde's Grimburg pride found comfort in the assurance that Leviathan's daughter might become princess of the Grand Ducal House and Royal Highness, but could never be Grand Ducal Princess like herself. For the rest, she was overjoyed that Klaus Heinrich had rummaged out for himself anything so sweet and precious. As the wife of Philip with his Pete, she had the best reasons for knowing how to value the advantages of the match, and cordially welcomed her sister-in-law to her arms. They drove too to Prince Lambert's villa, and while the Countess bride struggled to keep up a conversation with the dazzling but very uneducated Baroness von Rohrdorf, the old petticoat hunter congratulated his nephew in his sepulchral voice on the unprejudiced choice he had made, and on so boldly snapping his fingers at court and Highness. "I'm not snapping my fingers at my Highness, uncle. Not only have I had an eye to my own happiness in no inconsiderable measure, but I have acted throughout with the mass, the whole in view," said Klaus Heinrich rather rudely, whereupon they broke off and drove to Schloss Segenhaus, where Dorothea, the poor dowager, held her dreary court. She cried as she kissed the young bride on the forehead, without knowing why she did so. Meanwhile Samuel Spoelmann sat at Delphinenort surrounded with plans and sketches of furniture and silk carpet patterns and drawings of gold plate. He left his organ untouched and forgot the stone in his kidney, and got quite red cheeks from merely having so much to do, for however small the opinion he had formed of the young man, or the hope he had held out of his ever being seen at court, yet his daughter was going to be married, and he wanted the arrangements to be worthy of his means. The plans had to do with a new Schloss Hermitage, for Klaus Heinrich's bachelor quarters were to be razed to the ground, and a new Schloss built on its site, roomy and bright and decorated by Klaus Heinrich's wish in a mixture of Empire and modern styles, combining cool severity with homely comfort. Mr. Spoelmann appeared one morning in person, after drinking the waters in the spa garden, in his faded greatcoat at the Hermitage, in order to find out whether this or that piece of furniture could be used for the new Schloss. "Let's see, young Prince, what you've got," he snarled, and Klaus Heinrich showed him everything in his sober room, the thin sofas, the stiff-legged tables, the white enamelled tables in the corners. "Jimcrack," said Mr. Spoelmann, "no use for anything." 3 armchairs only in the little yellow room, of heavy mahogany, with snail-shaped convolute arms and the yellow covers embroidered with blue lyres, found favour in his eyes. "We can put those in an ante-room," he said, and Klaus Heinrich was relieved that these armchairs should be contributed to the furnishing by the Grimburg side, for of course it would have been rather painful to him if Mr. Spoelmann had had to find every single thing. But the ragged park and flower garden at the Hermitage had to be cleared and restocked. The flower garden in particular was honoured with a special ornament which Klaus Heinrich had asked his brother to give him as a wedding present. For it was arranged that the rose bush from the old Schloss should be transplanted to the big middle bed in the front of the approach, and then, no longer surrounded by mouldy walls, but in the air and sunshine and the stiffest clay obtainable, it should be seen what sort of roses it could bear in future, and give the lie to the popular report, if it were obstinate and arrogant enough. And when March and April had passed, May came, bringing the events of Klaus Heinrich and Imma's marriage. It was a glorious day, with golden clouds in the sky, and its dawn was greeted by a choir from the town hall tower. The people streamed in on foot and in carts, that fair, thick-set, healthy, reliable stock, with blue meditative eyes and broad high cheek-bones, dressed in the handsome national dress, the men in red jackets, top boots, and broad-brimmed black velvet hats, the women in brightly embroidered bodices, thick wide skirts, and big black veils as a head-dress. They joined the throng of townfolk in the streets between the Spa Garden and the Old Schloss, which had been transformed into a processional route with garlands and wreathed stands, and white enamelled poles covered with flowers. Banners of the trades unions, rifle corps, and gymnastic associations began early in the morning to be carried through the streets. The fire brigade turned out in gleaming helmets. The officers of the Corps of Students drove around in open landaus in full state with banners flying. Maids of honour in white, with rose-twined staves, stood about in groups. The offices and factories were deserted, the schools closed, festival services were held in the churches. And the morning editions of the Courier and Gazette contained, in addition to cordial leading articles, the announcement of a comprehensive amnesty, in pursuance of which cancellation or remission of sentence was granted to several prisoners by the grace of the Grand Duke. Even the murderer Gudebus, who had been condemned to death and then to penal servitude for life, was released on a ticket of leave. But soon he had to be put back into prison again. 2 o'clock was the hour fixed for the City Council's luncheon in the hall of the Museum, with an orchestra and telegrams of respectful congratulations. But the public made merry outside the gates, with fried chips and currant loaf, a fair, lucky booths and shooting galleries, sack races, and men's climbing competitions for treacle cakes. And then came the moment when Imma Spoelmann drove from Delphinenort to the Old Schloss. She did so in processional pomp. The banners fluttered in the spring breeze, the thick garlands, interwoven with red roses, stretched from one pole to another. The crowd was packed in a black mass on the balconies, roofs, and steps, and between the fences of rifle corps and firemen, guilds, unions, students, and school children, the bridal procession advanced slowly amid tumultuous uproar along the sand-strewn road. 2 outriders in laced hats and shoulder knots, preceded by a mustachioed equerry in a 3-cornered hat, came first. Then came a 4-horsed carriage, in which the Grand Ducal Commissary, an official of the Board of Green Cloth, who had been deputed to fetch the bride, rode with a chamberlain. Next a second 4-horsed carriage, in which sat the Countess Löwenjoul, looking askance at the 2 maids of honour in the carriage with her, whose morals she mistrusted. Then came 10 postilions on horseback, in yellow breeches and blue coats, who played "We wind for thee the maiden's wreath." Then 12 girls in white, who strewed roses and sprigs of arbor vitae on the road. And lastly, followed by 50 master mechanics on powerful horses, the 6-horsed transparent bridal coach. The red-faced coachman in the laced hat proudly extended his gaitered legs on the high white velvet box, holding the reins with arms similarly extended. Grooms in top boots walked at the head of each pair of horses, and 2 lackeys stood behind the creaking carriage in great state, showing in their impenetrable faces no signs that plotting and underhand dealing were part of their daily life. Behind the glass and gilded window frames sat Imma Spoelmann in veil and wreath, with an old court lady as lady of honour at her side. Her dress of shimmering silk glittered like snow in the sunshine, and on her lap she held the white bouquet which Prince Klaus Heinrich had sent her an hour before. Her strangely childlike face was as pale as an ocean pearl, and a smooth wisp of dark hair fell across her forehead under the veil, while her big black eyes threw glances of pleading eloquence over the close-packed throng. And what was that din, that barking close by the coach door? It was Percival, the collie, more beside himself than anyone had ever seen him. The confusion and the slow pace at which the procession went excited him beyond measure, robbed him of all self-restraint, and convulsed him almost beyond bearance. He raged, he danced, he leaped, he circled blindly round and round in the intoxication of his nerves, and the shouts redoubled in the balconies and street,
and on the roofs, and on both sides as the people recognized him. That is how Imma Spoelmann drove to the Old Schloss, and the boom and buzz of the bells mingled with the cheers of the people and Percival's mad bark. The procession crossed the Albrechtsplatz at a walk and went through the Albrechtstor. In the courtyard of the Schloss the mounted corps of the guilds rode to one side and took up their position as a guard of honour, and in the corridor, in front of the weather-beaten front door, Grand Duke Albrecht, dressed as a colonel of the Hussars, received the bride with his brother and the rest of his house, offered her his arm, and conducted her up the grey stone steps into the state-rooms, at whose doors guards of honours were posted, and in which the court was assembled. The princesses of the house stayed in the Hall of the Knights, and it was there that Herr von Knobelsdorff, surrounded by the Grand Ducal family, executed the civil marriage. Never, it was said later, had the wrinkles played round his eyes more lively than whilst he joined Klaus Heinrich and Imma Spoelmann in civil wedlock. When this was over, Albrecht II commanded that the church festivities should begin. Herr von Bühl zu Bühl had done his best to get together an imposing procession, the bridal procession, which passed up Heinrich the Luxurious's staircase and along a covered way into the court chapel. Stooping under the weight of years, yet in a brown toupee and with a youthful waddle, he marched, covered with orders down to his waist, and planting his long staff in front of the chamberlains, who walked along in silk stockings, with their feather hats under their arms, and a key embroidered on their coat-tails. The young pair drew near, the foreign-looking bride in a shimmer of white, and Klaus Heinrich, the heir presumptive, in a grenadier uniform with a yellow ribbon across his chest and back. 4 maidens belonging to the nobility of the land, with demure looks, carried Imma Spoelmann's train, accompanied by Countess Löwenjoul, who looked suspiciously out of the corners of her eyes. Behind the bridegroom walked Herr von Schulenburg-Tressen and Herr von Braunbart-Schellendorf. The master of the royal hunt, von Stieglitz, and the ballet-loving Grand Duke walked in front of the young monarch, who sucked quietly at his upper lip. At his side came Aunt Catherine, followed by the minister of the household, von Knobelsdorff, the adjutant, the princely Zurried-Hohenried couple, and the remaining members of the house. The rear of the procession was brought up by more chamberlains. Inside the court chapel, which was decorated with plants and draperies, the invited guests had awaited the procession. There were diplomats with their wives, the court and county nobility, the corps of officers in the capital, the ministers, amongst them the beaming face of Herr von Krippenreuther, the knights of the Grand Order of the Grimburg Griffin, the presidents of the Landtag, and all sorts of dignitaries. As the Lord Marshal had ordered invitations to be sent to every class of society, the seats were filled with tradesmen, countrymen, and simple artisans with hearts attuned to the event. In front of the altar the relations of the bridegroom took their places in a semicircle in red velvet armchairs. The voices of the choir rang pure and sweet under the vaulted ceiling, and then the whole congregation sang a hymn of thanksgiving with full organ accompaniment. When it died away, the musical voice of the President of the High Consistory, Dom Wislicenus, was heard, as with his silver hair and a convex star on his silk gown, he stood before the exalted pair and preached an eloquent sermon. He built it on a theme, to borrow a musical expression, and the theme was the passage from the Psalms which runs, "He shall live, and unto him shall be given the gold of Arabia." There was not a dry eye left in the chapel. When Dom Wislicenus completed the marriage, and at the moment when the bridal pair exchanged rings, fanfares of trumpets blared forth, and a salvo of 3 × 12 guns began to roll over city and countryside, fired by the soldiers on the wall of the citadel. Directly afterwards the fire brigade let off the town guns by way of salute, but long pauses occurred between each detonation, giving rise to inexhaustible laughter among the people. After the blessing had been pronounced,
the procession reformed and returned to the Hall of the Knights, where the House of Grimmburg congratulated the newly married pair. Then came the court, and Klaus Heinrich and Imma Spoelmann walked arm in arm through the gala rooms, where the court was drawn up, and spoke to various members of the company, smiling across an interval of shining parquet, and Imma pouted and wagged her head as she spoke to anyone who curtsied low and answered deferentially. After the court there was a state supper in the Marble Hall, and a marshal's supper in that of the 12 Months, and everything was of the best that money could buy, out of regard to what Klaus Heinrich's wife had been accustomed to. Even Percival, now restored to his senses, was among the guests, and was given some roast meat. After supper the students and the populace had arranged in honour of the young couple a demonstration with serenades and a torchlight procession on the Albrechtsplatz. The square outside was a blaze of light, and resounded with shouts. Lackeys drew aside the curtains from one of the windows in the Silver Hall, and Klaus Heinrich and Imma advanced to the open window. They threw it open, and stood in the opening just as they were, for outside it was a warm spring night. Next them, in a dignified attitude and looking most imposing, sat Percival the collie, and looked down like his mistress. Several of the town bands played in the illuminated square, which was packed tight with human beings, and the upturned faces of the people were lighted to a smoky dark red by the students' torches as they marched past the Schloss. Cheers broke forth when the newly married couple appeared at the window. They bowed their thanks, and then stayed there a while, looking and letting themselves be looked at. The people, looking up, could see their lips moving in conversation. This is what they said. "Listen, Imma, how thankful they are that we have not forgotten their need and affliction. What crowds there are, standing there and shouting up to us. Of course many of them are scoundrels, and take each other in, and sadly need to be elevated above the work-day and its reality. But they really are grateful when one shows oneself conscious of their need and affliction. But we are so stupid and so lonely, Prince, on the peaks of humanity, as Dr. Ueberbein used always to say, and we know absolutely nothing of life. Nothing, little Imma? What was it then which at last gave you confidence in me, and brought us to study so practically the public weal? Knows he nothing of life who knows of love? That shall be our business in future. Highness and love, an austere happiness." End of Section 23. End of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann.